Chapter 1 Before the End of the World. Fang Ming woke up suddenly, immediately got up in a hurry, took a defensive stance, and panted heavily. Where am I? No, I should be dead. Seeing the interior of the room, his mouth opened involuntarily, and he let out a shocked expression. This is his home. His home before the disaster. Fang Ming had a hunch and quickly looked for his cell phone. He found it. He opened it and saw that it was April 15, 7:45 a.m. Fang Ming slumped in his chair, and it took him a while to come to his senses. He had been reborn. In another month, on May 15, the ice at both poles suddenly melted, and in just 10 days, the sea level rose by a full 60 meters. Fang Ming's hometown of Suzhou is only a few meters above sea level, so it was completely flooded, with only buildings over 20 stories high visible above the water. Fortunately, his family lived on the 24th floor and survived the first round of disaster. However, the melting of the poles also released some unknown rays, and all electronic devices were destroyed overnight. The entire social order also completely collapsed on the same day, reverting to a primitive society. Imagine the water rising layer by layer, and people can only run upstairs. On the first day, the water rose one floor, so everyone could still squeeze in. But on the second day, the water rose another floor, so who wouldn't panic? On the 20th day, everything below the 20th floor was flooded, and everyone had to squeeze into the remaining space. How crowded would it be? What about food? When there is no way to rescue, the hidden dark side of human beings will erupt. There are many people who push others into the water when they are not prepared. Fang Ming opened the door because he was kind, allowing many neighbors to enter. As a result, the next day he was pushed out of the window. Fortunately, he was lucky and managed to hold onto a door panel, drifting all the way to Beihu province, where the terrain was higher and only a few areas were flooded. He thought that he had survived the disaster and could start over, but this was only the first wave of disaster. The melting of the polar ice caps has also released ancient viruses. The virus is transmitted through the air. After absorbing the virus, there are three possibilities. First, becoming a zombie, which accounts for 90% of the cases. Fortunately, this is a long process that takes 30 days to fully develop. Second, no change at all, which accounts for about 9% of the cases. The last one, evolution, has superpowers, and only 1% of the lucky ones succeed. As more and more superhumans appeared, some with superhuman strength, others with the ability to create fireballs and ice spikes, they became a new privileged class. No one would dare to join a settlement without a few superhumans to protect it. Fang Ming was one of the lucky ones. Unfortunately, his ability is a huge space anomaly that only has storage effects. Therefore, he could still use the anomaly to sneak up on people in the early stages of the disaster, but as time passed, other superhumans became stronger and stronger, while Fang Ming remained stagnant. Especially when his superpower was discovered, he became a tool for others. Every day, he had to go out with the search team to find supplies. He had to hand over whatever he collected when he returned to the base. It was impossible to embezzle even a little bit. Just now, Fang Ming followed the search team into a shopping mall, and before they could start collecting supplies, they encountered a corpse king that had evolved 3 times, and it almost wiped out the entire team in one fell swoop. The remaining people fled desperately, but Fang Ming was kicked down by someone to block the corpse king's footsteps, although it only lasted for 0.2 seconds. Zhou Huai. Fang Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes full of murderous intent. It was this man who kicked him down at the last moment, otherwise he would not necessarily have died with his superpowers. In this life, I must kill you. And Wang Kai, you son of a bitch. Hu Shangpeng. Wu Yu. Fang Ming shouted out the names one by one, his forehead pulsing with veins. When he was discovered to have the secret of the alternate dimension, he was taken to the Xinning base and used like a dog. He tried to escape several times, but was caught and returned, humiliated and beaten. In the end, he was killed. I was reborn, and everything was still possible, again. This time, I don't want the ability to travel through space. Even if I'm given the ability to grow the least, I can still work hard to improve it. I'm not incapable of becoming a top-notch superhuman like the god of strength, Situ Yuan. However, Fang Ming's face immediately changed. I'm fucking. He discovered that his mind was connected to a huge space. The supernatural power that he had awakened after the catastrophe in his previous life. A different space. It had actually returned with his rebirth. What is the point of his rebirth? Must he go through this pain again? No, no, no. My current body clearly does not absorb the ancient virus. What does that mean? I have another chance to evolve. Then I will have a second superpower. Fong Ming couldn't help but show excitement. In his previous life, he was really killed by the ability of the alien space. The main thing is that this ability is only possessed in the end times. He has almost never used it because there are too few supplies. At most, it has only filled 1/10,000th of the space. But now it's before the disaster. There are still 30 days before the end of the world, and I can use this time to desperately collect supplies. Should I leave Sioux City early? If he leaves Sioux City early, he can completely avoid the flood and go straight to the zombie gate. But no, although staying in Sioux City means having to experience another flood, only the areas that were flooded by the sea will have the evolution fluid. Although corpse pearls can also have the same effect, enhancing supernormal abilities, only level 1 zombies can produce corpse pearls, and level 1 zombies won't appear until 2 months later. One step late, one step slow. In the past, all those powerful and famous bosses came from the flooded area. I can't leave Sioux City. I need to get as much evolution fluid as possible in the early stages of the disaster. Then I'll go to high altitude areas. In this life, anyone who dares to take advantage of my alternate space, kill them all. Fong Ming's gaze was firm and murderous. As a survivor who had struggled in the end times for more than half a year, killing was too commonplace. Except for the canaries raised by the strong, even ordinary people have no lives in their hands? Did you bring any items from your previous life? There weren't many. Fong Ming checked, and as expected, it was empty, obviously not brought over with the rebirth. Ha! He was slightly stunned because in the deepest part of this huge space, there was a ball of light. It wasn't there before. The light was round, about 3 meters in diameter, and looked like a door. Fong Ming was curious. He got up, made sure that the doors and windows were locked and the curtains were drawn, and then he thought of something. A door that only he could see immediately opened up in front of him. 3 by 3 meters square, the maximum size is this big, but it can be reduced. This is the entrance to a different space. He walked in. Chapter 2, Collecting Supplies. Having used it countless times in his previous life, Fong Ming was extremely skilled at using the alternate space. To collect objects, he only needs to touch them with his hand. As long as they do not exceed the 3 by 3 meter limit, he can collect them with a thought. However, living things cannot be collected. And they can only be collected by walking into them. In the alternate space, the kinetic energy of all objects is reduced to 0. In other words, if a bullet comes flying at him, Fong Ming can simply open the door to the alternate space in front of him and let the bullet shoot itself in. He will not be harmed in the slightest, and even if the bullet is thrown out immediately after entering the alternate space, it will fall to the ground directly without any speed. I don't know if it's because of this reason, but if a living thing enters the other dimension, it can only last for 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, no matter what kind of creature it is, its health will immediately drop to 0. Once Fong Ming entered the other dimension, he immediately became a godlike being. With a thought, he arrived at the deepest part of the space. In front of him was the light. Could his rebirth be related to this light? Fong Ming is not a reckless person. When he entered, he took a broom with him. Now this broom is his vanguard, and he thrust it into the light. However, it seems that the broom could not go in any further than 5 centimeters. Fong Ming felt that there was a lot of resistance in front of him. My strength is too weak right now. If I evolve into a power-type psychic, then as my strength grows, can I squeeze in and take a look? What is hidden inside? If it has something to do with my rebirth. It's worth an immeasurable amount. But for now, he had no choice but to leave the alternate dimension and start thinking about a plan to collect supplies. First, I have to sell the house. It seems that it's too late to sell it. There's only 1 month left, so I'll take out a mortgage. Money was still useful before the disaster, but after the disaster it was completely worthless. I need to spend all my money before the disaster. Starting tomorrow, I will visit the biggest shopping mall every day. I can't go to the same city, I'll get caught. I'll have to go to different cities. Today, I'll start preparing. Fong Ming took out his cell phone and looked for a mortgage broker online. It was easy to find. Half an hour later, he had an appointment with someone at a coffee shop. He grabbed his property ownership certificate and ID card and left. His parents died in a car accident a year ago, and he is now the sole owner of the property. He took a taxi and arrived at the agreed place. The other party was also there. A fat guy who looked like a bad guy, with 2 thick gold chains around his neck, tattoos covering his exposed skin, and 2 intimidating-looking hunks acting as bodyguards. This kind of mortgage is of course informal, but time is tight, and Fong Ming doesn't want to find a formal one either. So, this house with a market value of about 5 million yuan was mortgaged by Fong Ming, and he received 3 million yuan in liquid funds. The interest rate was 2 points per month, which was incredibly high. The principal was to be repaid after 1 year, and if Fong Ming could not repay the principal, the house would be transferred to the other party. It's very shady. But does Fong Ming care? A month later, his house would be a luxury sea view house with 0 value. Both parties were satisfied, especially the black guy, who looked at Fong Ming with a look of a fat sheep, already thinking about the picture of receiving the house after a year and earning 2 million in anger. Fong Ming received a reminder from the bank. 3 million yuan had been deposited into his account. He went to the supermarket first to buy some necessary things, then went home and started ordering takeout. He also collected tap water. After the disaster, food and clean water are extremely important supplies. Why order takeout? Can't he just collect supplies? But food doesn't just magically turn into edible food. Therefore, these 3 million cubic meters of water are all intended to be turned into prepared food. Food that is put into the alternate space does not spoil, and even the heat is not lost. In the end times, do you still want to eat Australian lobster and king crab? What are you thinking? The first to change were the marine creatures, most of which turned into zombies, but a few evolved into ferocious creatures. So where can you find seafood to eat? After ordering takeout for the whole night, Fong Ming had a delicious meal. She was satisfied and content. In the end times, being able to eat a full meal is too luxurious for the lower classes. Although Fong Ming is a superhuman, he is unable to fight and can only play a supporting role. He has not met any good people, and his life is not much different from that of a slave. That night, Fong Ming did not take any action. The next day. There are 29 days until the disaster. In the morning, Fong Ming kept ordering and receiving takeout food. In the afternoon, he came to the open market. He wore a hat and sunglasses, and kept moving around inside to observe and determine the location of each camera. Although his appearance was a bit strange, no one would think that someone would rob a supermarket, right? Especially now, everyone pays with their phones, so how could anyone rob the place? Besides, this is China, which has always been known for its excellent public security. Who would worry about robbers? When the supermarket was about to close and the customers were sparse, Fong Ming suddenly sneaked into a closet when no one was around. There was still some time before the supermarket closed, but whenever Fong Ming felt uncomfortable, he would go into the alternate dimension to move his hands and feet around. He only stayed for 8 minutes each time, although the limit was 10 minutes. How could Fong Ming possibly be that tight? It's better to be careful. At 10:30 in the evening, the lights in the supermarket went out one by one. It was quiet all around. Fong Ming came out. But this time, he wore a pig's head mask and a cloak, completely concealing his appearance and body shape. Then he began to destroy the cameras. An hour later, all the cameras had been destroyed. Next time, he should try to pull the circuit breaker directly. Pack up. 2 hours later, the entire market was cleared out, and Fong Ming was panting from exhaustion. Although it was not laborious, it required constant walking, and some of the items were placed high up, requiring him to climb up to reach them. Finally, it was time to call it a day. Fong Ming went to the staff lounge, where he had prepared a set of work clothes in advance and changed into them. He took a short nap, but when he was woken up by the alarm clock, it was only 15 minutes before the market staff were due to arrive. He got ready. Soon, the employees came in, some went to change into their work clothes, but some went into the store first and were immediately dumbfounded. Where is the merchandise? Where is all the merchandise? Then they hurriedly called the police. The scene was in chaos, and Fong Ming took the opportunity to blend into the crowd. There were so many employees at the opening, and probably everyone knew each other. Moreover, he didn't even have a bag on him, so it didn't look like he was involved in any theft. He wore a hat and kept his head down as much as possible. After leaving the market, he walked for a while, then turned into the greenbelt, quickly changed his clothes, put them into the other dimension, and then walked out from the other direction. He took a taxi home. Chapter 3: Walking the Dog Without a Leash. When he got home, Fong Ming took a nap, booked a high-speed rail ticket online, and then continued to order takeout. After receiving several deliveries, he went out. He was on his way to catch the high-speed train. He arrived in the next city, Xicheng. He found his target and took action. Today, he chose Walmart. He first checked the store, then hid before closing time, waited until all the employees had left, and then used a bamboo pole to start destroying the cameras. He didn't pick and choose, taking everything on the list, including groceries, meat, vegetables, fruits, fresh, semi-finished, and cooked food. After another 2 hours of busy work, he hid in the employee lounge as usual. When the employees came to work, they found that the store had been emptied, and he took advantage of the chaos to leave. He was relaxed. In fact, he is not afraid even if he is caught. Without any evidence, how can they say I am a thief or even a bandit? However, I am a bit weak, so I need to exercise more. Fong Ming is 23 years old and has just graduated from university. He has a low-paying office job and can support himself easily. He usually stays at home playing games and reading novels, so he has many of the common problems of young people. Lack of exercise. He went to the hotel and placed a large order, ordering 50 tables of banquets, each table costing 5,000. Basically, most of the precious ingredients were already there, and after paying a deposit of 50,000 yuan, he went to the gym to exercise. In the afternoon, he rested at the hotel, and in the evening, he went to collect the banquet. There was no guest, but the waiter was still served, which confused the hotel staff. But, after all, the customer is king. Fong Ming even paid the final payment, so what else could the hotel worry about? The food was served. After the dishes were served, Fong Ming asked the waiters to leave the room. He then began to collect the dishes from table to table. After he was finished, he quietly left. He realized that it was impossible to spend 3 million yuan on takeout. Unless he ordered and collected takeout 24 hours a day, but he still had the great task of emptying a large supermarket. Where would he find the time to waste? So, it is indeed strange that 50 tables of banquets were booked at the hotel but no guests came. But is it strange enough to call the police? Fong Ming had already paid the final installment. Besides, the natural disaster will start in 28 days. Who will care about it then? Today, Fong Ming didn't go to the supermarket again, but instead took a night off. He couldn't keep this up every day. The next morning, after breakfast, he checked out and then went to Jinling. Do it the same way. I moved and moved. After his trip to Jinling, he returned to the City of Demons, making his whereabouts less predictable. This time, he really got a lot. Shanghai, the largest city in China, has a bigger shopping mall and more supplies. Back at the hotel, Fong Ming looked at the large amount of supplies in the alternate space and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Will these supplies last him a lifetime? However, no one would complain about having too much stuff. Tomorrow, we'll go to Lincheng. In the blink of an eye, 25 days have passed. Fong Ming has visited 19 cities and 19 of the largest local stores, and the harvest can be said to be full, with a value of perhaps 1 billion. The key is that there is not a single luxury item such as a watch or jewelry in this, but rather the most practical daily necessities. How high is the gold content of this billion in goods? Fong Ming also returned to Suzhou. He had 4 more days to go, but he didn't plan to collect any more supplies. Instead, he wanted to take a good rest. After all, there has been no peace since the disaster began. However, when Fong Ming looked at his bank card, he was surprised to see that he still had 300,000 yuan in his account. Not very helpful. Starting tomorrow, he will order takeout food like crazy and spend all the money. He still goes to the hotel to reserve a table every time he arrives in a city. Otherwise, how can he spend more than 2 million yuan just ordering takeout? That night, he walked around the neighborhood, hands in his pockets, enjoying the last peaceful moments. In 5 days, the world will start to fall apart. Woof! Suddenly, a dog barking came from somewhere, and a large wolf dog, half the size of a human, rushed over. It was fierce. In his previous life, Fong Ming was not considered a strong person, but he had killed at least 50 people, and hundreds of zombies and various mutated creatures. He was already used to fighting and killing, and it was almost instinctive. He took a stance and his eyes were fierce. The big wolf dog pounced on him, but Fong Ming dodged the attack by moving sideways, then delivered a knee strike. Woof! The big wolf dog let out a mournful cry and managed to get up, but then it fell back down again after taking a few steps, moaning in pain. Fong Ming didn't hold back at all in this attack, and the most lethal parts of a human's body are the elbows and knees. If a grown man were to knee him, his internal organs could rupture. Mercy? No. Who among those who have survived the apocalypse would show mercy? Blackie! Blackie! A young woman ran over and saw the big dog lying on the ground, whining and moaning. She was angry and sad at the same time, and yelled at Fong Ming, "You son of a bitch, how dare you hit my dog? You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." She was no more than 25 years old, very pretty, had a great figure, and wore designer clothes, but she had a terrible way of speaking. Fong Ming frowned. "You let your dog off the leash, and when you saw it attacking me, instead of apologizing right away, you threatened me. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Fuck you. This woman is full of shit and is very agitated. My dog is very well behaved, so how could it bite? You must have done something to provoke it, making it feel threatened. You motherfucker, get on your knees and apologize to Blackie." Apologize to the dog on your knees? Fong Ming laughed. Am I sure I'm still on Earth? The disaster hasn't happened yet, how can someone already be crazy? He looked at the woman carefully and then looked at her in a daze. Zhao Lina. She is a celebrity in the neighborhood. It is said that she is the mistress of a boss. That boss is Cheng Tianhua, the boss of Tianhua Group, with assets of over 1 billion yuan. He is very influential in Suzhou, so even though Zhao Lina is used to being arrogant and domineering in the community, and she never leashes her dog when she walks it, scaring children several times, no one has dared to confront Miss Zhao face to face because of Cheng Tianhua's reputation. Does it work? You have to know that the property management company of this residential area is the Tianhua Group. Zhao Lina is not the boss's wife, but who dares to go against the boss? Fong Ming was too lazy to waste time with her and directly took out his phone to call the police. Chapter 4: The Arrogant Woman. Before the police arrived, the property management company did. The dog walker was very arrogant, and she was the first to complain. She didn't mention that she was walking her dog without a leash, and that it was the big dog that attacked Fong Ming first. Fong Ming was only defending himself, but she insisted that Fong Ming had attacked her dog for no reason, and that Fong Ming had to kneel down and apologize to the dog, otherwise, this matter would not be over. The property management company was also speechless. Who would attack your dog for no reason? And this woman has been complained about by many owners for walking her dog without a leash, and she has scared children several times. But who dares offend her? Who would dare offend this person? A security guard came to Fong Ming's side and whispered to him the woman's identity, then told him to quickly apologize and let the matter go, lest Zhao Lina use her connections. It was said that Cheng Tianhua was not only the apparent boss, but also had a dark side. Therefore, as long as Cheng Tianhua says a word, there will be thugs coming to find Fong Ming trouble. Fong Ming frowned and said, "I've already called the police. Let's wait for the police to handle it. I've lived a long life, so how can I be manipulated by a shrew?" Zhao Lina, on the other hand, crossed her arms and looked down on him with disdain. Report to the police? The police station is owned by my family. Fong Ming ignored the arrogant woman and just waited. There were many onlookers, especially when they found out that one of the parties was Zhao Lina, and they were naturally even more excited. They dared not offend Cheng Tianhua, so they could only put up with this arrogant woman. But if someone were to have a conflict with Zhao Lina, they would definitely be rooting for that person in their hearts. The property management saw that neither party was willing to reconcile, and there was nothing they could do but wait for the police to arrive. After a while, the police arrived. There were two of them, one named Zhang and the other named Ma. Zhao Lina, the evil one, immediately rushed up and said, "He hurt my dog. You make him kneel down and apologize to my dog." "Oh, I'm friends with you, Officer Liu." Officer Zhang frowned and showed signs of disgust. Who apologizes to a dog? And mentioning the police station right away is like reminding him or even threatening him. As a police officer, he didn't even need to know the details of the incident to determine that it was definitely Zhao Lin who set the dog on Fong Ming, who was forced to defend himself and wound the large dog. However, He looked at Fong Ming with some surprise. If an ordinary person were attacked by a large dog, they would be injured in some way, but Fong Ming had no injuries, so what did that mean? Fong Ming has a wealth of combat experience and skills. But Fong Ming is just an ordinary office worker. After listening to Fong Ming and Zhao Lina's respective testimonies, the two police officers went to the property management company to verify the facts. However, the property management company was evasive. It was a very simple matter, but they kept going around in circles and did not give a direct answer. This tendency is obvious. Zhao Lina was extremely proud, glanced at Fong Ming, and then said to the two policemen, "Make him kneel down and apologize to my black eye, and pay for the medical expenses, or else we'll arrest him and shoot him." This made the two policemen angry and laugh at the same time. Do you really think the police station is your family business? And shoot him? Are you ignorant of the law, or are you so arrogant that you have lost your common sense? Fong Ming smiled lightly, check the surveillance camera, and everything will be clear. This made Zhao Lina jump in surprise. She had actually forgotten about the surveillance cameras. She quickly gave the property management a fierce look and said, "You can just make up any excuse, like the surveillance camera is broken." But would the property management dare to lie at this time? If you don't let the police see the surveillance footage, you're obstructing official business. And if the news gets out that the surveillance cameras are broken, it will affect the price of the apartments, and the owners will all come to the property and smash it up. They really don't want to offend Zhao Lina, but at the same time offend all the owners? That's even worse. They quickly took two policemen to see the surveillance video, and Fong Ming and Zhao Lina naturally followed them. The playback made everything clear. The two policemen criticized Zhao Lina very seriously and gave Fong Ming some advice. He could go to the hospital for a full checkup, because what if he was bitten by a dog and the dog had rabies? If the window of opportunity is missed, there is no cure for rabies. Fong Ming readily agreed. The two policemen were very considerate and took Fong Ming to the First People's Hospital, where he was admitted to the emergency room and underwent various tests. Who paid for it? Of course, it was Zhao Lina. In a few days, the end of the world will come. If we don't let Zhao Lina pay, who will reimburse the bill? Besides, will money still be useful at that time? Zhao Lina was frowning the whole time, not only hating Fong Ming to the bone, but also gnashing her teeth at the two policemen, secretly saying that this could never end like this, and that she would make Fong Ming and the two policemen regret it. It had been 2 hours since the entire inspection was completed, and it had cost more than 3,000 yuan. Although Zhao Lina didn't care about the small amount of money, she was naturally angry when she was dragged here for so long, especially when the more than 3,000 yuan was spent on her enemy Fong Ming. After the inspection was completed, Fong Ming thanked the two policemen and then took a taxi home. Zhao Lina stamped her feet in anger. Unfortunately, Cheng Tianhua had gone out of town on business and would not be back for at least 8 days. I'll bear it. After 8 days, this guy Fong Ming will still have to kneel before Haizi and apologize. And the two policemen? Strip them of their uniforms so they can't be policemen anymore. Fong Ming went home and went to bed. There were not many days of peace left. Once the end of the world arrives, social order will quickly collapse, and all kinds of illegal incidents will occur frequently. It is very common to kill people in the street. So, do you still want to sleep peacefully in the future? It's impossible. In the end times, no one can be trusted. Who can sleep with 3/4 of their mind awake? The night passed. There are still 4 days until the end of the world. Fong Ming ordered takeout frantically, then kept receiving takeout, and spent 100,000 yuan. It was also nighttime, so he didn't continue, but went to a very high-end gym. After the end of the world, this place will sink to the bottom of the sea. Miss it. He plans to start lifting weights today to improve his weak body. The gym is very large, with both a machine area and a yoga room. There is a professional trainer, but it is now just lunchtime, and the trainer has no students for class, so he is practicing squats in the machine room, attracting the attention of many trainers and customers. Fong Ming also took a look and couldn't help but be dazzled. She was about 170 centimeters tall, with waist-length hair tied back in a ponytail. She had a stunningly high IQ, and Fong Ming thought she would get a score of 95. Her figure was even better. Underneath her yoga clothes, her curvy figure was on full display, with a thin waist and long legs. She was a professional, and there was really nothing wrong with her. 100 points for her figure. Overall, 97 to 98 points, almost perfect. She is a real gem. Chapter 5, Refusing to be Maintained. After the end of the world, who will still be talking about relationships? There is no energy or time for that. What if you need it? Pay for it. Of course, in the end times, money basically refers to food, and money now is useless. Like this yoga instructor, Fong Ming is willing to pay 10 caddies of rice for a night. A secret love nest? Fong Ming could certainly afford it now, but he didn't want to take any chances. In the end times, you can't trust the people lying next to you. Fong Ming wanted to keep it simple and try the feeling of using money to bully people. Why is he in such a hurry? Because this beautiful woman may not survive the end of the world, the chance of becoming a zombie is as high as 90%. Play with zombies? Fong Ming doesn't have such a heavy taste. He walked over and said, "Are you the coach here?" "Yes. My name is Lu Yuchi. I mainly teach yoga, but if you want to practice equipment, I can also be a personal trainer. There is no problem in the early stages." This beautiful woman stood up and looked at her up close. Her beauty was simply flawless, and her skin was incredibly delicate and full of femininity. Fong Ming smiled. "My name is Fong Ming, I want to sign up for private lessons." "Sure." Lu Yuchi nodded, "Then let's go to the front desk." Fong Ming shook his head. "I want to sign up for a more advanced personal trainer, like the one that costs 100,000 yuan a month." Lu Yuchi was stunned at first, then suddenly realized, and smiled. "Mr. Fong, are you trying to support me?" Fong Ming did not deny it. After crawling around for half a year in the end times, what is there to be embarrassed about? He just smiled, admiring the woman's beauty, charm, and sexiness. But Lu Yuchi shook her head. "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Mr. Fong. I have a legitimate job and won't sell myself out. However, if you're interested in pursuing me, I might consider it." Fong Ming was stunned at first, then he understood. This woman is indeed not for sale, but why is she working at the gym? Simple, she wants to catch a rich husband. She is so exquisite that it would be very easy for her to become a mistress of a rich man, but she obviously has ambitions and does not want to be a mistress in the dark, but to be the main wife of a rich man. So, Fong Ming offered her 100,000 yuan a month to be his mistress, but she was only tempted for a moment. She wants to be Mrs. Fong, the kind that is married in a formal ceremony. Of course, now she mistakenly thinks that Fong Ming is a rich second-generation heir. Otherwise, why would he easily offer 100,000 yuan a month for her to be his mistress? You're mistaken. I'm not a rich second-generation heir. But in a few days, I will definitely be a member of the first generation of the rich, and the richest person in the world. After the disaster, what is wealth measured by? Goods, especially food. How much food does Fong Ming have? Enough to feed him for 10 lifetimes, and there are plenty of high-end ingredients, which are rare and impossible to find after the disaster, so. After the disaster, Fong Ming is naturally the richest person in the world. Fong Ming smiled and looked at the confident beauty in front of him. Lu Yushi held her head high and her chest out, and her posture was impeccable. "Well, I can also consider whether or not to pursue Miss Lu," he said. "This is my WeChat ID." Lu Yuchi took the phone off her neck and out of the ditch, opened WeChat, and let Fong Ming scan the QR code. Drip. Fong Ming also opened WeChat and scanned it. Lu Yuchi's WeChat name was A Ray of Moonlight, while Fong Ming's was Sun and Moon Are Bright. Then, Fong Ming still signed up for Lu Yuchi's personal training class. "I'll teach you how to use the equipment," Lu Yuchi said. Fong Ming readily agreed. Lu Yuchi was indeed very professional, and her instructions were very accurate. During the process of instruction, the two inevitably had physical contact. Fong Ming's breathing was slightly heavy, and Lu Yuchi's pretty face was also a little red, but neither of them pointed this out, nor did they stop, and they did not deliberately reduce such contact in the following training. Fong Ming understood very well. Lu Yuchi was sure that he was a rich second generation, so in order to pursue him as a golden turtle son-in-law, Lu Yuchi didn't mind being more proactive, and even let him taste some sweetness. Fong Ming dared to say that if he proposed to Lu Yuchi at this time, this woman might really agree. He smiled lightly. Of course, he would not fall in love with Lu Yuchi, but Lu Yuchi would never regret the decision she made today. Let fate take its course. If this woman really becomes a zombie in the end times, then it can only be said to be the will of heaven. Fang Ming had been practicing for 2 hours and was sweating when the gym closed. Lu Yushi came out wearing normal clothes. Although they were not as revealing as the yoga clothes, and even the e-size could be easily seen, there was a kind of free and easy style that was still very attractive. Because it was not far from home, Fang Ming walked back, and he was surprised to find that Lu Ichi had been walking with him all along. When they talked, they found out that they lived in the same community. The difference is that Fang Ming is the owner, and Lu Yushi is the tenant. I remember. Lu Yuchi suddenly brightened up. You were the one who fought with Zhao Lina yesterday. Hey, am I that famous? Fang Ming laughed. Of course. Lu Yuchi nodded vigorously. Zhao Lina is notoriously difficult to deal with, but you managed to tame her. Mr. Fang, aren't you afraid of retaliation? It is said that Zhao Lina's lover is Chung Tianhua. Fang Ming smiled indifferently and said, so what if it's Chung Tianhua? The end of the world is 4 days away. What difference does it make if Cheng Tianhua is with a dog or a cat? Lu Yushi could see his confidence. This is not the kind of fearless ignorance, but the confidence of truly having a grasp, which she can tell. But where does this confidence come from? Could it be that this guy is not only rich, but also super rich, and can trample the Tianhua group under his feet? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but have a bright and beautiful look. After returning to the community, the two went back to their respective homes. Mr. Fang, I've finished washing. You should go to bed early too. Lu Yushi sent a WeChat message with a selfie attached. She was wearing a nightgown, her neck was long and white, elegant and sexy, and you could see a deep cleavage. Wow, you're already seducing me? Fang Ming had to admit that he was a little tempted. After all, she is a goddess. He just smiled and replied good night before putting his phone away. The night passed. Fang Ming continued to order and receive takeout food, and today he spent another 60,000 yuan. He finished work in the afternoon and went to the gym to train. Since he had signed up for a personal trainer, Lu Yushi naturally had to give him a lesson. Today, Lu Ichi was even more enthusiastic. Because she had confirmed another fact, Fang Ming didn't even care about Cheng Tianhua. What does this mean? Fang Ming, or rather the forces behind him, can even crush Cheng Tianhua in terms of financial resources. Otherwise, why would Fang Ming not take Cheng Tianhua seriously? In Lu Yuchi's eyes, Fang Ming is not only a golden son-in-law, but also the best golden son-in-law. For her, who is determined to marry into a wealthy family, is there a better target than Fang Ming? Now that she has set her sights on him, she will take the initiative and go for it. Fang Ming knew that she had misunderstood. He really didn't take Cheng Tianhua seriously because in a few days, all the wealth would be reshuffled. Cheng Tianhua? He's nothing. But if you've misunderstood, then so be it. I'm not in a position to explain, and I don't want to. In the evening, Fang Ming left the gym. It is impossible to develop 8-pack abs in a few days, no matter how hard you work. As soon as he got home, he received a message from Lu Yushi. Please treat me to dinner tonight. Fang Ming laughed. This woman really is decisive once she has set her sights on a target. He was somewhat impressed. I'm busy today. How about another day? He replied. Mr. Fang, is your some other day a serious offer? Lu Yushi replied quickly. It must be something improper, otherwise I would have used another day. I didn't expect Lu Yushi to not only be beautiful and have a perfect body, but also be able to respond to a joke. Not bad, not bad. He liked her even more. Fang Ming just smiled and put his phone aside without replying to her. For the next 3 days, Fang Ming would order takeout and go to the gym every day. Before he knew it, it was May 14th. Tomorrow, the global catastrophe will begin. Chapter 6, Dinner Together. Fang Ming has run out of money. He was content and satisfied. Looking at the mountains of supplies in the alternate space, he felt even better. In this life, he will live better than anyone else. He came back from the gym, took a hot shower, and just sat down when he received a WeChat message on his phone. From Lu Yushi. Busy person, are you free to take me out to dinner tonight? Fang Ming thought about it for a moment, then smiled and sent a message, yes. A little later, Lu Yushi sent a string of exclamation marks, and then said, oh my god, did I see things wrong? You actually said yes? She had mentioned it several times before, but Fong Ming had always found some excuse to turn her down. Come to my place, I'll cook for you myself. Fong Ming didn't pay attention to her teasing and decided on a date. Okay, I'll get off work at 6:30 and be there at 7 o'clock sharp. Lu Yushi replied. Fong Ming put away her phone and didn't pay any more attention. At 7 p.m., the doorbell rang. Fong Ming walked to the door and looked through the peephole. It was Lu Yuchi, the ultimate goddess, wearing a bright red dress that made her look even more glamorous. Fong Ming smiled and opened the door. Welcome. Alas, you are a big family, it is not easy to come in. Lu Yushi joked, holding a bottle of champagne in her hand. Here, a gift. Although she doesn't hide her desire to marry into a wealthy family, she is also trying to maintain her independence and equality, which is actually quite contradictory. This woman must have a story, right? Fong Ming led her into the dining room, where he had prepared a sumptuous meal. Did you really make this? Lu Yushi's face was full of disbelief. No. Fong Ming smiled. Lu Yushi looked at it carefully and said, this is the crispy chicken from Ju Yuan restaurant. No, they never deliver their dishes. Fong Ming smiled lightly. As long as the money is paid in full, what rules can't be broken? In fact, the dishes on this table really came from Ju Yuan Lu, and they really don't deliver, but Fong Ming can go to their home and order a table of dishes to be directly transported to the other space. Now he can brag about it. Lu Yuchi naturally couldn't know the whole story, and she was really scared. For Ju Yuan to make an exception and deliver the dishes, Fong Ming must be more than just rich. He must also have considerable power. This is the best son-in-law. She sat down happily, and Fong Ming opened the champagne. The two of them drank and ate while eating, but champagne and Chinese food was a bit strange, so they quickly gave up drinking and focused on eating. Lu Yushi asked casually, Mr. Fong, is this the house you rent? In her opinion, Fong Ming must be a super rich second generation, so how could he live in such an ordinary house? He must be a pioneer sent by the family to test him, and even make him start from scratch, so that he will be qualified to inherit the family property in the future. She has a great imagination. Fong Ming shook his head. This is my home. What? Lu Yushi couldn't believe it. You're a rich second generation, and you don't even care about Cheng Tianhua, but you actually live in such a normal place? Oh, I see. Fong Ming must be low-key and deliberately bought such a very ordinary house. Yes, that must be it. She thought she had figured it out, so she didn't pursue the topic any further, otherwise Fong Ming would have been too lazy to make up a story to lie to her. After they had eaten, they sat on the sofa watching TV, sipping champagne. Fong Ming looked at this exquisite beauty, who was leaning back on the sofa, her domineering body clearly bent. Taking advantage of the slight intoxication, he leaned over. But although Lu Yushi was slightly drunk, she immediately turned her face away and smiled, so eager? Ha ha. Fong Ming did not deny it, but just smiled. Come with me tomorrow to get your license, and you can have me tomorrow. The woman leaned into Fong Ming's ear and said in a voice that was both seductive and heart-grabbing. Fong Ming was not that eager. He smiled and sat up straight. Why are you so eager to marry into a wealthy family? Do you want to hear a story? Lu Yushi smiled and shook her head. You probably aren't interested. But my story isn't long. When I was little, my family was poor and my parents often fought. Later, they divorced and my mother took me to work as a maid for a rich man. At first I didn't know, and I thought my stepfather was a nice person. He never hit me or scolded me, and he even brought me delicious snacks and nice clothes. Later, his wife came looking for him, took some relatives with her, beat my mother up, stripped her naked, and paraded her around the neighborhood. Lu Yushi looked calm, as if she was talking about something completely unrelated to her. After that, I swore that, first, I would never be a mistress, and second, I would be richer than that couple. But I was stupid. Although I got into college, it wasn't a prestigious school, and I couldn't find a good job after I graduated. Fortunately, I inherited my mother's looks and my father's height, and I had always exercised, so I had a good figure. It wasn't hard to find a job related to fitness. Working in a gym is just a way to hook up with a rich second-generation heir. The result? She shook her head. They all wanted to devour me alive, but each one was willing to give me a large sum of money to be their mistress. But did they want to marry me? Not one of them. She was very honest and didn't hide anything. Fang Ming was silent for a moment, then raised his glass and said, "This fucked up world." "Yes, a fucked up world." Lu Yuqi clinked glasses with him and finished the drink in one gulp. A bunch of smelly men, all thinking only about the pleasure of their lower bodies. You're a little drunk. Lu Yuqi. Lu Yuqi. Fang Ming cried out, as if the woman was drunk. She actually fell asleep. He shook his head and thought to himself, "You have a big heart. You actually dared to fall asleep in a stranger's house. Aren't you afraid of meeting a beast?" He went into the room and found a blanket, but just as he was about to put it on Lu Yuqi, he saw that the woman was actually looking at him with her eyes open. "You're not supposed to scare people like that." Fang Ming laughed. He had a big heart, which he had cultivated in his previous life. He was only slightly surprised, but not scared at all. Lu Yuqi smiled. "Do you really think I'm drunk?" Fang Ming also laughed, but didn't say anything. "I have a very good tolerance for alcohol." Lu Yuqi said, "I had no choice but to drink to get rid of him. Otherwise, I would have been taken advantage of by a bad man long ago. Now I wouldn't be struggling to hold on, I would have already been taken care of by someone." "Ha! This woman seems to be complaining, but in fact she is sending a very important message to Fang Ming. I am still a virgin." What a clever woman! This statement is both a plea for sympathy and a demonstration of her innocence. Fang Ming smiled. "Fortunately, I didn't want to do anything just now." "Fortunately you didn't." Lu Yuqi nodded. "Besides being a yoga instructor, I also practice Xingyi Quan, and I'm very good at fighting." She even raised her fist, with a smile on her face that said, "I can beat you to death with one punch." Chapter 7, The First Telepath. Fang Ming smiled and said nothing. "You only learned boxing, but what about me? In my previous life, I lived in the end times for more than half a year, and I used all kinds of killing techniques. It was either you or me." He was able to survive for more than half a year in the end times because he was more efficient at killing. If he had to fight Lu Yuqi to the death, even with his bare hands, he would have 3 ways to kill the woman in a split second. Xingyi Quan? Ha ha. Well, I should be leaving now. Lu Yuqi stood up. Sure enough, she stood firmly, not a hint of drunkenness. Fang Ming escorted her to the door of the apartment building downstairs. Suddenly, Lu Yuqi turned around and leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. "Fang Ming, you are a good person." Fang Ming subconsciously wanted to hide. This had become an instinct, not letting others get so close, but immediately reacted, forcing himself to stay still. Then he watched Lu Yuqi walk away with her 2 long legs, and he couldn't help but show a strange expression. He is a good person? "I'm not a good person, I just try not to be a bad person," he said to himself. He went back inside, tidied up the table, watched some TV, and when it was 10 o'clock, he went to bed. But he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. At almost 12 o'clock, he sat up straight. 2 minutes later, the disaster would suddenly occur. The poles will reverse, the glaciers will melt rapidly, the sea level will rise by more than 60 meters within 3 days, ancient viruses and unknown radiation will spread throughout the world, all electronic devices will become inoperable, and the first group of superhumans will appear. In his previous life, he naturally knew nothing about it. When he woke up the next day, he found that his mind was still connected to an alternate space. He was first shocked and then overjoyed, thinking that he had become the chosen one. It took him a long time to brush his teeth, but there was no water coming out of the faucet. The electricity was also gone. He picked up his phone to see if there was any relevant notice about the water and power outage, but the phone wouldn't turn on. At this point, he went to the window to take a look. He was dumbfounded. What is it outside? It was a flooded country, all the streets were flooded, and the cars were all boats. It wasn't even raining, but the water level was still rising. Fang Ming shook his head and sighed. He was ready for this life. Evolution, come on. Pop. The phone suddenly flashed with a burst of sparks, and then it wouldn't turn on. Fang Ming didn't need to try to find out that the TV, refrigerator, air conditioner, etc. were also useless at the same time. As long as the chip is used in the electrical appliance, no matter how advanced or backward it is, it will be scrapped. Fang Ming didn't care at all. There were several computers in the other dimension, as well as a mobile hard drive full of movies, variety shows, TV series, and various games. He definitely didn't have to worry about not having any entertainment after the end of the world. Evolution should have begun. Fang Ming suddenly felt a tremor in his body, as if something had changed. Have I evolved? What new superpower have I gained? Fang Ming carefully felt it. Strength? No change. Speed? No change. So I can make fireballs? No. Ice spears? No. What's going on? Fang Ming continued to try, but he could neither control metal nor manipulate mud and stones, nor did he have the ability to heal, emit light, spray mist, or release poisonous gas. In just over 10 minutes, Fang Ming tried all the superpowers he knew. But, nothing. Could it be that I didn't awaken this time? This is fine, after all, I can still rely on the corpse pearls to achieve postnatal evolution. But what if? Fang Ming shuddered, fearing that in this life he had awakened his spatial ability. Because he already had a different space, naturally nothing would change. If that's the case, then what's the point of my rebirth? Fang Ming was about to go crazy. He had deliberately stayed in Suzhou and not gone to the inland areas in advance, in order to gain new superpowers and then pick up a wave of evolution fluid, so that he would not lose to the famous strongmen of the previous life at the starting point, and even surpass them. But if he still only has the ability to control his inner space, then what good is all the work he has done? From now on, I won't leave Sioux City. I'll just live out my days here. I have enough supplies anyway, so I'm not afraid of starving or dying of thirst. I can even play games every day. I can play a single-player game for 50 years. Fang Ming could only comfort himself in this way. He fell onto the bed, feeling his mind empty and completely devoid of any thoughts. At this moment, he felt like a walking corpse. In the middle of the night. Bang, the sound of the door being violently broken open. Fang Ming was so alert that he slept lightly, and the slightest noise would wake him up. He got up at once, but instead of rushing out to check, he hid behind the cupboard and took out a compound bow. This is the weapon on the surface, and the real killer move is the space door he opened next to the bedroom door. The intruder appeared. A woman, but her face was covered, and she was wearing a veil. Even though she was wearing 3 layers of it, Fang Ming could still vaguely see her face. Zhao Lina. But something's wrong. This woman is arrogant and fierce, but how could she break in like a special forces soldier? Unless she has evolved and become a superhuman. So, this arrogant and domineering woman broke in the middle of the night to get back at him for the other day. Fang Ming was disappointed that this woman had evolved. After being reborn, he had no other advantages except for the ability to see into the future for more than half a year. Damn it! You son of a bitch, you actually beat my black eye into a serious injury. Zhao Lina also had no intention of concealing her identity in front of him. Her face was full of resentment. I never thought that I would suddenly have magical powers. I'm going to kill you. Then why did she cover her face? She just didn't want to be photographed by the surveillance cameras. If you say this woman is stupid, she still knows to cover her face. But if you say she is smart, if she really kills Fang Ming, then because of the conflict they had the other day, she will almost immediately be listed as a suspect by the police. As long as they compare the killer's body type in the surveillance footage, it will be almost impossible to lock her in. Of course, from now on, social order will begin to collapse. Even if she kills someone, the police won't come to arrest her tomorrow. How would they catch her? The roads are flooded, all electronic devices are out of order, and no one would even report it. But she doesn't know this, so she can only say that this woman is both stupid and a little clever. Let me show you my strength. Zhao Lina was extremely proud. With one hand holding the table leg, she lifted the solid wood chair, which weighed several hundred kilograms, over her head with a slight lift. How much strength does it take? A strength-type evolved being. Fang Ming immediately thought to himself, this was the most common in the previous life, but the development of supernormal abilities to the extreme, there are also people like Situ Yuan, who are respected as the god of strength and are one of the strongest humans. Fang Ming remained calm. This was the beginning of the end of the world. His otherworldly space was still extremely lethal, not losing to any other supernormal ability user. However, there is no possibility of evolution. After others have made great progress, he will not be able to. However, to kill this stupid woman, he didn't even need to use his other dimension. He just raised his hand and shot an arrow. Chapter 8: Acquiring Superpowers. Fong Ming had been using a compound bow for half a year in his previous life, so there was no doubt about his accuracy. He would never shoot an eye instead of a nose. Zhaolina didn't even make a move to dodge, and the arrow had already pierced her left eye, going straight to the feather. Her brain was shot to pieces, and she didn't die? Fong Ming retracted the arrow and sneered. What a stupid woman. Now that the first batch of superhumans have just successfully evolved, although they have indeed gained powerful strength immediately, compared to ordinary people, they have not yet reached an outrageous level. For example, Fong Ming could kill a large number of supernormal people if he had a gun in his hand. It's only the first day, and the superpowers have not been well developed or trained. Even Zhaolina, who had no experience in fighting or killing, didn't react at all to the arrow. Fong Ming was ready to shoot another arrow. She was too weak, and was killed by a single arrow. Fong Ming walked over and put his hand on Zhaolina's body, intending to put the corpse into the different space. He couldn't just leave it lying on the ground. However, a wave of heat suddenly surged from Zhaolina's body. Fong Ming was shocked, and his first reaction was that Zhaolina was faking her death. He immediately let go and entered the alternate space. Although he couldn't run away once he entered the other dimension, he had at least 10 minutes to think of a solution. Besides, how many people would foolishly stay in the same place waiting for him to reappear after a living person suddenly and mysteriously disappeared? No. Fong Ming immediately felt the heat surging through his body, and as the heat passed through, his body underwent changes. Bone density, muscle density, and hemoglobin were all rapidly increasing. He was even about to faint. No good. Fong Ming hurriedly came out of the other dimension. He saw Zhaolina still lying on top of him, but when he touched her, she disappeared again. She was definitely dead. Because a living person cannot be absorbed by him, they must run in themselves. Boom! Fong Ming felt his head about to explode, and he couldn't hold on any longer. He fainted. He woke up. Fong Ming sat up abruptly and quickly assumed a defensive position. Looking out the window, it was still dark. I must not have been out for long. He picked up a purely mechanical watch from the bedside table and looked at it. It was 2:22. So, he had been unconscious for about half an hour. Fong Ming felt thirsty and took a bottle of mineral water from the other dimension. But as soon as he held it in his hand, it burst in his hand. What kind of quality is this? Fong Ming just complained about it and then suddenly froze. No, it's not the quality of the bottle, it's just that. Fong Ming showed signs of excitement, rushed to the bed, grabbed the edge of the bed and lifted it. With ease, he lifted the entire bed. With one hand, it was as if he was holding nothing. I've evolved. I have superpowers. Fong Ming was almost in tears. In his previous life, he had the ability to manipulate space, but he could only bully people and was always the sixth in line. Later, he couldn't even bully people, and he could only be a warehouse manager. He was tired of being bullied and looked down upon, but now he could finally be proud of himself. He has superpowers. No, shouldn't this be Zhaolina's power? How did it end up in me? How could such a thing happen? Just as he had killed a power-type psychic, he suddenly evolved a power-type psychic ability. There is only one possibility. This ability originally belonged to Zhaolin, and now it has been transferred to him. The warm current. Fong Ming immediately remembered that it was that warm current that had caused him to change like this. But I wasn't without contact with supernaturals in my previous life, whether it was the first batch of naturally evolved people or those who evolved later with corpse pearls. Why didn't this happen? Is it because this is the first day, and Zhaolin has just evolved her superpowers, and they are not yet stable? This guess sounds ridiculous. There is another possibility. Fong Ming's eyes lit up, and his body even trembled a little. Actually, I have also evolved a second ability, which is plunder. The ability to plunder the abilities of other superpowered people. So, when I first evolved, I didn't feel any difference. It wasn't until I killed Zhaolina and touched her corpse that the ability to plunder was activated and I gained her ability. This guess is very reliable. It's very simple to confirm this. Just kill another mutant and see if you can obtain the other person's ability. From today on, there will be plenty of opportunities like this. There are almost 7 billion people in the world. Even if only 1% of them can evolve, that's still a terrifying 70 million. There are 5 million people in the main city of Sioux City, which means there are 500,000 supernormal people. There may be more than a dozen in their neighborhood. But the probability of this is that if you look at the whole 50%, it is 50%, but if you look at the individual, some people may flip a coin 10 times in a row. So, there may be no more supernormal people in this community, but there may be dozens more. Fong Ming tried out his new abilities and couldn't help but be overjoyed. In fact, he really had to thank Xiaolina's vicious dog. If it hadn't attacked him like a madman the other day, causing him to become enemies with Xiaolina, would this woman have come looking for trouble with him after her evolution was successful? If he hadn't used his ability to plunder, and if it really was just because it was the first day and his ability could be transferred, he would have missed a huge opportunity. Fong Ming walked to the window. It was already dark outside, and all the street lights and light strips were not working. With the help of the moonlight, Fong Ming faintly saw that there were already traces of water on the street. It was still shallow, but if he looked again in the morning, it might be a meter deep and still rising. The end is still coming. Fong Ming was both excited and depressed. If he could, he would rather the memory of the end of the world was just a dream. But he immediately pulled himself together. Instead of going back to sleep, he went to fix the door. The lock had been destroyed by Zelina with terrifying force, but the entire structure of the door was still there. There was a lock in his otherworldly space. He became a locksmith and, with the light of a flashlight, quickly replaced the lock. After all this, he released 3 refrigerators from the other dimension, blocking the door and the passage, so that he could sleep peacefully. Strangely, Fong Ming fell asleep immediately. In the morning, Fong Ming was awakened by a series of screams. He didn't try the appliances, there was no need to, they were all out of order, but calmly went to brush his teeth. There was plenty of clean water in the other dimension, so he brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went to the window and looked out. The streets were all flooded. However, the water was only 1 meter deep, so even a small car wouldn't be completely submerged. But when he looked out the window, he couldn't see a single street. The water, electricity and gas were all cut off, the phone lines were dead, and the mobile phones were not working. Who wouldn't panic? At this moment, it felt like the end of the world. Chapter 9, The King's Opening Move. Fong Ming remembered that on the first day of the apocalypse, everyone thought that the flood would pass quickly, so no one dared to do anything out of the ordinary. However, on the second day, many people began to raise prices, selling instant noodles for hundreds of dollars. On the third day, some people could not produce cash and had to use gold and silver jewelry to exchange for food. However, by this time, the water level had risen to about 10 meters, and everything below the 4th floor was flooded. The residents of the lower floors could only squeeze into the top few floors. Seeing that the water level was still rising, and with despair looming, who would still follow the rules? Grab. The strong survive, and the weak? They were thrown out to fend for themselves. Fong Ming was too kind in his previous life, taking in so many neighbors. As a result, they pushed him out of the window while saying thank you, so that there would be one less person to share the food. This time, I'm going to kill these animals one by one. Fong Ming clenched his fists, his eyes full of murderous intent. He put away the refrigerator blocking the door, walked out, and held a kayak in his hands. He closed the door and walked down the stairs to the 1st floor. Many people were gathered around watching, and the water level was rising a little bit every minute. These onlookers were like children who were bored watching ants, and they kept sighing and exclaiming from time to time. Make way. Fong Ming walked over. Seeing Fong Ming holding a kayak, everyone was stunned. You are well prepared. Great, Fong Ming, you even have a kayak. Yes, you should hurry to the city hall. Our phones are all broken, we can't make calls, and the electricity is out. We have no idea what's going on. Go to the government and ask what's going on with the flood. Has the Yangtze River burst its banks? How long will the flood last? I have to go to work. My child is about to take the college entrance exam. Everyone is talking at once. Fong Ming smiled lightly. Okay, I'll ask for everyone. Too lazy to argue with them, Fong Ming walked down the stairs and waded through the water to the door, but the door to the apartment building was closed. It would take a lot of strength to open the door in the half-submerged water. Fortunately, this did not pose a problem for Fong Ming. He just happened to have superhuman strength. After a night, his power seemed to have increased a little. Fong Ming nodded to himself. In his previous life, he had heard other supernormal people say that the first 3 days after evolution were a period of rapid improvement. Even if you didn't do anything, your supernormal ability would improve rapidly. After 3 days, the supernormal ability would stabilize and could only be slowly improved through training. However, there is one thing that can keep the superpower from slowing down: evolutionary fluid. This is also what Fong Ming is looking for now. At this moment, everyone is in a panic. Who would go out? Even if they did, who would know that the special liquid that glowed with a rainbow of colors in the water and did not dissolve in the seawater was evolution fluid? Fong Ming must hurry and collect as much as possible while no one knows it is evolution fluid. He wants to be at the forefront of evolution. Out the door, Fong Ming, in the midst of everyone's anticipation, got into the kayak and started paddling. In fact, using a kayak requires a lot of skill and physical strength. Fong Ming didn't lack physical strength, but he lacked technique, so at first he just circled around in place, but soon he got the hang of it and the kayak shot out, riding the wind and waves. Fong Ming would never neglect the obvious, so he first circled the neighborhood to see if there was any evolution fluid. Unfortunately, there was none. At this point, he adjusted the kayak and headed outside the community. 18th floor, room 402. Lu Yuqi was bored and was looking out the window. The water was so high that she couldn't possibly go to work, and calling in sick was out of the question because her phone was broken. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She saw a kayak. The key point was that the person in the kayak was someone she knew. Fong Ming. While everyone else is stuck at home, he actually has a means of transportation to get around? He is truly a top-notch rich kid, with everything he needs at home. She quickly opened the window, waved frantically at Fong Ming and shouted, but the noise outside was so loud that her voice was drowned out in the din. So, she could only watch Fong Ming leave in disappointment. Fong Ming actually heard Lu Yuqi's shouts, but he pretended not to hear them. If she hadn't experienced despair, she would still be stuck in her high and mighty attitude. Fong Ming would let her go hungry for a few days before showing up. At that time, she would fully understand the preciousness of a piece of bread, and would she still be able to hold out? If you want to live, I can give you food, but you have to pay the price. It's that simple. Fong Ming didn't want to fall in love. He wouldn't trust anyone in this life. What if Lu Yuqi refuses to give in? I admire you. But I'm sorry, goodbye. Fong Ming despises force, but he can't be a lapdog. When the boat left the residential area, all he could see were fish with their white bellies exposed. The dead shrimp and crab can't float, they're all sinking. These fish did not die because of an ancient virus, but because they could not adapt to the sudden change in the water environment, which became salty and diluted. And they will become zombie fish in nearly a month, come back to life after death, and even grow legs and climb onto land. Fong Ming did not kill these dead fish, but rather let them die in advance. There were too many of them, and he could not possibly kill even one in 100 million. Besides, he didn't have the time. Fong Ming rode and rode, his abundant physical strength allowing him to move forward almost tirelessly. On the way, some people took the risk of wading through the water, wearing swimming rings. They would not be in danger of life for a short time, but the water was actually very fast. It was 1 meter deep, and it was easy to be washed away, so it was still very dangerous. Fong Ming dared to come out like this because he had a reason to come out and because he was confident and capable. He shook his head and didn't bother to meddle in other people's business. In the end times, it is most taboo to meddle in other people's business. In a corner, Fong Ming thought for a moment and released a motorboat from another dimension. It was a very simple one, without even a canopy, but all Fong Ming needed was the speed of the motorboat. He changed his shotgun for a cannon and set the motorboat in motion to continue moving forward. Half an hour later, he saw colorful light flashing in front of him. Evolutionary fluid. He was overjoyed. He quickly drove over, and sure enough, there was a mass of liquid in the sea that did not fit in with the rest, emitting a colorful light, which was very magical. Fong Ming took out the basin he had prepared long ago, poured the evolution fluid and seawater together, and directly collected it into the different space. He is still evolving rapidly, so taking evolution fluid is a complete waste. It cannot be stacked. Therefore, he will not take the evolution liquid until 3 days later. Continue to look. He didn't go back for a whole day, just looking for the evolution fluid. And his efforts were richly rewarded. By the evening, he had harvested 4 servings of evolution fluid. One evolution potion can give a person 1 day of high-speed evolution, and since the superhuman has a 3-day high-speed improvement period at the beginning, Fang Ming can be twice as strong as other superhumans with just 3 evolution potions. Of course, this will only happen 6 days later. This life, Wang Jia is starting off with a bang. Chapter 10, Moral Blackmail. Fang Ming returned to the residential area. Outside the community, he took out the kayak again and put away the motorboat. At this point, the water level had risen by more than 1 meter. Today, you can still walk through the apartment building's main entrance, but tomorrow, it won't be possible, and the main entrance will definitely be flooded. What should I do? Just jump out of the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor will be flooded the day after tomorrow, so jump from the 3rd floor. It's almost a day's worth of flooding. After 20 days, the water reached the 20th floor and stopped rising. But a few days later, the zombies also appeared, giving people no chance to catch their breath. Lu Yushi was always by the window, and when she saw Fang Ming coming back, she waved her hand excitedly. However, Fang Ming still didn't notice her. She was so anxious. Because there wasn't much food or water in the house, even if she used it sparingly, it would be used up in 2 days, and she would be hungry. Should she go straight to Fang Ming? But if she went to him, would he want to have sex with her? Could she refuse? Oh, if she goes to him and he touches her, isn't that the same as having sex with him? Although Lu Yuchi was full of worries about tomorrow, she also had expectations. The country would definitely come to the rescue, right? Fang Ming had to make an effort to get into the apartment building. The water level was almost at the top of the door, so he had to force the kayak into the water. He also entered the door from under the water. Then, he pushed the kayak to the stairs and floated up. Suddenly, flashlights shone over. They were all neighbors from this building. Fang Ming, what's going on? They all asked, full of expectation. Fang Ming shook his head. No one was going to work anymore. It seemed that everyone was going to have to fend for themselves. This is the truth. Now, any functional organization is paralyzed. What? The people couldn't believe it, and they didn't want to believe it. If no one is working, who will save them? Look at the water level, it's almost flooded the 1st floor. And the water, electricity, and gas are cut off. How can they survive? How long can they last? You're lying. Right, how could the government not care about the people? You're just trying to scare us. Oh, I see. Are you trying to scare us away so you can steal our belongings? You're so young, how can you be so vicious? Everyone is saying that Fang Ming is deliberately trying to scare people, and his intentions are despicable. Fang Ming laughed and ignored them, carrying the kayak upstairs. As he left, the others stopped staring at the water and went back to their homes. Fortunately, the 1st floor of this residential area is an open-air floor, used only for parking electric cars, so no one's home was flooded today, but what about tomorrow? The residents on the 2nd floor are already negotiating and communicating with the residents upstairs. Judging from the rising water level, it is obviously not going to stop. At night, smoke could be seen rising from many households. What if the power and gas are cut off? They burn furniture. Isn't that how our ancestors made fire? That night, it was destined to be an extremely difficult night for every household. Only Fang Ming was an exception. This is the world he is familiar with and used to. The previous prosperity and peace seemed like an unrealistic dream. Now that the dream has ended, he has returned to reality, but it is indescribably reassuring. He took out a takeaway. There was fish, meat, and vegetables. After a hearty meal, he also ate an apple and 2 durian, and then began to exercise. He did push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups without any equipment, got a good sweat going, then took a shower. TSK, 8-pack abs. He didn't get 8-pack abs from exercising, but after evolving his superpowers, he suddenly achieved his goal. The water has stopped? No problem, there are plenty of them in the alternate dimension. He put on a pair of large underpants, blocked the door, and then went to bed to rest. It's a pity that communication has been cut off, otherwise he could have chatted with Lu Yushi. This woman should be very scared by now. Forget it, women are just a distraction. The most important thing now is to improve my strength. I wonder if I'll encounter a psychic tomorrow. Fong Ming fell asleep thinking about it. Very solid. He woke up. The end of the world, day 2. Fong Ming stretched and washed up as usual before eating breakfast. The breakfast was of course also very rich, and only after eating enough can you have the strength to work. After tidying up, he took out his kayak and went down the stairs. Fong Ming, Fong Ming. He didn't expect to find a bunch of people waiting for him on the second floor. What's the matter? Fong Ming asked indifferently. Well, you go and buy some food for me. I'll pay you a lot of money, said one of the men. I need medicine. I want fruit. The group of people kept talking without realizing that Fong Ming had not agreed to anything and kept talking to himself. But after a while, someone finally realized something was wrong and said, Fong Ming, why don't you take notes? Right. The others nodded in agreement. How can you remember all that we've said? If you forget even one thing, it's our loss. Fong Ming laughed. I didn't promise you anything, why are you so excited? What? Everyone's faces changed. Fong Ming, you're wrong to say that. Yes, we are all neighbors. Shouldn't we help each other? You're the only one with a boat, so it's only right to help your neighbors out. Besides, we're not asking you to help us for free. We'll pay you. They all accused him, as if Fong Ming was a terrible person if he didn't agree. Fong Ming couldn't help but say, in my previous life, I was soft-hearted and let some of you animals into my home. As a result, I was pushed out the window by you, fell into the water, and was almost drowned by the waves. If he didn't have a personal space, he would definitely have died. This time I won't kill you easily, but I will let you taste despair before killing you one by one. Shut up, all of you. Fong Ming roared, I'm not your father, why should I help you? If you want those supplies, go get them yourself. If you don't have a boat, why don't you find a swimming ring? If you really can't, you can even use the cabinet as a boat. You're just afraid of taking risks, aren't you? The waves are so big outside, you're afraid you'll drown if you're not careful. So, your lives are precious, but mine is worthless, right? Get out of here, or I'll kill you. He looked at everyone with a fierce expression. He had the power of telekinesis and had evolved at a high speed for a day. Even without using the spacetime continuum, he could easily kill all these dozen people. These people looked at each other, all angry. Because Fong Ming had exposed their true colors. Is there really no way for them to get out? Of course there is. Fong Ming saw many people pushing wooden tubs and wearing swimming rings yesterday. These people can go out and take risks, but you can't? Oh, who's spoiling you? An old man stood up and said, Fong Ming, I'm so old now, do you really think I should go out to buy food? This is moral blackmail. Fong Ming laughed heartily, Mr. Lin, you are indeed quite old, but I am not obliged to support you. Besides, you have a son, and your son lives with you, right? Why, can't your son go out? Grandpa Lin immediately turned red in the face and was speechless. What about me? An old lady stood up and said, my son and daughter-in-law have both left the country, leaving me and my grandson. He's only 13, so you wouldn't let a child that young go out on his own, would you? Your grandson? Fong Ming thought about it and felt sick. This is Auntie Zhang. It's true that her son and daughter-in-law have gone abroad to work. Whenever she talks about it, she looks so smug and superior, as if she's better than everyone else because she's gone abroad. And Zhang's grandson? Well, don't look at him, he's only 13, but he's already grown up well. He's at least 165 centimeters tall. He's been complained about several times. He hides in the garage and follows female owners all the way, sometimes even rushing up to touch their asses or breasts. He's not like a child at all. The property management company called the police, but the police had no way of dealing with a 13-year-old, so they could only criticize and educate Zhang Dama to be stricter with her grandson. The result was that Zhang Dama was reluctant to even raise her voice at her precious grandson, let alone discipline him or educate him. Let your son and daughter-in-law come back, Fong Ming said with a sneer. Chapter 11, Get a Gun. Listen, what kind of words are these? What do you mean by calling my son and daughter-in-law back? How do you notify them? And the outside is flooded so badly, even if my son and daughter-in-law return to China, how will they get home? It's none of your business when my son and daughter-in-law will be back, Mrs. Zhang said with a stern face. Fang Ming snorted, why should I care about your family's affairs? Zhang Dama was speechless. Come on, do you want to fight? I'll kill you all. Fang Ming is not afraid of a war of words or a fight. These neighbors are all heartless. In his previous life, he had seen through them at the cost of almost dying. This time, you still want to take advantage of my kindness? Sorry, I don't have any more kindness left. Get out of my way. Fang Ming pushed the people away and smashed the window of the second floor with the kayak. It was just big enough to fit the kayak through, so he climbed out and jumped into the water before climbing back into the kayak. Let's go. Seeing Fang Ming leave so gracefully, Zhang and the others could not hide their hatred. What should we do now? Since he's not going to get supplies for us, let's just take his kayak. Yes, let him not go either. They immediately reached a consensus and waited for Fang Ming at the same place. As soon as he returned, they would immediately take the kayak from him and force him to help them get supplies. Otherwise, we'll all starve and die of thirst, and no one will get off easy. This time, Fang Ming did not go around the neighborhood again, but went straight out. Fang Ming! Lu Yushi shouted from the window, but Fang Ming still didn't turn around. She looked at the little food left in the house and the water level that was approaching the fourth floor, and suddenly made a decision. Fang Ming left the community. He changed to a motorboat. He walked in the opposite direction from yesterday. In the next few days, he would center on the residential area and continuously radiate outwards, searching as much of the area as possible to obtain as much evolution fluid as possible. In the morning, he collected 3 samples of evolution fluid. A big harvest. However, there were also quite a few human corpses floating on the water. These people must have gone out to collect supplies yesterday, but drowned for various reasons. Rest in peace. Fang Ming said quietly, then continued to search. The water is already nearly 5 meters deep, which is enough for many boats to pass through, and now the sea has flooded most of the second floor of most buildings. On some shorter buildings, many people have climbed onto the roofs, either using their clothes to spell out SOS, or waving directly to passers-by for help. There are more than just Fang Ming outside now. Just like yesterday, there are many people wearing swimming rings, life jackets, or carrying a wooden basin. But unlike yesterday, today's feet can't touch the ground, and they can only swim. They can't swim very fast, and they can't swim more than a few kilometers an hour. It's also very exhausting. Fang Ming naturally did not have a heart of compassion and did not bother to help those who were calling for help. Even if he did, how many people could a small motorboat possibly carry? Besides, would the people he rescued suddenly turn on him and push him off the boat? It's very likely. Fang Ming was only searching for the evolution fluid, which was the hope of mankind. A month later, the zombies appeared, and this was the real catastrophe. If the evolution rate of human superpowers was not faster than that of the zombies, then the human race would be wiped out by the zombies. On the other hand, there was hope that humans could wipe out the zombies and remake the world. Therefore, in the long run, Fang Ming's focus on collecting evolution fluid is the most correct approach. Moreover, there is only 1 month to collect the evolution fluid. After that, even if the evolution fluid is not taken away by people, it will no longer glow and will be assimilated by the seawater, so it will be useless. 4th. The 5th. Fang Ming smiled. So far, his harvest has already exceeded yesterday's. But looking at the watch, it was still not 3 o'clock. Continue. After traveling for a while, Fang Ming suddenly slowed down. Because ahead is the security bureau. The police station only has 2 floors, so it is now completely flooded with water. Even if there were people on duty before, they have either been evacuated or are now dead inside. Should we get some guns and bullets? In the early days of the apocalypse, guns are still extremely effective deterrents, even against supernaturals. Let's do it. It's worth the time wasted. Fang Ming took out his diving suit and oxygen tank. He had previously looted so many hypermarkets and supermarkets, some of which even sold diving equipment, so everything was cheap for Fang Ming. He took the motorboat and immediately fell into the water. It's okay, he can swim, and you don't have to be able to swim to dive. He entered directly through the door at the bottom, and the waterproof light on his forehead was turned on, allowing him to see clearly. Because he was underwater, he moved very slowly, searching room by room. It took him half an hour to finally find the vault. The guns and ammunition must be in the vault. Safe. Is this difficult for Fong Ming? No. He took out the underwater cutting gun and started operating it. After another half hour, he smiled and put away the cutting gun. Then he pushed hard and the vault door slowly opened, and a large amount of water poured in. The waterproofing here is good. It's been more than a day, but the vault is not even half full of water. This is great. Fong Ming quickly climbed in, quickly put away the gun hanging on the wall, and the large number of bullets on the table. It wasn't a waste of time. Fong Ming was overjoyed. He exited the vault, swam out of the security office, and then released the motorboat again. He climbed back on. This was a piece of cake for his amazing physical strength. He had a gun. What's the key? He only got a little wet when the door opened and water poured in, but he wasn't soaked in water the whole time, so the guns and the large amount of bullets should be fine. It took a total of 1 hour, but it was worth it. Fong Ming took off his wet clothes and put on a fresh new set of clothes. He could wear a new set of clothes every day until he died. Okay, let's continue looking for the evolution fluid. The gun can only be effective for a short time, but in the long term? Naturally, it's supernatural powers. We must not put the cart before the horse. The 6th. The 7th. Today's harvest is far greater than yesterday. However, it was already past 5 o'clock, and Fong Ming thought about it and decided to go back. Of course, he couldn't go back the same way, so he could continue searching for the evolution fluid on the way. Whoosh! Suddenly, a feathered arrow shot over, fast, sharp, and accurate. However, Fong Ming's reaction was not bad. He opened the door to the other dimension as soon as possible, and the arrow was collected inside. At the same time, he reached out and made a grabbing gesture, and the next moment the arrow appeared in his hand, as if he were the Shichang's Yu Tian, catching the arrow with one hand. That was a vicious shot, aimed to kill him. Fong Ming looked in the direction the arrow had been shot. Chapter 12, Assault. Not far away, on the roof of a villa, 2 people, a man and a woman, were standing. The arrow was shot by the woman. Because she is now drawing her bow to shoot a second arrow. I'm Tarma. Fong Ming didn't think twice, he took out his pistol and fired a shot at them. However, the 2 people reacted very quickly and immediately moved to the sides when they saw Fong Ming pull out his gun. Fong Ming is not a sharpshooter, and the accuracy of this shot was poor. If he had used a compound bow, the accuracy would have been much higher. After all, he had always used a bow in his previous life. A second arrow flew over. Fong Ming did the same thing and took the arrow away. He immediately steered the boat towards the villa. First, he couldn't swallow this humiliation, and second, he was a skilled archer. Shoot, 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 arrows shot one after another. But what's the point? Fong Ming always kept the space door open in front of him, although the space door would not move with him, and could not leave him too far, or it would disappear on its own, but he could just keep opening the space door in front of him. The motorboat came to a stop against the villa wall, and Fong Ming immediately jumped up and onto the roof, using the wall for cover. My friend, it was a misunderstanding. Just listen to the man laughing. My wife didn't want to shoot you, she just wanted to get your attention. My name is Zhou Zihua, this is my wife Luine, she used to be on the archery team. Okay, since it was a misunderstanding, you can come out and we can talk it over face to face. Fong Ming said. Okay, I'll count to 3, and we'll all come out together, okay? Zhou Zihua said. Okay. Fong Ming agreed, but with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. You used an arrow to attack me, and you expect this couple to keep their word? 1, 2, 3. Fong Ming stood up, and Zhou Zihua also stood up, but his wife didn't. A dart shot from the left. Fong Ming sneered, and suddenly took out a shotgun and fired at the place where the arrow had come from. Why did he show himself? He wanted to provoke the other side into making a move. I only know where you are when you shoot, and it doesn't matter if I'm not very accurate. It doesn't matter if you're not very accurate with a shotgun. You just need to shoot in the general direction. It's area damage. Boom, the sound of a body hitting a wall, followed by a woman's scream. It was so piercing that it pierced the sky. Angela! Fuck! Zhou Zihua was furious, and pointed at Fong Ming, who then saw a fiery red ball heading towards him. It was a fireball. He is a fire-type superpower user. However, because he had just evolved, his fireballs could only travel 3 to 4 meters, so he did not participate in the attack before, but waited for Fong Ming to jump onto the roof of the villa before he started, but he was only a second too late, and his wife had already been seriously injured by Fong Ming. Fong Ming sneered, first absorbed the fireball directly with the spatial portal, and then shot with his hand. Bang! Zhou Zihua did not find cover, so when the shot was fired, he was hit by at least 3 steel balls, one in his shoulder, one in his leg, and the last one in his neck. This injury was fatal, and he sat on the ground with his hands covering his neck. His eyes stared at Fong Ming, full of confusion and hatred, but soon lost their luster. He was dead. Fong Ming ignored him and went to find his wife. He found her. His wife had only been hit by 1 steel ball in her lower abdomen. A large amount of blood had already stained her clothes, and the pain was so great that she could no longer hold the bow, so she dropped it to the side. Fong Ming walked over, kicked the bow away, and then walked up to the woman. He grabbed the woman by the neck and lifted her up. The woman struggled, but to no avail. "Why did you shoot me?" Fong Ming asked. The woman was sweating profusely from the pain and said between clenched teeth, "You have a boat, we need a boat. It's that simple. We need your boat, so we have to kill you." Fong Ming was really angry. He squeezed hard, and the woman's neck was snapped. However, no warm current came. Is this woman not a psychic? Or is it that I am not actually a psychic? We'll find out if we try Zhou Zihua. This guy is definitely a psychic. Fong Ming walked over and put his hand on Zhou Zihua's body. Suddenly, a warm current surged. It works. I really am a looter. Ha, those bastards from my past life, are you ready to die? Boom! The warm current flowed through his body, as if it were transforming his body. It was so fierce and violent that Fong Ming almost fainted from the pain, but he gritted his teeth and held on. He couldn't faint, this was a dangerous outside world. He survived. After half an hour, Fong Ming found that his body had calmed down. Almost as if it were instinct, he raised his hand and, with a whoosh, a fireball shot out, but it only flew about 4 meters before quickly dissipating. Fong Ming laughed heartily, and as he laughed, tears came to his eyes. In his previous life, he had suffered so much humiliation because his supernatural powers were too weak. In this life, he finally got his revenge. He entered the villa and searched it, only to find that the couple were completely fake. They had multiple passports. They must be assassins. The fake couple was trapped here by this sudden disaster. Killers are already lawless, and now they know that no one can punish them, so they killed me in order to take my motorboat. Phew, it's a good thing they didn't have a gun. Fong Ming was sweating profusely. The space gate can easily confiscate bullets, but only if he can detect them and know where they came from. What if someone attacks him from behind? Sorry, he can't do anything about it. Unlike other superheroes, as they continue to evolve, they will have an early warning of danger. The stronger ones can even directly knock bullets away, freeze them, melt them, etc. Heat weapons can't hurt them at all. Fong Ming now has other superpowers, but he has not evolved to the point of being able to neutralize the threat of bullets. Fortunately, this is China, where gun control is very strict. These two assassins could not bring their guns into the country, otherwise he might really be in trouble today. Their target is... Fong Ming was not curious, but when he was looking through the files of these two killers, it fell out of them. A young woman. She was very pretty, not inferior to Liu Yushi, but it was just a passport photo, so he didn't know if she had a great figure or just a flat chest. Qin Wenti. Fong Ming muttered the name on the back of the photo, and for some reason, he put the photo away. He jumped into the motorboat and continued searching for the evolution fluid, heading back. The gods reward those who work hard. Before entering the residential area, he had already harvested his 8th evolutionary fluid of the day. Earn. He changed into a kayak and paddled back slowly. However, when Fong Ming arrived at the second-floor corridor window of Building 16 and just got in, he immediately noticed a group of people pressing in on him. Chapter 13, Not Used to Being Spoiled. A group of people rushed towards Fong Ming. Led by Mr. Lin and Mrs. Zhang, they were mostly elderly people. Although they usually looked listless when taking the bus, and would insist on giving up their seats to others, they were all full of energy and vigor at this moment, as if they were ready to go to war. Fong Ming sneered. He really didn't expect to encounter this situation. But how do you know how powerful I am now? He snorted and charged forward like a bull. Mr. Lin and the others immediately realized that they were not only unable to move forward, but were instead pushed back by a huge force. What? How could this young guy Fong Ming have such great strength? Get out of here! Fong Ming snorted, and with all his strength, he sent these shameless people tumbling to the ground, crying out in pain. You little bastard, my back is broken, you have to pay me. My arm seems to be broken. Pay up. From now on, you're responsible for all our food. The old folks cried out. Young people are inexperienced and cannot be as unruly as they are. The young man's behavior was so natural and sophisticated. Fong Ming laughed, grabbed Mr. Lin by the arm, and lifted him high into the air with one hand. He said lightly, if the tiger doesn't show its teeth, do you all think I'm a sick cat? Although he said this very calmly, his expression was grim and cold, exuding an endless murderous intent. Formed by killing in a previous life. This made Master Lin so scared that he wet his pants. Hot liquid flowed down his legs and dripped down to his feet. Fong Ming waved his hand in disgust, and with a crack, Master Lin was thrown aside like trash. The old man groaned in pain, unable to even crawl. This time it wasn't an act, it really hurt. Fong Ming had no sympathy for him. Even if Lin was not one of the people who had harmed him in his previous life, he was already merciful for not killing him, given the behavior of these people just now. However, he didn't spare Master Lin not because he was merciful, but because he wanted the old man to experience despair. In my previous life, you pushed me into the sea and I almost drowned. I must not enjoy that kind of despair alone. You have to taste it one by one. How can you hit people? This is against the law. The others said, but they were just bluffing. Breaking the law? Fong Ming laughed, then you call the police. Call the police? If they could call the police, would they be trapped here? Get out of the way. Fong Ming was too lazy to waste time arguing with these old fogies, so he strode forward. None of the old fogies dared to stop him, and they could only let him leave. However, as soon as Fong Ming disappeared, they immediately started to discuss it. How come this kid has so much strength? We can't take his kayak. Are we just going to let him get away with it? No. He must have found a lot of food every time he went out, otherwise why would he go out? Tomorrow, after he goes out, we'll break into his house and take all his food. What if he comes back looking for us? Then we'll fight him to the death. Think about it, if we don't have any food, we'll starve to death sooner or later. Besides, there are so many people in our building, does he know who did it? As long as we all say it wasn't us, will he dare to kill us? Right. Let's do it tomorrow. From now on, let him go out and look for food. Who says he can't have a kayak? Well, the capable should work harder, and we are old people, so he should take care of us. What's wrong with that? Shouldn't he? Absolutely. The old folks are arguing, but they seem to have forgotten that there is an old man lying on the ground moaning. Isn't he an old man? Ha ha. Fong Ming climbed to the 24th floor, the highest floor of this building is only 25 floors. If the elevator broke down and he had to climb the stairs, he would definitely complain, because it was so high that he would be out of breath after climbing once, but now he climbed to the 24th floor in one go with ease. This is the power of a superhuman, even though it is only the second day after the disaster, but it still gives him strength and endurance far beyond that of ordinary people. As soon as he opened the door to the stairs, Fong Ming suddenly saw a person sitting hunched up in the doorway of his house. Who? He almost kicked him away, but then he froze. This is Lu Yushi. Why is she here? No, how did she get here? Even this morning, the water was more than 4 meters deep, and now it's more than 5 meters. How did she manage to swim all the way here? The water is actually very turbulent, and not everyone who can swim can make it across. Fong Ming, you're finally back. Lu Yushi was also awakened by the sound of the fire door closing, and immediately stood up. When she saw Fong Ming, she showed a look of grievance, as if she was about to cry. Very tempting. Fang Ming smiled. You're very brave, you actually swam all the way here. He was also a little impressed. Lu Yuqi looked scared. I regretted it halfway through, but I couldn't turn back then, so I just kept swimming with my teeth clenched. Fortunately, I usually exercise, so I'm still in good shape, otherwise I really could have drowned. There were some particularly fierce waves, but luckily I was lucky and caught hold of a branch or windowsill in time, otherwise I would have been swept away. Otherwise, I would have been gone. Fang Ming glanced at her. Of course, her clothes were all wet, clinging to her body and revealing her curves, but the weather in May was not too hot, and the wet clothes clinging to her body made her shiver and her face turn pale. No wonder she was huddled up. She was freezing. Come in, Fang Ming said, opening the door and letting Lu Yuqi in, then closing it. I'll make you some ginger soup. Fang Ming went to the kitchen. In other people's homes, the gas had been cut off, but not in his. There is a gas tank. Soon, he made 2 cups of ginger tea. One for Lu Yuqi, and one for Fang Ming himself. He had been in and out of the water all day, getting wet countless times. Even though his constitution had been strengthened, couldn't a cup of ginger soup help to warm him up? Lu Yuqi took the cup as if it were a treasure, inhaling the steam and looking as if she had finally come back to life. Fang Ming smiled. Now I can't take a shower, so I'll just have to make do with the bathtub. Lu Yuqi was stunned. Can I still take a shower now? Where did you get the hot water? She was about to ask, but then she saw the cup in her hand. Isn't this hot water? I didn't even realize it just now. Fang Ming didn't explain. He went to boil water. Lu Yuqi followed him with the ginger tea, and when she saw the large amount of bottled purified water in the bathroom, she couldn't help but stare. You have a lot of reserves. But purified water is so precious these days, and you're willing to let me take a bath? No need, I'll just wipe myself down. She's not a stupid woman, and since Fang Ming has shown such generosity, that's enough for her. It's fine. I can get more water if it runs out. Fang Ming waved his hand. You need to soak in the water to get rid of the cold, otherwise you might get sick. You can see what it's like outside. If you get sick, you can only rely on your body to withstand it. If you can't, you'll die. Lu Yuqi's face, which had turned pale from the cold, flushed, and she felt warm all over. Someone is concerned about her. Chapter 14, Taking Refuge. Fang Ming's energy was exhausted. He stopped, took a shower and went to bed. His superpower will recover gradually. However, although Fang Ming had supernatural powers in his previous life, the function of the alternate space was only to open and close, so it hardly consumed any supernatural powers. He could keep opening and closing it all day long. The only thing that would fail is his body. He was so tired. It is said that as long as he recovers for 2 hours, his superpowers will be fully restored. The next morning, Fang Ming woke up. Sure enough, his supernatural powers were back to full strength. Fang Ming went to make breakfast. It was very simple, just plain congee, but the side dishes were exquisite, with salted duck eggs, pickled mustard, fermented tofu, fried eggs. If he wasn't afraid of exposing the secret of the alternate dimension, he could have also made fried dough sticks, pancakes, fried dumplings, and so on. Then, he unlocked the door and let Lu Yuqi out. Lu Yuqi was still wearing a bathrobe. She gave Fang Ming a cold stare and was very resentful. Fang Ming saw the basin on the windowsill and couldn't help but laugh. You're laughing. Lu Yuqi stamped her foot, but unexpectedly, the bathrobe slipped down with one stamp, scaring her and making her scream. She quickly grabbed the bathrobe again. It's really spectacular. Fang Ming said, this woman really has a great body. Let's eat. Even though it was just a bowl of plain congee, Lu Yuqi still ate it with great emotion. The main reason was that the side dishes were so rich that she felt like she was eating a buffet in a hotel. After breakfast, there was even milk and orange juice to choose from. Lu Yuqi was stunned, and her last shred of resistance and hesitation disappeared. She walked up to Fang Ming and offered him a kiss. I surrender. Please take care of me. This sentence was so moving that it made Fang Ming's heart itch, and he almost didn't want to go out. But which is more important, a woman or strength? Needless to say. Fang Ming pinched her chin. Wait for me at home obediently. I'll give you a surprise tonight. Lu Yuqi nodded happily. Then be careful, I'm going to do the dishes. This is what a smart woman does, she always knows her place. Fang Ming is not looking for a queen mother, so she can't just sit around and do nothing. Fang Ming smiled with satisfaction. He left the house, and Lu Yuqi saw him off to the door, and even gave him a farewell kiss, just like a gentle wife. She will use her gentleness to gradually break down this man's heartlessness, and one day, she will be crowned Mrs. Fang. Fang Ming left the house, and asked Lu Yuqi to close the door and hold it shut with something heavy. Yesterday, I cleaned up the old folks. Will they steal the house while I'm away today? Keeping them alive is only to let them die in despair, not to keep them jumping around and causing trouble for themselves. How to intimidate them? I have it. Fang Ming, as usual, came with his kayak to the third floor. It had only been one night, but the second floor was completely flooded. Sure enough, all the old guys were standing in the hallway, and they immediately looked excited when they saw him coming. This is to confirm that he is leaving home. Fang Ming smiled and suddenly pulled out his pistol. A gun. Suddenly, the old thing screamed in fear, and the scene was in chaos. Fang Ming fired a shot at Auntie Zhang. Because the distance was close, the shot did not miss. Bang! The sound of the gun immediately stopped the old things from moving. They were all scared out of their wits, except for Auntie Zhang, who fell to the ground, moaning and whimpering, her calf a bright red and bleeding profusely. Fang Ming blew on the muzzle of the gun and laughed. When I leave, don't even think about stealing from my house, or I'll kill you all one by one. I keep my word. If you don't believe me, you can try it. In the crowd, Mr. Lin's son silently withdrew his head. Yesterday, Fang Ming had thrown his father to the ground, so of course he couldn't stand it and decided to go to Fang Ming this morning to settle the score, not to beat Fang Ming up to vent his anger, but to demand compensation for the food. But now, would he dare to ask for compensation? You're asking for it. Fang Ming smiled and left through the broken window. Not far from there, he looked up and saw Lu Yuqi standing at the window waving at him, with a gentle smile on her face, as if she were a virtuous wife sending her husband off to work. He felt a little warm in his heart. Fang Ming, don't get sentimental. Fang Ming warned himself that in this life, he would only follow his heart, not his head. He paddled his kayak to the entrance of the community. In fact, there was no entrance or exit, because the walls had been flooded and could no longer be seen. Many residents came out of their buildings, either using life buoys or holding onto the doors of their cabinets, heading in different directions. After a night, the water had already reached the third floor. If the trend continued, after today, the fourth floor and below would be completely submerged. After 2 days of waiting, everyone had come to understand one thing. There will be no rescue. So they must save themselves. Find food. Even leaving the city and going to higher ground. This is the right attitude for human beings. I wonder if there are any superhumans in here. Fang Ming thought to himself, but superhumans don't have words on their faces, and if you don't act, no one will know if they are or not. He also kept a low profile and paddled out all the way. Oh, it's not just their community, but other communities as well. There are a lot of people who have run out with the help of various buoyant objects. While the water is not too deep, they quickly went to the big shopping mall to pick up some goods. Many restaurants are on the 4th and 5th floors, which are definitely not flooded yet. Maybe they can get some food. Fang Ming rowed the boat to a remote place, then changed to a motorboat and immediately sped through the water town. However, because there were so many people out and about, he searched for an entire morning and only found one evolutionary fluid. Was it picked up by someone else? However, evolutionary fluid is ineffective if taken directly, and it tastes bitter, similar to seawater. So even if it is picked up, it is at most licked and tasted. Who would eat it? Fang Ming's eyes twinkled and he had an idea. He took out some food and placed it on the boat, then raised a flag that said, "Food for colorful glowing liquid." Anyone who had seen the evolution liquid would immediately understand the meaning of the words, but those who hadn't, had no idea what Fang Ming was talking about. When people passed by, he would slow down. Some people took a quick look and thought he was crazy, so they ignored him, but some people stopped him. Can I really trade food for it? The first person asked. Fang Ming pointed to the food in the motorboat. This was the best answer. How do I exchange it? The man asked. Fang Ming said, 1 bag of bread or instant noodles for 1 portion, ham sausage is also fine. He took out 3 items. The man said, I'll trade. He used a door panel as a boat, holding it with one hand, and placed a plastic bucket on top, with a lid on it. He opened it and took out a plastic bag, and sure enough, there was colorful liquid glowing inside. Fong Ming gave the man a packet of instant noodles as agreed, and the man gave him the plastic bag. "May I ask what this thing is for?" The man couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "It's pretty." Fong Ming smiled. Chapter 16, Little Thug. Fong Ming started the motorboat and left, continuing to exchange for evolution fluid. In just 2 hours, he managed to exchange for 17 bottles of evolution fluid. The power of the masses is truly great. Fong Ming nodded. No matter when, the people are the most extensive force. Suddenly, several people were standing on the roof of a small supermarket waving at him. The supermarket only has 2 floors, but the ceiling is higher than the residential buildings, so half of the building is not flooded. There were 7 people, 4 men and 3 women, but they didn't look like they were upstanding citizens. Both men and women had tattoos, wore thick gold necklaces, and had earrings. In normal times, Fong Ming would not want to deal with these people who looked like small-time hoodlums, but for the sake of the evolution fluid, he still moved the motorboat closer. Suddenly, 3 of the 7 men and women jumped out together and landed on the motorboat. You have to know that this is a small motorboat, and it can only seat 4 people at most. These 3 big men almost overturned the boat by jumping down like this. Fortunately, Fong Ming forced it to stabilize, which prevented the motorboat from overturning. At this point, he was already very angry. But the 3 youths not only didn't apologize, on the contrary, they were laughing and joking, as if it was all a big joke. One of them even went so far as to grab food from the boat. What a treat! So much food! But before he could touch the food, his foot was stepped on. He was in pain and anger, and could only look up at Fong Ming and scold him, "Hurry up and let go. Don't you want to live anymore?" The other 2 youths on the boat looked at each other and rushed at Fong Ming together. Fong Ming flicked his left hand and pushed with his right, and 2 splashes sounded as the 2 youths fell into the sea almost at the same time. "Help me! I can't swim!" One of the young men was desperately waving his hands, his voice shaking with fear. The only young man left upstairs immediately dove into the water and rescued the one who couldn't swim to the shore. The other one was a swimmer, so he climbed to the shore on his own. Fong Ming didn't even look at him, but just stared at the young man whose hand was being stepped on, and said in a calm voice, "Do you want to rob me?" The young man was dumbfounded. Where were his companions? Why are they all gone? Oh, there were 3 women, but what use could women be? "Let go of my foot, let's talk." The 3 young men who had gone into the water also all got out of the water. The young man who had saved the others said, stroking his wet hair, with a fierce look in his eyes, "He should be the leader of the 7. Fong Ming laughed. "You don't have anything I want, do you? You just saw that I wrote that there was food, so you plan to rob me. Let me guess, you wanted to rob the motorboat as well, and leave me to die?" The expressions of the 7 men all changed. Because that was exactly what they were planning to do. On the 3rd day of the disaster, these people realized that the law no longer existed and that no one could control them. So, what if we kill and loot? However, they had hit a brick wall. You are only 1 person, but we are 7. If we really fight, you will definitely die. The young man in charge said calmly, appearing very confident. Fong Ming could easily take care of these 7 people with just 1 ability from the other dimension, not to mention the other 2 abilities he had. He smiled lightly. "So what do you think should be done?" The young man in charge thought for a moment and said, "You can leave with half the food." "Boss!" The other 6 people cried out at the same time, obviously unwilling to accept such an allocation. "You're only 1 person, and you want half the food?" The young leader pressed his hand. Fong Ming was only 1 person, but his strength could not be underestimated. He had just pushed 2 people off the boat cleanly and neatly, and he had always kept 1 person on his feet without letting go, showing his great strength. Therefore, it is not bad to be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and take half of it. He was afraid that Fong Ming would fight back, and even if he could kill Fong Ming, they might have to pay the price with 1 or 2 of their own lives. It's not worth it. He stepped back, only asking for half the food, so that Fong Ming wouldn't have to fight to the death. Fong Ming laughed. "You just came up to rob, and you want me to leave half the food behind? I'm really curious, are your brains also full of water?" These words made the 7 men furious. We have already backed down enough. If you only want half of our food, then it's fine if you don't thank us, but you dare to mock us? Are you looking for death? The young man in charge said sternly. Fang Ming reached out and picked up the young man who was stepping on him. How did you do that? With his 5 fingers spread, he grabbed the man's head as if he were holding a basketball. The point is, this basketball is attached to a body weighing over 100 kilograms. But look at Fang Ming, he is relaxed, as if it is really a basketball. Are you looking for death? Fang Ming jumped lightly, jumping directly from the boat to the roof. He was still holding a person in his arms. He jumped up so easily? What kind of monster are you? Fang Ming's 5 fingers tightened, and boom, the skull of the young man in his hand was crushed by him. White brain matter and red blood immediately splattered, but the strange thing was that the 6 people on the opposite side were covered in it, but Fang Ming's body was clean. You think you can do that? He casually threw the young man in his hands away, and with a bang, it was like bowling. 2 young men were immediately knocked into the water, splashing, and falling into the sea again. The one who couldn't swim was also among them. He immediately called for help, but this time no one came to save him. The leader of the youths was lucky enough to still be standing on the roof, but he was trembling and panicking. The 3 young women were even worse, they were so scared that they wet themselves. The 2 young men who fell into the water quickly lost their voices because a large wave came just then, and they were swept away by the wave. When they surfaced again, they were already more than 20 meters away, and their cries for help were getting farther and farther away. Why aren't they talking anymore? Fang Ming looked at the young man in charge and walked up to him step by step. Bang! The young man knelt down decisively. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare my life. No. Fang Ming said calmly, and kicked him out. Bang! The young man was kicked out of the water and fell into the water after making an arc. Then he didn't see him appear again. Fang Ming kicked him in the stomach, causing internal bleeding that was enough to kill him. How could he have the strength to struggle to the surface? Don't kill us. Spare our lives. We'll let you play. The 3 young women begged for mercy, their faces covered in snot and tears, and they were all incontinent, with yellow liquid running down their legs. How could Fang Ming possibly be interested? I have a beautiful woman at home waiting for me. He didn't make another move, but jumped into the speedboat and left. Since these 3 women did not attack him, he let them fend for themselves. However, it was getting late, the water level was rising fast, and they were unable to find help or climb to higher ground, so, in the end, they all drowned. Of course, if they had tried to swim to the far-off residential buildings, they might have survived. You see, Fang Ming still didn't kill them all, right? Fang Ming left, and it was getting late, so he should go back. Thinking of the fragrant goddess. At home, Fang Ming's heart couldn't help but flutter. Chapter 17, Li Wan's Proposal. Fang Ming returned to the residential area. This time, Mr. Lin and the others were not waiting in the hallway. They obviously knew that Fang Ming would not give them food, and they had a gun in their hands, so they would not dare to provoke him again. Fang Ming went upstairs, came to his own door, and knocked on it. Then, he opened the door to the space in front of him. You can never be too careful. Lu Yushi immediately ran over, opened the door as soon as she saw it was him through the peephole. Fang Ming glanced at it and then closed the door to the space. He walked in. Welcome home. Lu Yuchi tenderly offered him slippers, and even knelt down. Because she only had a bathrobe to wear, Fang Ming could see a beautiful view from above. Fang Ming nodded and handed her a bag. He had prepared this especially. Since he didn't plan to reveal the secret of the other space, he naturally had to make an appearance. Lu Yushi took it and felt a weight in her hand. She quickly opened the bag and saw that it was full of food. What's even more ridiculous? There was even a pre-packaged meal. It was even still warm. Fang Ming didn't explain. He would let Lu Yushi know some of his magical abilities, making her even more in awe. He smiled and said, "Let's eat." Lu Yushi had cooked 3 vegetarian dishes. Fang Ming had only left some vegetables, but the food Fang Ming had packed was a steamed Australian lobster with vermicelli, weighing more than 3 kilograms, enough for the 2 of them to eat. Is this what you call a surprise? Lu Ichi looked at Fang Ming. Fang Ming nodded. Is it okay? Luigi tasted it and it was so delicious that it made her frown disappear. How could it be so fresh? It's as if it's just been steamed. She nodded, what a surprise. Fong Ming smiled, the flood wasn't all bad. When I went out to look for food these past 3 days, I discovered that some people had developed incredible abilities. What? Lu Yushi was shocked and almost stood up. Fong Ming decided to let her know about some supernatural abilities. At the beginning of the disaster, the number of natural evolutionists was extremely small, but from the 10th day onwards, there will be a mushrooming of supernormal abilities, so if she can survive until then, she will see it with her own eyes. This will soon be no secret. So, Fong Ming didn't mind letting her know. Lu Yuchi is very smart. She immediately looked at Fong Ming, could it be that you are also? Fong Ming nodded and casually lifted a refrigerator door with one hand. I am a power-type evolved person. My strength, speed, and nerve response are 10 times or more than that of ordinary people. Luigi looked at Fong Ming in a daze, and it took a long time before she said, you're almost like Superman now. I'm not Superman, but I'll be better than Superman in the future. Fong Ming smiled, if I didn't have some strength, how would I dare to go out every day to collect supplies? Oh, the supplies have already been collected. I'm going out now for the evolution fluid. Fong Ming explained what he could, including his guess as to the cause of the flood, the melting of the poles, with large amounts of fresh water melting into the sea, which is why not only the freshwater fish died, but the marine fish also turned white. Something strange may have happened at the poles, not only melting the snow, but also causing some kind of mutation in the magnetic poles, generating an electronic pulse that swept across the globe, destroying all electronic equipment. In the future, all countries will cease to exist and will be replaced by settlements of survivors, led by powerful superhumans. Lu Yushi obviously could not and did not want to believe it, saying, we were indeed flooded by the sea, but the inland areas were never affected by the flood, and the fact that electronic equipment was scrapped was not serious enough to be the end of the world. True, but a month after the disaster, there were still zombies. Fong Ming did not show his ability to predict the future, and the facts would naturally prove everything. He looked at the woman, who exuded charm from every inch of her body, and smiled, shall we take a bath together? Yes. Although Lu Yushi blushed a little, she nodded and agreed. Taking a bath together, the next step was natural. A night of madness. The next morning, even though Fong Ming was a power-type psychic, he couldn't help but touch his waist, feeling a bit sore. Lu Yuchi was so delicious that he ate her over and over again, and he just couldn't stop. However, he still got out of bed with great perseverance. Today, he still had to find the evolution fluid. However, it was already the 4th day of the disaster, and Fong Ming found that the changes in his body had clearly stalled. The first 3 days of rapid improvement were over. It was time to use the evolution fluid. Fong Ming took out a portion of the evolution fluid and smeared it on his navel. This is the only way to absorb the evolution fluid. It is not known how the first person discovered how to use the evolution fluid. It is said that the first person to discover how to use the evolution fluid was on the 14th day after the disaster. After the news spread, it was already the 22nd day after the disaster when everyone knew about it. In just 8 more days, the evolution fluid will be assimilated by the seawater and lose its effect, and the zombie army will make its grand entrance. The navel corresponds to the lower abdomen. Martial artists practice qi, and the so-called qi sinks to the lower abdomen. The true qi is in the lower abdomen, which is the source of power. So, is the power of supernormal abilities also stored in the lower abdomen? Fong Ming just thought about it for a moment and didn't delve into it. He only needed to know how to use the evolution fluid and supernormal ability. The principle? What's the point of knowing? He glanced over and saw that Lu Yushi was still lying in bed, sound asleep. Well, she probably won't wake up until noon. Fong Ming took out a bag of pork and cabbage dumplings and placed them on the table. If Lu Yuchi got up, she could just boil them in water and eat them. He left the house, carrying the kayak down the stairs. Fong Ming. Fong Ming. When he reached the 14th floor, he saw a young woman suddenly coming up to him. She opened the security door and had been waiting. Fong Ming looked at her and tried to remember. This young woman should be called Li Wan. She had just gotten married to a man named Chung Hao. When they got married, they made an archway at the entrance of the community with their names on it. The red carpet stretched from the shop to the apartment building. The property management company also wrote on the bulletin board, "Congratulations to the newlyweds," so he could remember. The young woman is quite attractive, with a good figure. She has a C-cup figure, and under her fitted sweater, her mature and full figure is clearly visible. "You go out every day, so you must have collected a lot of food, right?" the young woman asked with anticipation. "So what?" Fong Ming looked at her. The young woman blushed. "How about I let you do it once, and then you bring me food every day?" She dared to say this because she had the capital to do so. Because her appearance score was 70 points, her figure was 80 points, and her overall score was 75 points. In Fong Ming's standards, 60 points is the passing score for a beauty. Therefore, this young woman can definitely be called a beauty, but compared to Lu Yushi, she is far from it. Fong Ming smiled. "No need, goodbye." Chapter 18, A Family of Three. Seeing Fong Ming turn and leave, Li Wan hurriedly chased after him. "Fong Ming, don't go yet," she cried. "I let you do it once, will you give me a meal?" How lowly is this? But it's only the 4th day of the end of the world. Is she that miserable? Forget it, I'm not interested. No need. Goodbye. Fong Ming gently but firmly pushed her away and left downstairs. The young woman bit her lip and was about to cry. She can't cook, her husband is on a business trip, and now the gas and electricity are out. How is she supposed to cook? She can't just eat raw rice, raw vegetables, and raw meat, can she? She was desperate and wanted to find a strong man to rely on, but was rejected mercilessly. She sat on the ground with her back against the wall, her eyes vacant, her whole body numb. Fong Ming came to the 4th floor with a kayak. The seawater had mercilessly flooded a new floor. Today it was Li Wan, and tomorrow it might be Zhao Wan or Chen Wan. They would all choose to sell their bodies to survive in the end times. Fong Ming shook his head and pushed all his emotions out of his mind, pushing the kayak out of the window. Today, there are still a large number of people who choose to go out and look for supplies. This will probably continue for 3 or 4 days, but once the water rises above 20 meters, no one will come out anymore. The large shopping malls are basically no more than 20 meters high, so when the sea floods these supermarkets, where else can you go to find supplies? Go to the office building? So in a few days, no one will go out. There is only danger and no gain. Except for one type of person. A superhuman, and one who has discovered the use of the evolution fluid. Fong Ming planned to do business for a few more days, and when no one came out anymore, he would search for the evolution fluid himself. The motorboat wandered through the streets and alleys of Suzhou. Of course, there were no roads, but the residential buildings and office buildings could serve as road signs to tell everyone where they were. Of course, people who are unfamiliar with Suzhou will be at a loss, drifting and not knowing where they are going. By noon, Fong Ming had already exchanged 11 bottles of evolution fluid. If this continues, today's harvest will be greater than yesterday's. However, not only did the 7 non-mainstream men and women from yesterday have the idea of robbing him, he encountered them again today, and there were 3 of them. Every day, people become more desperate, and the violence in their bodies grows. Especially when the zombies appeared, 2 people would fight to the death for a piece of bread. There were too many such things. Of course, lunch was eaten on the motorboat, and Fong Ming did not treat himself to a luxury takeaway. After a hearty meal, he continued to drive around and exchange supplies with others. In the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, Fong Ming suddenly saw a wooden boat. It was a very ordinary boat, with no awning, and a family of 3 was sitting on it. There was also a large pile of biscuits and snacks on the boat. The man was rowing with all his might. When he saw Fong Ming, he couldn't help but show surprise, then put down his oar, waved his hand, and called out. Fong Ming turned off the ignition and the motorboat slowly approached. "Little brother, do you want to sell this motorboat?" the man asked immediately, his face full of hope. "I'll trade you food." "How about it?" 100 packets of instant noodles or biscuits, you choose. "You should be grateful that you met me, otherwise you might have been killed and robbed, and your wife would have become someone else's plaything." His wife was not bad looking, not as bad as the young woman Li Wan. Fong Ming smiled and pointed to the flag he was hanging. "Do you have this thing? If you do, I can consider it." He had more than one motorboat in his other dimension, but 8 of them, which he had taken with him when he visited the hypermarkets. "Big brother, is this the thing?" The man's daughter stood up and held up a bottle. saying that it was a Coke bottle, and the colorful liquid inside was actually half full. Fong Ming let out a hiss. Although it was only half a bottle, he knew that an evolution liquid only contained a few milliliters, and it would take at least 100 bottles to fill a half bottle. Are you cheating? Seeing Fong Ming's surprised look, the man explained, "We left from Taicang yesterday, and we encountered a lot of this liquid along the way. My daughter thought it was interesting, so she collected them all. So, this is the harvest of the past 2 days. But, they are so lucky. Is it that the evolution fluid is more distributed outside the city?" Fong Ming smiled and said, "This boat is yours. By the way." He deliberately lifted the corner of the plastic sheet covering the motorboat, quickly took out 2 barrels of gasoline from the other dimension and put them down, and continued, "There are 2 more barrels of gasoline here, which I don't need either, so I'll give them to you. 100 bottles of evolution fluid." He got a great deal, so he didn't mind giving away some free gifts. The couple was naturally overjoyed and thanked Fong Ming profusely. After exchanging the boat, Fong Ming moved the food to the motorboat, not taking advantage of them. After thinking for a moment, he said to the man, "I suggest you don't stop until you get to shore. There are too many people who have lost their morals. If you let the other person on the boat out of kindness, don't forget, you still have a wife and children." The man was shocked, looked at Fong Ming deeply, and nodded, "I'll remember that. Little brother, my name is Zhou Zicheng." "What's your name?" "Zhou Zicheng? I don't seem to have heard of such a big shot in my previous life, so even if Fong Ming takes away this evolution liquid, it won't reduce the birth of a big shot." Fong Ming. "Brother Fong, you take care too," Zhou Zicheng said, and set off in the motorboat. Fong Ming waved at the direction they were leaving, hoping they could survive in the end times. He steered the boat to a corner and released a second motorboat from the other dimension. He replanted the flag and continued with his business. In fact, even if he stopped now, the amount of evolution fluid he had collected would be enough to kill any boss from his previous life in an instant. It is said that even the most powerful boss only got 24 servings of the evolution fluid. No one knew the effect of the evolution fluid at first, so no one collected it. Once the evolution fluid was out of the seawater, it would disappear in 3 days and could not be preserved for a long time. 2 hours later, Fong Ming traded for another 5 evolution fluids. This was a very good harvest, but it was not comparable to the previous large order, so Fong Ming naturally also behaved very calmly. Looking at the time, it was already past 4:30, so Fong Ming headed back. After traveling for about half an hour, Fong Ming was stopped by someone waving their hand. This was a man in his 30s, wearing glasses, who looked quite gentle. He was lying on a wooden board, but after long-term immersion in the water, his fingers had become noticeably swollen. Fong Ming approached the boat. "Yesterday I heard that someone was trading food for this liquid, but I didn't believe it. I never thought I'd actually meet someone today," the man in the glasses said. He struggled to climb into the boat and said with a smile, "Do you mind giving me a break?" "No problem." Fong Ming smiled, "As long as you have this kind of thing to exchange with me." The man with glasses took a plastic bag from his waist. He had a rope tied around his waist with many plastic bags attached to it, and he showed Fong Ming the plastic bag, which really did have colorful light overflowing from it. Then, a piece of ice appeared in his hand, and then it shot into the water at a very high speed. The man with glasses showed a look of pride. "Tell me what this thing is used for, or else, the next ice cone will shoot you through." Chapter 19, Water-Based Superpowers. A psychic. Fong Ming was surprised. He never expected to meet a psychic in such a way. "Robbing me?" He smiled, and from today on, his level of psychic power would gradually surpass that of other psychics, and he would become invincible. "You're giving me a new power, right?" Fong Ming had his own bottom line, which was not to do evil. "If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if you provoke me, then I'm sorry, I'll crush you to dust, leaving nothing behind." "Are you sure?" Fong Ming looked at the man in the glasses with a half-smile. "Cut the crap, hurry up, I don't have much patience." The man with the glasses frowned. Fong Ming crossed his arms and looked at the other man with a smile. The man with glasses snorted, and his hands moved, and an ice cone immediately shot out towards Fong Ming's thigh. Obviously, he still wanted to force Fong Ming to reveal the effects of the evolution fluid. However, the ice cone mysteriously disappeared 10 centimeters before it hit Fong Ming. The man in glasses was obviously stunned, his eyes rounding in surprise. Fong Ming moved super fast. He rushed to the man in front of him and punched him. The man in glasses wanted to fire a second ice cone, but it was too late. Bang, a punch came flying, smashing heavily into his left cheek. Click, the sound of bone breaking rang out, and his entire head actually snapped off his neck. This scene is extremely strange. Because Fong Ming's punch was so powerful, this kind of scene appeared. It's like if you hit a wooden stick with force, if the force is not enough, the whole stick will fall over, but if your explosive force is strong enough, the stick will break directly. Fong Ming reached out and grabbed the corpse of the man with glasses, threw him into the water, and a warm current also rushed over. Boom! This was not the first time, so Fong Ming was prepared, and his ability to withstand pain had also greatly increased. Although his blood vessels were bulging out one by one, he gritted his teeth and endured, showing no signs of passing out. Half an hour later, the worst was over and everything was fine. He felt completely relaxed. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, and with a wave of his hand, a cone of ice shot out. Ice-piercing technique. This is also the first ability that most water-type power users have evolved, and it is also the most practical skill. Now I have both fire and water abilities. So in winter I can use fireballs to keep warm, and in summer I can use ice cones to cool off. Isn't that perfect? I'm a genius. Fong Ming smiled and accepted the evolution liquid from the man in the glasses. Go home. He drove back in his motorboat, and as usual, he switched from the motorboat to a kayak near the community. When he entered the building and reached the 14th floor, he saw that Li Wan was still waiting for him. As soon as she saw him, she came up to him and, with a pop, her knees went weak and she fell to her knees. Fong Ming, please, give me something to eat. You can do whatever you want to me. Fong Ming did not have the slightest bit of compassion. If he were to be soft-hearted now and give Li Wan a bag of bread or something, then tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and in the future, she would always be pestering him. If he didn't give it to her one day, she would harbor resentment. She will be resentful. Fong Ming shook his head and deliberately showed her the bag on his body. I didn't get anything today either. Li Wan looked carefully, and she wanted to stick her head in and look around. When she confirmed that there were no breadcrumbs, she was extremely disappointed and ignored Fong Ming. Gee, look at that. That's human nature. When you are useful, she can call you dad, but when she finds you useless, she will abandon you like a worn-out shoe. Fong Ming believed that if he touched her at this time, the woman would immediately reject him with stern words, like a chaste and virtuous woman, and even scream, attracting a crowd to watch and rebuke Fong Ming as a shameless scoundrel. He shook his head, not interested in knowing, and strode to the 24th floor. He knocked on the door and handed Lu Yushi a bag of food, as usual. He would not explain to Lu Yushi how he got the food. Lu Yushi only needed to know that he was capable of getting food. Tonight, we're having steak. The two opened a bottle of red wine, and candles were lit on the table. The atmosphere was suddenly there. After dinner, Fong Ming invited Lu Yushi to dance. Lu Yushi readily agreed, but as they danced, Fong Ming's hands became restless. When the two of them could no longer bear it, he picked Lu Yushi up and carried her into the bedroom, where they began to dance another kind of dance. They didn't say a word all night. Today, Lu Yushi got up very early. She made breakfast for Fong Ming, looking like a gentle little wife. The two of them were very cozy, and they had a meal together, but the entire neighborhood was completely enveloped in despair. The seawater has reached the 5th floor. Now, the residents of the 2nd to 4th floors have all moved to other homes upstairs, but at what cost? Fong Ming doesn't know, and doesn't want to know. But if the pace of flooding one floor a day continues, the whole building will eventually be flooded. Some people with weak constitutions even committed suicide by jumping into the water. So today, you can see not only fish with their white bellies out, but also floating human corpses outside your window. Why don't you eat the dead fish? It's not that no one has tried it, and Fong Ming even tried it in a previous life, but there are viruses in dead fish. Although the amount is too small to cause a person to turn into a corpse, it will cause vomiting and diarrhea. No one would ever want to try it a second time. Fong Ming looked at Lu Yushi and solemnly told her, no matter who knocks on the door, no matter what the reason, don't answer it. Remember, if you open the door, I will immediately kick you out and won't listen to any of your explanations. In the end times, opening the door for someone is like being a saint. In his previous life, Fong Ming had done this once, and the price he paid was that he almost lost his life. So, if Lu Yushi still has this kind of saintly heart, then leave as soon as possible. Lu Yuqi nodded solemnly. She had heard Fong Ming say that the outside world had become a chaotic world of killing and robbery, so the world had changed, and kindness could kill. Fong Ming went out to start his job search for the day. Before going out, he of course used the evolution liquid. When he passed the 14th floor, he didn't see Li Wan again, and he didn't know if the young woman was in her room or had gone to another person's home. He shook his head and didn't think much about it. Room 1404. This is the home of Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is called Lin Jigua, and he has just retired for a year. He used to work at the Water Resources Bureau and was a section chief, so he always speaks with a commanding air of authority, and at home he is even more inflexible. What worries him is that his son is a complete failure. He is almost 30 years old, but not only does he not have a girlfriend, he doesn't even have a decent job. Mr. Lin has tried to find him a job, but he doesn't like the high-paying jobs because they are too tiring, and he doesn't like the easy jobs because they don't pay enough. Mr. Lin is at his wit's end. He has only one son. However, there is one more person in the house today. Li Wan. This young woman is being held in the arms of Lin's son. She is blushing, but she doesn't dare to resist his advances. She came to the next door to ask for food, and in the end, Mr. Lin let her sleep with his son. She agreed, so how dare she resist it this time? Master Lin also occasionally cast a greedy glance at the young woman's plump figure. This was a young, beautiful woman, not comparable to the old woman next door. He had only played with her once, so how could he get enough? But he had to find a chance to go next door and play, and he couldn't let the old woman find out, otherwise it would definitely cause a big fuss. He coughed and said, "We can't just sit here and eat up all the food." Chapter 20, Things have gotten out of hand. Dad, it's so flooded outside, you're not still thinking about going out to find food, are you? Lin Jiahai was frantically groping Li Wan, completely ignoring the fact that his parents were watching. He's been single for almost 30 years, and he's interested in Asal, let alone the fact that he's got a real beauty in his arms. Mr. Lin grunted and scolded, "Stupid. You can't go outside, but you can't find someone in this building?" Lin Jiahai is not stupid. He immediately had a flash of inspiration, Fong Ming. Grandpa Lin nodded, "This guy goes out every day, so he must have a lot of food hidden at home." Lin Jiahai first showed a look of joy, but then he showed a look of fear, but he has a gun. What's there to be afraid of? He only has one gun, and how many bullets can he have? Master Lin said with a sigh, "No matter if he checks from the top floor down or from the bottom up, he will definitely run out of bullets when he gets to our floor." That's right. Lin Jiahai's eyes lit up again. Then how do we open the door? He frowned again. Go to the old man Mo on the floor below. Mr. Lin had obviously planned this long ago. Old Mo had been in prison when he was young. Do you know what he was convicted of? Burglary. So when it comes to picking locks, he is an expert. Good, all problems solved. Dad, what are you waiting for? Get moving. Lin Jiahai stood up abruptly, almost causing the young woman in his arms to fall, but Li Wan still didn't dare to say a word. During the previous 6 months of contact, she had only thought that this Mr. Lin was quite kind. The day after the natural disaster, this Mr. Lin used the excuse of bringing her food to trick her into opening the door and forcibly took her. After being rejected by Fong Ming yesterday, she had no choice but to throw herself at the Lin family, but the old man actually wanted her to follow his son. She forced herself to do it, and now she has to follow his son? It's unbelievable. But can Li Wan dare to resist? When he forced himself on her, this Mr. Lin was extremely cruel, threatening her with his clenched fist, saying that if she died now, no one would care, and that she should be sensible. At that moment, she developed an immense fear of Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin looked at his son with disappointed eyes. You didn't come up with the idea, so why are you so anxious? I'll call Lao Mo up and we'll discuss it. He said, and left. After a while, he let a lecherous old man into the house. As soon as he came in, the lecherous old man set his sights on Li Wan, his eyes burning with desire, as if he wanted to strip the young woman naked. Old Mo, are you in or out? Old man Lin asked. Obviously, he had already discussed this with the wretched old man on the way up. The wretched old man was Lao Mo, whose full name was Mo Shirsuo. His eyes were glued to Li Wan's body and he smiled and said, yes. However, I have to add one condition, that is, this woman has to let me play with her once. Li Wan immediately shook her head furiously and screamed, "No. She's not a prostitute. And even if she really degenerated to the point of becoming a prostitute, she would never accept a client like Lao Mo. It would make her sick to death." Lin Jiahai also refused, saying, "This is my woman." Mr. Lin snorted and scolded, "Look at you, you're such a loser. She's not your wife, what's wrong with playing around a little? It won't hurt her. Mo, hurry up, take this woman next door and get it done. We have to move everything before the kid gets back." "No problem." Old Mo promised and went to take Li Wan's hand. "No, no, no," Li Wan screamed, even asking Lin Jiahai for help, "Don't let him touch me. Please, don't let him touch me." Lin Jiahai wanted to say something, but after being glared at by Mr. Lin, he closed his mouth. Li Wan was desperate, and was dragged by the wretched old man Mo to the next room. After a while, the woman's screams of pain and despair could be heard. Old man Lin couldn't help but frown. What kind of perverted tricks was old Mo playing, making the young wife scream like that? This will attract people from the entire building. Sure enough, footsteps could be heard soon after, and not long after that, the piercing screams began again, and the hallway became extremely lively. Mr. Lin couldn't stand it anymore and opened the door and walked out. "What's going on?" he asked. "Hey, Mr. Lin, you live on this floor. Didn't you hear Li Wan scream just now?" Someone said in surprise, "I heard it on the 9th floor." Mr. Lin was embarrassed and said, "I'm getting old and my ears aren't as good as they used to be." "What happened?" "It's that old man Mo again. He actually raped the young wife. The young wife couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped out of the window into the water. I don't know if she's dead or not. That person said just now." "Ha!" Mr. Lin almost wanted to strangle Mo Shirluo to death. "You play with women, but what kind of perverted methods did you use to make Li Wan unable to bear it to the point of jumping off the building? Damn it, after all this commotion, can we still go to pry open Fong Ming's door today? What about old Mo?" he asked, "What's the situation now?" The man replied, he was almost beaten to death by a few young and strong guys. Pa, he really deserved it. They were neighbors in the same building, and they took advantage of the fact that the husband was not there to ravish the woman. It's over. Can we still pick the lock? Mr. Lin sighed, and at that moment, he heard a loud noise downstairs. Li Wan was back. She had actually swum in through the window of the corridor. She was lucky to be alive. But Mr. Lin was scared out of his wits. Not only had Li Wan not died, she had actually returned to the building. Will something happen to her? He was so worried that he didn't dare to think about breaking into Fong Ming's house. He quickly hid back in his own home, afraid that if Li Wan told the truth, he would never open the door. However, after a while, the crowd dispersed, but the door never rang. Mr. Lin was naturally very surprised. He opened the door and went out. When he saw that there was no one in the hallway, he went to knock on the door next door. However, there was still no response. What is this bitch Li Wan doing? How dare she throw a tantrum with him? Since Li Wan wouldn't open the door, he didn't dare to press too hard. After all, he had already caused a big fuss, and if he attracted the neighbors again, he didn't want to end up like Lao Mo. Bitch, unless you want to starve to death at home, you will always have to open the door and beg me. He said these words to himself angrily, and returned to his own home, smashing several bowls in anger. Lin Jiahai, however, was not sensible and asked, "Dad, where is Li Wan?" "Li Wan is your sister." Mr. Lin was so angry that he scolded his son, "You can't live without a woman? How could I have such a useless son?" Chapter 21, Rescue Team from Sioux City. Fong Ming did not know any of this and was still happily doing business outside. 1, 2, 3. By noon, he had already exchanged for 9 bottles of evolution fluid. Although it was not comparable to the 100 bottles he had harvested the day before, he knew that the biggest harvest in his previous life was only 24 bottles of evolution fluid, and his harvest that day was almost comparable. He knew that without competition, it was really great to harvest alone. Unfortunately, he is only one person, and can only trade in the main city of Sioux City. But the entire coastal area is flooded by seawater. If he could get all the evolution fluid, Fong Ming couldn't even imagine how many millions of bottles there would be. There is no way. Now that all communication is cut off, even if someone from another place is willing to trade with him, how can they communicate? Except for the state of the object that can be locked in the different space, how can others preserve the evolution fluid for a long time? Fong Ming shook his head. He began to eat, and when he was almost done, he was surprised to find a sightseeing boat heading towards him. A flag was flying on the sightseeing boat, with a line of words written on it. Suzhou Rescue Team. Fong Ming's eyes widened. He knew about this rescue team in his previous life. It was said to be a rescue team sent by the government, wandering through neighborhoods to carry out rescue operations and bring people great hope. But in reality, this organization was not formed by the government at all, but by a group of villains controlled by a superhuman. Are they really here to rescue people? Half right. Because they only rescue women, and they have to be young and beautiful women. In a previous life, this rescue team went to his neighborhood, and I don't know how many people it caused to become fanatical, wanting to get on the boat and leave. However, before they let people on the boat, they would screen them, only letting young and beautiful women on. This made everyone realize that these people were not right. But what could they do? It was already the 11th day since the group of people from the previous life arrived at Fong Ming's community. The sea had already reached the 11th floor. At this time, someone came in a boat and said that they could take people to the mountains. There, not only would there be a place to live, but there would also be food and drink. Even though they knew that it was dangerous and might be a trap, they could only jump in with their eyes closed. Of course, Fong Ming knew all this only after he arrived in the mountain city. The organization's base was in Lingyan Mountain, one of the highest mountains in Suzhou, reaching a height of about 200 meters. Their leader was Luo Tai, a powerful psychic who was also famous in the later stages. However, he died in the 4th month after the disaster. He went to Yincheng with his subordinates to fight for territory with another faction, but was killed. His subordinates were all absorbed by others and disappeared completely. Luo Tai should be a fire-type psionic, right? Fong Ming muttered. After all, this master died early, and there were too many big and small characters after the disaster. Luo Tai was not a top-level person, and if it weren't for the fact that he was also from Suzhou, Fong Ming would never have paid much attention to him. Can this organization be used once? Fong Ming had no intention of establishing an influential organization. He only wanted to be strong and self-sufficient. In fact, after the disaster, personal combat power could indeed reach a perverted level. It was not an exaggeration to say that one person could suppress thousands of troops. I've beaten Luo Tai, and let his people collect the evolution fluid for me. It's worth a try. While Fong Ming was still thinking, the sightseeing boat was heading straight for him. It was only when it was about to collide that the sightseeing boat stopped, but even so, the waves it raised still made the motorboat shake up and down. At the bow of the ship, a group of people laughed. "Kid, we're confiscating your boat," said a man in a police uniform. But judging from his slovenly appearance, it was probably stolen or plundered from somewhere. "Seize?" Fong Ming laughed. "I haven't even subdued your boss, and you're already thinking of taking me on? Jump off the boat." One man saw that Fong Ming was unmoved and took out a pistol from his waist, pointing the black muzzle at Fong Ming. "If you don't want to be killed by me." The others were still laughing and joking, and no one tried to dissuade him. Fong Ming had already sentenced these people to death in his heart, but he remained calm and composed. He pointed to the flag hanging on the ship and said, "Aren't you a rescue team? Why are you not only not giving me supplies, but also robbing my ship?" "Wrong, we don't just want your boat, we want the food on it too." The man with the gun laughed. "Rescue? Hey, we do rescue people, but only beautiful women, women who can make me happy. What do you have?" "I don't like to play with buttholes." "Master Zhang doesn't like to play with buttholes, but I do." A man giggled, but he was clearly a man, but he was wearing a flowery skirt and braided his hair, which was extremely disgusting. These people all have tattoos and look fierce. Fong Ming suddenly had a guess. Is this a group of prisoners who escaped from prison during the flood and even let them steal several boats, and finally chose Lingyan Mountain as their base? It's very possible. Fong Ming touched himself and took out a pistol. This startled the 7 people on the bow of the opposite boat, and they all took out the weapons they had on their waists and pointed them at Fong Ming. "Put down your gun!" The man in the police uniform shouted, and if you look closely, his uniform is more like that of a prison guard. "What if I don't want to?" Fong Ming said indifferently. I'll count to 3. If you don't put down your gun, we'll shoot you full of holes. The man in the uniform said coldly. We have 7 guns and you only have 1, so at most one of us will die, and you will definitely die. I'm counting. 1. Bang 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 bang. As soon as he counted 1, the 7 of them fired simultaneously. It was a well-coordinated attack. However, after the shooting, they were dumbfounded. Fong Ming was completely unaffected. Did they miss? No, even if they didn't hit anyone, could they have been so inaccurate that they didn't even hit the motorboat under his feet? A motorboat, would it not deflate if it were shot? That's weird. Fong Ming smiled. This trick of the other dimension was very useful in the early stages of the disaster, and it was always a magic trick against ordinary people. The only thing that can defeat all martial arts is speed. He extended his fist, then turned the back of his fist upward, opened his fingers, and immediately 7 bullets fell, colliding with each other and making a crisp sound. Holy cow! The 7 people were dumbfounded, and they felt a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts and rushing to their heads. He caught the bullets with his bare hands, and caught 7 at once? Even the evil god Huayun is not that evil. They couldn't even speak clearly. Chapter 22, The Buddhist Sect is Tainted. Fong Ming jumped onto the sightseeing boat. Do you still want to shoot? He asked indifferently. The 7 of them looked at each other. Some were timid, but some still showed a fierce look. You can catch 1 bullet, but can you keep doing it? I don't believe in this evil. So, 2 people continued to lift their guns and shoot at Fong Ming. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 emptied their magazines. But Fong Ming? He was fine. Hiss. Fong Ming once again extended his hand, turned it upside down, and a series of bullets fell out. You're the devil, said the man in uniform, who was also the one who fired the second round. Fong Ming raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! At such a close range, coupled with his slightly improved aim, the man in uniform was immediately shot in the head, with an additional blood hole, his eyes still wide open, and he died on the ground unwillingly. He aimed at the other man who had fired a second time. It was the pervert in the flowery dress. Don't look at this guy's sissy appearance, but he's got a lot of guts. Bang! Another one down. Put down your guns. I won't kill you for now, Fong Ming said indifferently. The 5 men dared not disobey and surrendered their guns. In addition to the 7 of them, there was also a captain on the ship. Fong Ming told the captain to return to port immediately, and then he took the 5 men to question them. How many of you are there? What's your boss's name? How many supernaturals are there? The 5 men were already scared silly and quickly told him everything. As Fong Ming had predicted, they were indeed a group of prisoners. When the electromagnetic storm hit, all the prison doors were electronically controlled and immediately broke down in the storm. The doors opened automatically, so the prisoners rushed out and had a fierce conflict with the guards. At first, the prisoners were not in the upper hand, on the contrary, they were suppressed because the guards had guns. However, with the appearance of 2 superpowered inmates, the battle was immediately changed. The guards were all killed. The 2 superheroes were named Luo Tai and Zhang Guoping. However, after eliminating the guards together, Luo and Zhang parted ways, and the prisoners each chose their own leader to follow, or they chose not to follow either side and escaped on their own. So, of course, they followed Luo Tai. After they had fled for a while, they found that the water was getting deeper and deeper, and they couldn't escape by car or anything else. So they got the idea to take a boat. So they went to Panmen's scenic area and hijacked 4 sightseeing boats there. Although the communication devices and electronic dials on the boats were all broken, the engines were still working, so Luo Tai took them along the river and escaped to Lingyan Mountain before stopping to rest. They were still quite calm for the first 2 days, but when they realized that the water level was rising rapidly and all the electronic equipment had been destroyed, Luo Tai came to a conclusion. The end of the world was coming. They could do whatever they wanted. So they returned to the scene of the crime, hijacked boats, and went on a shopping spree. They even rescued a group of people, but after they were taken to Lingyan Mountain, the men were killed and the women were kept as pets. They killed 4 women that day, and the remaining 2 were also dying. However, they also had a brainstorm and put up a flag on the boat, saying that they were a rescue team. The 4 boats set out together, traveling through the various neighborhoods of Sioux City, and they really picked up a few beautiful women. Yesterday, they had a great time. Having tasted the sweetness, they set out again today. In the morning, they had already sent a group of women back to Lingyan Mountain, which was already their second trip today. Fang Ming had known that they were a group of villains, but he was still furious after listening to them. Bang, 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 5 shots, and they were all dealt with. He changed his mind. He didn't need these people to help him collect the evolution fluid. One cannot have no bottom line for one's own interests. Fang Ming was working with these people, letting them live, which was the same as walking with the devil. In the long run, he would become the devil too. It's just some evolution fluid, right? I already have a lot of it. After sailing for more than an hour, they finally arrived at Lingyan Rock. For the Lingyan Rock, which is about 180 meters above sea level, the current water level of only 13 to 14 meters is really insignificant. Moreover, it is possible to survive here until the first wave of the disaster is over. However, when the zombies, fish corpses, and shrimp corpses climb out of the sea and surround the place, there is no way to retreat. So, Luo Tai finally led the group to leave in his previous life. Even if there were no zombies, it wouldn't work because of the food. Fang Ming snapped the captain's neck, threw him into the water, and then he crawled up the mountain like a monkey. Now other power-type superhumans should have 10 times the physical strength of ordinary people, but Fang Ming is at least 14 or even 15 times that. He used 1.5 servings of evolution fluid. Therefore, even if the back mountain was a bit rugged, it was no match for him. It was only about 100 meters high. After 5 minutes, Fang Ming reached the top of the mountain. Lingyan Mountain is a Buddhist mountain, and there is a temple at the top. Fang Ming remembered that when he was a child, he had come here to eat vegetarian noodles. He climbed over the yellow wall and entered the Buddhist realm. However, in the monk's restroom, he saw a scene that was completely out of place in the Buddhist realm. In the courtyard, the bodies of the monks were lying everywhere, and the blood seemed to be staining the 1,000-year-old maple tree in the courtyard red. In each room, there were several women locked up. Most of them were half naked and had marks on their faces. Obviously they had been abused. Only in the last room were the 7 women's clothes normal. Obviously they had not been abused yet. They must have been sent here in the morning, so they had not been abused yet. Hey, one of them looks familiar. Forget it, let's get down to business. He was just about to go look for the prisoners, but then a group of people walked in from outside. They both stared at each other in surprise. Who are you? How did you get here? The men asked while quickly reaching for their guns. Fang Ming was no stranger to courtesy, so he also drew his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, but people kept falling on the other side. Fang Ming had no intention of taking cover, but instead killed the prisoners one by one. Finally, these people learned their lesson and stopped standing and shooting at Fang Ming, but instead, they each sought cover. Fang Ming, however, burst into high speed, darting back and forth between the pillars, giving these people no chance to aim. But he had already lifted one prisoner out from behind the pillar. Bang, 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 the other prisoners found a chance to shoot, but all of them hit this man. The man died instantly, but Fang Ming had already found a second person and carried him out to block in front of him. After several attempts, he had killed all 8 remaining prisoners. Hearing the sound of gunfire outside, the women in the room dared to peek out and saw that only Fang Ming was standing there, and he was obviously not with the prisoners. This gave the women a glimmer of hope, but they still did not dare to come out. Chapter 23, Mass Destruction. The gunshots not only alarmed the battered women, but also the remaining prisoners, Luo Tai and the others, who all ran over. When they saw that Fang Ming was the only one standing in the courtyard, and that the bodies of his accomplices were all around him, they were all shocked. Are you a Special Forces soldier? Luo Tai stepped forward from the crowd and said to Fang Ming in a low voice, Are you a superhuman? Superhuman? Oh, you mean a superhuman. Yes, there is no unified term for superhumans yet, and some people even call them Xianjinjia. That's not important. Fang Ming also looked at Luo Tai and said casually, Are you not afraid of being punished by heaven for killing people and abusing women in a Buddhist place? Luo Tai and the others seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and laughed together. I'm laughing to death. Heavenly punishment? What era are you living in? If there really were a heavenly punishment, would we have been able to escape from prison? Fang Ming nodded and smiled. If there is no divine punishment, then I will be the one to carry out the divine punishment. Whoosh! He suddenly moved. He's fast. His superpower is speed. Luo Tai immediately said, "Everyone, form a circle and shoot him as soon as you see him." Yes. The prisoners all responded in unison. Luo Tai stood in the middle, his hands open. He is a fire-type superpower user. After 3 days of intensive training, he can now throw fireballs with both hands, and his power is much greater than when he first evolved. Fang Ming sneered, took out a shotgun, and fired in a general direction. Bang! A bullet was fired, splitting into dozens of small steel balls, instantly causing shocking casualties. Who let Luo Tai gather everyone together? It's perfect for a shotgun to wipe them out. Suddenly, there was a chorus of screams. Bang! Bang! Fang Ming continued to shoot without mercy, reloading his gun and continuing to shoot. Luo Tai was stunned. Can a superhuman play like this? Fang Ming didn't use his super-fast speed to get close to the enemy and assassinate them, but used his high speed to prevent them from locking on, and then used a shotgun to finish them off. How many rounds of this kind of shooting can they survive? Go into the house and take the women as hostages. Luo Tai had a flash of inspiration and called out to the remaining 11 accomplices. The men were already scared out of their wits, so they naturally did as they were told without hesitation. Fang Ming laughed. Can you run away from me? He put away the shotgun and took out his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. He used his speed to the extreme, appearing behind one person at a time, pressing the gun directly against the back of their head, and then without stopping, rushing to the next target. After 11 shots, the only person left standing was Luo Tai. Luo Tai, who thought he was invincible because of his superpowers, was now trembling. Why is Fang Ming so powerful, even though he is also a psychic? Even if he were given a shotgun and 2 pistols, could he kill more than 30 people in an instant? Absolutely not. Fang Ming smiled and looked at Luo Tai. Luo Tai swallowed hard and said, "You are very strong, much stronger than me. I am willing to recognize you as my boss." "Oh, no need." Fang Ming walked over. Luo Tai was angry and surprised, and shouted, swinging both hands at the same time. "You forced me to do this. Die." 2 large fireballs immediately shot towards Fang Ming at great speed. Everyone knows how to use fireballs. Fang Ming smiled and also threw 2 fireballs. Bigger. Brighter. Bang. The 2 fireballs collided, and the 2 fireballs that Luo Tai had shot immediately disappeared, but Fang Ming's 2 fireballs still had some power left and continued to shoot toward Luo Tai. Bang. He immediately burst into flames. Ah! Luo Tai quickly slapped himself. Fortunately, the aftereffects of the fireballs were not strong, and Luo Tai was a fire-type superhuman himself, so he had a certain resistance to fire damage. Although his clothes were burned to a crisp, he was not injured at all, but his hair was burned off quite a bit, turning him into a bald head. Luo Tai was shocked because Fang Ming not only had an amazing speed, but could also fire fireballs like him, and even had a greater power than him. This was too unscientific. What are you talking about? Fang Ming had already approached him, grabbed him by the neck, and twisted. However, this time there was no warm current. I already have the ability to use fire, so killing another fire user is useless. There will be no upgrade. It's okay, I have evolution fluid. Fang Ming casually threw Luo Tai's corpse aside. This half-boss, who was supposed to have a brief seat in the future, died so silently that no one knew what impact it would have on the future. At this time, the women in the side room also came out in a trembling manner. Fang Ming? A woman suddenly cried out. Fang Ming turned his head and looked over. It was the woman he had thought looked familiar. Who are you? He thought for a moment. I'm Wu Jiejia. The woman said. Fang Ming thought for a moment and remembered. Wu Jiejia, a junior high school classmate. It's just that she's changed a lot since then, and it's been 8 or 9 years since they last saw each other. No wonder Fang Ming only thought she looked familiar, but couldn't remember who she was. Are you here to save us? A beautiful woman in her 30s asked. She was wearing all kinds of designer clothes and jewelry. She lived in the same room as Wu Jejia, so she was one of the few women who had not been raped. Fang Ming shook his head. I just can't stand these people doing evil, so I just took care of them. Don't get me wrong. He was afraid that these women would get attached to him. Although he likes beautiful women, he doesn't need so many. Besides, some of the prisoners were attracted to the beautiful women, but he wasn't necessarily attracted to them. After all, his taste has been spoiled by Lu Yushi. The women were all disappointed. Fang Ming smiled and said, there are still some people who are just injured, but not dead. You'd better make up for it, otherwise when they recover, you'll be in trouble. He reminded them, put away the guns on the ground, and then turned and left. He wants to search. Luo Otai and his men have been sending people out to look for beautiful women, so they will definitely encounter the evolution fluid. After all, the colorful glowing liquid is too conspicuous, it's hard to miss it. Who doesn't have curiosity? Sure enough, he found a container with evolution fluid in it, but not much, only about 7 servings. Luo Otai obviously didn't know that this was evolution fluid, which could quickly enhance supernormal abilities. Otherwise, he would have sent only one ship to find women, and the other ships would have to find evolution fluid for him. Yes, this trip was not in vain. Fang Ming smiled and took the evolution fluid without any hesitation. He went to the side room and saw that the women were already throwing stones at the prisoners' heads. Even though some of them were already dead, they still threw stones at them, as if they couldn't get enough of smashing them to pieces. It can be imagined how terrible the humiliation they have suffered in the past few days has been. Didn't they get tortured to death before? This shows how bad the prisoners' methods are. Fang Ming, can you take us away? Wu Jejia walked up to him and suddenly asked. Chapter 24, Li Wan informs on others. Fang Ming, however, asked in return, where to? Wu Jejia was speechless. Yes, where to? Now the entire city of Suzhou has become a water town, but on the contrary, this Lingyan mountain is not affected because it is high enough in elevation. In theory, this is a safer place. However, if we stay here, we will run out of food very quickly. The beautiful woman with the jewelry said that she had a commanding presence, and even in this situation, she did not forget to be dignified. Fang Ming shrugged. What do you want me to do? These bandits have a boat. You can take us away by boat. The beautiful woman's suggestion was more like an order. You don't want to be trapped here forever, do you? You came here, which means you can drive a boat. You can take us and the food with you to a high-altitude area, and we can get out of this predicament. Don't worry, although there is no sign of the state's power at the moment, it's all because the electronic equipment has been destroyed, but you need to trust the state. The inland area must have already established a foothold and stabilized the order. As long as we can go there, the situation will be no different from before the flood. Wu Jejia was nodding furiously. Fang Ming, this is Su Yun, the head of Shangshang Group's public relations department. You know Shangshang Group, right? It's a huge company with a market value of tens of billions, so you don't have to doubt Su's connections and financial resources. Only a silly girl like you would be brainwashed by a few words. Fang Ming had traveled back in time 6 months ago, so he naturally knew what the situation was like in the inland region. Now, the supernatural should have already begun to emerge and seize power. After you went to the mainland, you still want to regain your identity before the disaster? Dream on. Any beautiful woman without supernatural powers will only be reduced to a plaything. Fang Ming shook his head. I'm not interested, the most I can do for you is to steal a few boats. If you're capable, you can sail on your own. Wherever you want to go is your choice. Don't involve me, and don't try to moralize me. Fang Ming, how can you be like this? Wu Jejia said angrily. At this time, how can you still be so individualistic? Oh, you just said don't moralize me, and now you're doing it? Fang Ming looked at Wu Jejia coldly and said, don't forget who rescued you. If you keep accusing me, are you trying to force me to lock you up and play with you like those criminals? Wu Jejia's face turned pale, and she took a few steps back, involuntarily making a gesture to protect her chest. Fang Ming snorted. Although this old classmate is somewhat attractive, her chest is so unnatural, and it is obvious that she has undergone technology and hard work. He is completely uninterested. And this Miss Su? At the age of 30, she has already taken an important position in a large corporation. He absolutely doesn't believe that she is sitting there without a man under her butt. No, she can climb so fast, she must have sat on the thighs of many men along the way. Forget it, don't disgust me. If you bother me again, I'll just leave right now. Don't forget that there are still a few waves of bad guys out there collecting beautiful women. When they come back. Fang Ming didn't say any more, but Wu and Su both changed their expressions. Fang Ming smiled and came to the foot of the mountain. He looked at the sightseeing boat and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Because it was too big, over 3 meters high, and couldn't be stored in the alternate dimension. If it floats outside, it will probably be taken away by someone. Where is it tied up? Don't forget that the water level rises every day. Where should it be tied up? If it is tied too tightly, the boat will sink. If it is tied loosely, the boat will float. Do I have to go there every day to tie the rope again? That's too much trouble. Fang Ming shook his head and gave up the idea of taking away the sightseeing boat. As the sky grew dark, a sightseeing boat arrived first. 7 men got off the boat and chased the 11 women up the mountain. But when they finally reached the top, Fang Ming appeared and easily dealt with them all. The 11 women were of course frightened, but there were still so many women on the mountain, and when they heard the truth about the gang, they were of course extremely relieved. Fang Ming took the gun from the bandits and then continued to wait for them to come down the mountain. After half an hour, 2 more boats and 2 more gangs of criminals walked right into Fang Ming's trap and were all killed. Fang Ming did not take away a single morsel of food from the Luo Tai gang. He thought of it as a good deed. He was not obliged to feed these women, nor was he able to wait. It seems he was able to. There was enough food in the alternate space to feed thousands of people for a lifetime. But, on what basis? He doesn't have the dream of having 3,000 concubines, and at least none of these women are as beautiful or as fit as Lu Yushi, so he naturally can't bring himself to do it. Goodbye. He took out the motorboat and left. These women can only be supported by men if they are not delicate. With their numbers, if they are united, ordinary men simply cannot think of them. But if they don't improve themselves, there's nothing they can do. This is the end of the world. You can either become a canary for a powerful man or work in the sex industry to support yourself. It's the end of the world. Who cares if you're a man or a woman? Ha ha. Little fairy, old fairy, the end is near. If you don't wake up, the cruel world will wake you up. Fang Ming hurried back to the community. Because it was so far away, it was almost 8 o'clock when he got home. He climbed the stairs back home, but when he was on the 14th floor, he was suddenly stopped by Li Wan. I have something to tell you. Li Wan said. Fang Ming thought she was going to bring up the topic of his alimony again, so he wanted to refuse, but the woman immediately said, Lin Jigui is eyeing your family. Fang Ming nodded and followed her into the house. Inside the house, everything was in a mess, with broken vases, picture frames, and a chair that had fallen over. Li Wan said in a numb tone, the day after the flood, Lin Jigui used the excuse that he wanted to give me food and tricked me into opening the door, or he raped me. Shit. Fang Ming never thought that this old thing had been so bad all along? He nodded slowly. You think Lin Jigui was after my family? Li Wan nodded and told him about how Lin Jigui had tried to break into the house with Lao Mo during the day. She didn't even hide the fact that she had gone to the Lin family to beg for food, but Lin Jigui had given her to his son as a plaything. Even after Lao Mo had made his request, Lin Jigui had agreed to it, and had told Lao Mo to bring her here to be abused. The old bastard is really bad. Fang Mingyuan wanted to make Lin Jigui suffer from despair before killing him, but he never imagined that the old man had done so many bad things in secret, and even wanted to break into his house. You should know that there is someone in his house, not no one. What happened to Lu Yuchi after she encountered them? First she was humiliated, then she was silenced. It was just a little bit off. Fang Ming's face suddenly turned dark. He took out a lot of instant noodles, biscuits, and purified water from his bag and placed them on the table. Then he stood up and walked out the door. Fang Ming, thank you. Li Wan was so moved that she was about to cry. In fact, she told Fang Ming all this not because she wanted to be paid, but because she was angry that Lin Jigui had treated her like a plaything and almost drowned her. I didn't expect Fang Ming to be so generous. Chapter 25, Destroy the Lin Family. Fang Ming closed the door behind him. Then, he knocked on the door next door. Who is it? Lin Jiahai's voice rang out. Fang Ming. There was no movement behind the door for a while, and then Lin Jiahai said, "What are you doing here?" "Nothing. You're running out of food, so I'm here to give you some," Fong Ming said calmly. Lin Jiahai leaned over to the door and looked through the peephole. Sure enough, Fong Ming was holding a bag full of food. But, in this day and age, who would voluntarily bring you food? There must be something fishy. The key is that during the day, the family was still thinking about Fong Ming's grain storage, and now Fong Ming is actually offering to deliver the grain. Fong Ming smiled and suddenly kicked out. Boom! Under the impact of the tremendous force, the entire door panel was kicked away, and Lin Jiahai behind the door was also carried away by the door panel. Just as Auntie Lin came out to check the situation, she was suddenly hit by the door panel, and the two of them fell to the ground with the panel, making a loud noise. Fong Ming walked in, and at this time, Lin Jigua also limped out. When he saw his wife and child lying on the ground, he couldn't help but show a look of panic and cried out, "Old woman, Jiahai, are you okay?" Both of them grunted and moved their hands and feet to show that they were still alive. Lin Zhangguo let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Fong Ming with rage. "How dare you break into my house and commit a crime? This is illegal, do you understand? This is illegal." Fong Ming snorted and said, "When you forcibly took over Li Wan, did you ever think that it was illegal? When you told Mo Shi Luo to forcibly take over Li Wan, did you ever think that it was illegal? When you planned to steal from my home, did you ever say that it was illegal?" Every time he said something, Lin Zhangguo's face became uglier. "Stinking bitch." Lin Jigua gritted his teeth and said, "Why didn't you let this woman drown during the day? Now she has actually reported to Fong Ming. What should he do?" Lin Zhangguo realized in the first instance that his family of three was no match for Fong Ming. Just look at his son and wife lying on the ground. So, he immediately screamed at the top of his lungs, "Murder! Help!" The piercing sound broke the silence of the night and made many people who had already lain down get up and follow the sound. It sounded like Mr. Lin's voice. What's wrong with him? Why is he screaming so pitifully? Let's go and take a look. So many people ran to this floor and gathered at the door. Seeing the door actually fall to the ground, they all showed a look of surprise. Could it be that someone kicked it off? What kind of strength would it take to do that? Lin Jigua saw that there were more people coming, and suddenly he had the confidence to point at Fong Ming and scold him. "Look, everyone, this son of a bitch is trying to steal our family's food. We didn't open the door, so he broke it down by force, and he also injured my old lady and my son." Everyone, is this too much? The onlookers all nodded, because Lin Zhangguo's words evoked their sympathy. If Fong Ming can break into the Lin family's home today for no reason, then he can break into the Zhang and Wang families tomorrow. So, everyone was united in their hatred and began to accuse Fong Ming. Does Fong Ming care? In the face of absolute strength, everything is so weak and powerless. He walked up to Lin Jiahai, bent down, and picked him up. "Fong Ming, what are you doing? Put Jiahai down." Lin Zhangguo shouted. His son was useless, but he was his life. Fong Ming naturally would not listen. He looked at Lin Zhangguo and said lightly, "Is this someone you care about?" "Nonsense, that's my son." Lin Zhangguo was going crazy. His son was being held by Fong Ming by the neck. What kind of strength was this? Fong Ming had such a strong power. If he just bent it hard, would his son die immediately? He was worried to death. Fong Ming said leisurely, "If he dies, you will definitely be very sad, right? What do you want?" Lin Zhangguo said in a trembling voice. "Cut." Fong Ming applied a slight force, and the sound of a bone breaking was heard. Lin Jiahai only shuddered and then lost all movement. "He's dead. Jiahai." Lin Jigua immediately wailed. Lin Jia's mother also wailed and, after getting up, pounced on Fong Ming. "You animal, I'll fight you to the death." Fong Ming sneered. What good thing is Auntie Lin? In the gang of old people who took over her family and pushed her into the sea in a previous life, Auntie Lin was also one of them. And when your son and Mo Shi took over Li Wan, you didn't stand up to stop them, did you? Otherwise, would such a terrible, ugly thing have happened? Your son's life is his life, but someone else's life isn't? Fong Ming shook his head and kicked her. Boom! Lin's body flew out like a cannonball, breaking the glass and crashing out onto the balcony. It was only after a long time that a thud was heard, very faint, after all, it was too far away. A living person was thrown out like that, as if it wasn't a person, but a piece of trash. In that instant, Fong Ming killed 2 people. Auntie Lin may not be dead yet, but she is basically dead. Fierce and awe-inspiring. Everyone looked at Fong Ming, trembling in fear, and all of them shut their mouths. When you are just an ordinary person, if you offend the masses, everyone will blame you. But if you show powers far beyond the ordinary, who would dare to accuse you to your face? No one. It's one thing to talk about it behind someone's back, but in front of them, who would dare? Aren't you afraid of death? You animal! You animal! Lin Jiguo was about to go crazy. His wife didn't care, she had long since grown tired of him, but his son was his only child, his root. He was in tears, and wanted to kill Fong Ming. Are you in pain? Fong Ming said calmly, his voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. I'll fight you to the death. Lin Zhongguo ran to the kitchen and rushed at Fong Ming with a kitchen knife in his hand. Unfortunately, Fong Ming just kicked him again, and Lin Zhongguo followed in his wife's footsteps and flew out the window. The whole family was wiped out. Fong Ming turned around and walked out. Everyone quickly stepped aside to make way for the devil. Who dares to stop him? However, once Fong Ming left, they started to talk. How can you kill someone? They didn't realize that he was such a ruthless person, who would kill the entire Lin family. You can't judge a book by its cover. The world is really chaotic, and no one is punishing him. Everyone was filled with emotion, and some of the uncles and aunts took the opportunity to say bad things about Fong Ming. They had asked Fong Ming to bring them food and medicine, but Fong Ming had completely ignored them, so of course they had a grudge against him. In front of Fong Ming, they didn't dare say a word, but when they turned their backs? Ha ha! Don't talk nonsense! Suddenly, Li Wan pushed open the door and shouted, the Lin family is all bad people. She began to accuse the Lin family of their evil deeds. Chapter 26, Mysterious Self-Confidence. Fong Ming didn't care what the neighbors thought of him. In his opinion, it was a good thing that everyone was afraid of him. After all, he would only be here for a month, and then he would go to the mainland and start over. What do you think of me? Does it matter to me? Just leave me alone. He returned home. Fong Ming. Lu Yuqi threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. I was so worried. Usually Fong Ming would be back by 6 o'clock, but today it was 8 o'clock. The waves were crashing outside, and if she wasn't careful, she could lose her life. Her worries were not unfounded. But why should she worry? Is it because she has feelings for Fong Ming, or is she afraid that if something happens to him, she will have no one to support her? Fong Ming didn't want to speculate. He didn't want to get emotionally involved, so he didn't want to know what Lu Yuqi was thinking at all. The two of them happily ate dinner, and Fong Ming also told Lu Yuqi about what had just happened, which made Lu Yuqi's face turn pale. Although she was afraid of the various criminal acts that Fong Ming had mentioned before, it seemed far away from her. But this time was different. It happened in this building and was even more closely related to her. If Mo Shisua hadn't played too hard and caused Li Wan to jump off the building, alarming everyone in the building, then the Lin family and Mo Shisua would have definitely broken in. Could the thing she had blocked them? If it doesn't, the consequences are unimaginable. She would die, and before she died, she would be humiliated. She couldn't help but throw herself into Fong Ming's arms and tremble. Fong Ming did not tell her about the criminals in Lingyan Mountain, otherwise the woman would be even more desperate. He stroked Lu Yuqi's long, silky hair, and his heart gradually grew calm. However, after the tranquility, he felt the amazing curves and elasticity of this body, and couldn't help but get excited. Get into bed and go to sleep. The End of the World, Day 6. When Fong Ming got up, Lu Yuqi was already almost ready with breakfast. He couldn't help but smile. This woman is getting smarter and smarter, and knows how to please herself. After breakfast, Lu Yuqi went to wash the dishes, while Fong Ming went out to find evolution fluid as usual. Unfortunately, although he had a large amount of evolution fluid, he could only absorb 1 serving a day, otherwise he could grow to the height of fighting 10 or even 100 superpowered people in a day. He opened the door and was about to go out, but as soon as he opened the door, he suddenly saw a person standing there. Oh! Fong Ming closed the space door. To avoid being ambushed, the first thing he does after opening the door is to set up a spatial portal at the door. After all, no matter how high your martial arts are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. What if there is a gun waiting for him at the door, and the moment he opens the door, he will be shot? Fong Ming has been reborn once, so he is naturally careful everywhere. However, there was only one person outside the door, and he was unarmed. Kai Hui Hui. This is the 801 room, 1 year older than Fong Ming, and the key is that the two have been engaged. It was Auntie Zhang from the same neighborhood who arranged the meeting. Although Fong Ming had no intention of going on a blind date, his parents were still alive and forced him to go. The two met at a cafe on the edge of the community, but it was just a meeting, and Fong Ming was scared off. Why? Ms. Kai's requirements were really too high. Her looks were 50 points, which is average, not even a beauty, 160 centimeters tall, 120 kilograms, according to her. She is slightly overweight, so be it. The only advantage is that she is very white, really very white, and she also praised it to the sky. However, although she is not considered beautiful, she has high standards for her future husband. She wants him to be local, have 2 apartments, earn at least 1 million yuan a year, and after they get married, she wants to have full control of the family finances. Her parents will also be moving in, so the apartment needs to be at least 140 square meters. What about the man's parents? How can they live together? Aren't they afraid of conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Also, the first child will take the woman's surname, and the second child, whether to have or not, depends on whether she is happy and willing. And why 2 apartments? Because one of the apartments is for her younger brother who is going to college, so that he will have a place to live after he graduates. And the dowry is 388,888. Sorry, no, everything is to be left to her younger brother. Such a Voldemort, not to mention Fong Ming completely unable to meet her requirements, even if it is achieved, naturally, he is completely afraid to marry. This is not about marrying a wife, it's about marrying her whole family. Besides, she is only average in appearance, so how can she have the courage to make such outrageous demands? Has she been poisoned by the toxic chicken soup on the internet? Fong Ming didn't want to be written up in a small essay, with his information posted online, with titles like Headman or the like. He even complimented Miss Kai, saying that she was so outstanding that he was definitely not worthy of her. However, there must be someone who will be worthy of her in the future. I hope Miss Kai will not lower her standards for a husband. Sure enough, Miss Kai left with a proud air. Fong Ming lost a coffee and fruit plate, and also wasted an afternoon, but at least he had his horizons broadened and his lower limit of knowledge refreshed by hearing such a strange blind date condition. But, the two of them haven't seen each other since that time. How could she suddenly show up here? Fong Ming. Miss Kai was still so proud, her head held high, and the end of the world could not make her proud fade, but the obvious pallor on her face showed that she had not eaten enough in the past few days, and she vaguely felt that she had lost some weight. She looked at Fong Ming and said in a condescending tone, "I've reconsidered. If you agree to these conditions, I'll marry you." Before Fong Ming could refuse, she said, "First, you must provide our family with enough food every day. It can't just be enough to eat, but also meat, vegetables, and preferably fruit. Oh, my brother is bringing his girlfriend home, so you should prepare an extra portion. Second, our whole family will move in. Third, you know what's going on outside, so we can't get married. So you can't sleep with me, you can sleep on the sofa or wherever you want, I won't care. After that," she said with a haughty air, "you can go to my house to help move the luggage." Fong Ming almost laughed out loud. This pride, this self-confidence, this so-called pride, which has no source, has not changed. I don't know if it has become more intense. Why did she come to the door today? Oh, it's the 6th day of the disaster, and the water has reached 6 stories high. Her home is on the 8th floor, and in 2 days there will be nowhere to live. So, she's desperate. Well, it could also be that there are too many people in the family and they have run out of food. You Fong Ming goes out every day to collect supplies, so of course you have the ability to support more people. What's the key? They have a big family and they want to move in, but they even have a reason why they can't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate. Even if Fong Ming wants to touch them, he can't, and he can only sleep on the sofa. That's funny. Although Fong Ming had no thoughts at all about Kai Hui Hui, really, not at all. Even if she had stripped naked to seduce him, he would have just pushed her away and run away. He didn't even look at her back then, so it's even less likely now. However, Fong Ming couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Your brother and his girlfriend probably haven't gotten married either, so why can they live together?" Gee, not only are your demands outrageous, but you're also being double standard. Chapter 27, Ugly Rejection. Kai Hui Hui was stunned at first. Right, his brother and his girlfriend obviously haven't gotten married, so why can they live together? Isn't that double standards? But the little fairy is not easily defeated. She immediately said proudly, "I am not a woman who is easy to get. Before I get married, I won't let anyone touch me." You just want to be touched, but how many people are willing to do that? At least I'm not willing. Fong Ming smiled and said, "I'm not interested at all. Miss Kai, please go back where you came from." He had no grudge against the Kai family, so the fact that Kai Hui Hui was a freak was her business and did not go so far as to make Fong Ming want to kill her. So, he just smiled at her strange behavior and let it go. Wait. Kai Hui Hui quickly stopped him. Fong Ming, don't be so petty. I did reject you before, but you should know how much your conditions are different from mine. But all that is in the past. I am ready to marry you, and I only mentioned a little condition. How can you still be so stubborn? You can't be so petty. Oh my God. Fong Ming looked at her in disbelief. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. I'm defeated. He turned around, closed the door, and ran away. Can I just leave? Fong Ming. Fong Ming. Kai Hui Hui chased after him, but even if she wasn't fat, and even if she was as slim as Lu Yushi, and even if she had been working out for years, how could she catch up? Fong Ming had already disappeared after just 2 floors. She stopped in a daze, panting. But just because Fong Ming ran away, that doesn't mean he should be let off the hook. The family's food is almost finished, and the water is about to flood the house. They must move to higher ground. After looking around the entire building, they realized that Fong Ming's house was the most suitable for their large family. In the evening, when Fong Ming came back, they called on his father and younger brother to block him. Fong Ming rushed out of the building and rode away. Phew! Kai Hui Hui is even more terrifying than a psychic. I'm still not cold-blooded enough. If I just punched her to death, wouldn't that be a lot more peaceful? Fong Ming said to himself. But Kai Hui Hui was just blindly confident at best. She hadn't done anything bad. Just because she made herself unhappy, did she have to kill someone? Fong Ming is not that ruthless. If she bothers me again next time, I'll at least let her know how powerful I am and scare her a bit. If that doesn't scare her away, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Fong Ming muttered. Find the evolution fluid. Fong Ming changed to a motorboat and rode the wind in waves all the way. The sea breeze here now also made his heart open and swept away the accumulated depression of his previous life. Most importantly, he now had great power, and would continue to grow stronger. This feeling was of course completely different from his previous life. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the W Hotel. Behind the glass windows, there were many people waving at him. Fong Ming felt a stirring in his heart, and steered the boat over to the window wall. Go down and walk through the front door? No way. Fong Ming punched the glass and then calmly climbed in and tied up the motorboat. Before long, a large crowd of people swarmed over. Take me away, and I'll give you 100,000. I'll give you 200,000 to get me out of this hellhole. I'll give you 500,000. The people were getting louder and louder. It's so noisy. Fong Ming took out his gun and fired it at the ceiling. Bang! Clang! Boom! The bullet hit the lamppost, and a chandelier fell from above, knocking one of the men to the ground. Oops, an accident. It was really an accident. However, seeing Fong Ming pull out a gun and shoot, and injuring a man, everyone shut their mouths. Fong Ming pouted at the crowd. See what happened to him? 2 people immediately went over to him, removed the lamp from his body, and then observed him. They said to Fong Ming, "He's just stunned and has a little blood loss, but he's fine." Fong Ming nodded. Although if he accidentally killed the man, he would only feel guilty, it was better that he didn't kill him. It's impossible to take you away, but I can give you a way to survive. He took out a tube containing evolution fluid. This stuff glowed with a rainbow of colors, and anyone who saw it would be impressed. Go out and collect some of these things. For everyone you find, I'll give you a pack of instant noodles, a bag of bread, or a ham sausage. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. I am the vice president of LCT, and you are asking me to find things for you like I was picking up garbage? I have a green card from the United States, and I'm going to complain to your government about your bad behavior of discriminating against foreign guests. The people who can stay at the W Hotel are basically business people, except for some tourists who come to Sioux City to have fun. However, Fong Ming looked at the person who claimed to have a green card from the United States and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. Because he is clearly dark-haired and yellow-skinned, and what if you have a green card from the United States, can you be superior to the Chinese? What's wrong with you? Fong Ming walked over and picked up the man, threw him up in the air, and then threw him out the window. Whether he can swim back depends on his luck. How could Fong Ming do this to someone without any reason? He hates these mongrels the most. He beats up whoever he sees, and they deserve to die. Fong Ming turned around and looked at everyone. Do you have any more opinions? No one spoke. He smiled lightly. I will be back at this time tomorrow. At that time, whoever finds this liquid can exchange it for food with me. If not, I'm sorry, but I have also worked hard to collect my food. Why should I give it to you for free? After saying that, he left through the broken window, got on the motorboat, and showed everyone the food on the boat before leaving. That day, while searching for it himself, he visited many hotels and communities, offering to trade the evolution fluid for food. Now, if people dare to go out, can they still find food? No, all the shopping malls have been flooded. Therefore, Fong Ming can provide food, which is their only hope. Either bite the bullet and hold on to a door panel or something and head west. After floating a few hundred kilometers, they should reach an area with higher ground. There are also many buildings along the way where they can rest and take shelter, so there is still hope. But if it drags on, even if the problem of food can be solved, what about the zombies that follow? Fong Ming found 7 bottles of evolution fluid today and bought another 17 bottles, for a total of 24 bottles. However, such good days will not last long, because the closer it gets to the 30th day, the less evolution fluid there will be. This is also the reason why Fong Ming mobilized so many people to find evolution fluid together. In the evening, he returned to the residential area. As soon as he reached the 8th floor, he saw Kai Huihui rushing out, along with her parents, her younger brother, and even her younger brother's girlfriend. Fong Ming, why don't you marry my sister? Her brother was the first to make a scene. I'll go. What a question that hits the soul. No. Fong Ming was no longer polite. Now, was he afraid of the little fairies boxing? Chapter 28, A Family of Scoundrels. Ugly, ugly rejection? This sentence shocked the Kai family members, who couldn't believe it. How dare you call me ugly? You dare to say my sister is ugly? You dare to say my daughter is ugly? For incredible shouts came from Kai Huihui, Kai Di, and Kai's parents, all of them looking as if they had been hit by a critical blow. Only Kai Di's girlfriend looked slightly embarrassed, because she did not have such a mysterious self-confidence. Ha! Fong Ming was also shocked. It turns out that not only does Kai Huihui think she is a stunning beauty, but the whole family thinks so too, which is why they support her choice of a husband. No, when you look at Kai Huihui, do you all have a filter in beauty enhancement? Otherwise, how could they have come to such a ridiculous and even terrifying conclusion? Isn't she ugly? Fong Ming laughed as he walked. I've already said it several times, I'm not interested in Kai Huihui, so please don't bother me. What do you mean by harassment? Kai Di chased after him, but even though Fong Ming was carrying a kayak, he was still able to keep up with him. After chasing him for 7 floors, he was out of breath. He gritted his teeth, took a few breaths, and then chased after Fong Ming again. Not only did he want to seek justice for his sister, but the family's hope of survival also depended on Fong Ming. He couldn't let him get away. Fong Ming climbed to the 24th floor in one breath, calm and collected. Of course, he had started from the 6th floor, so he only had to climb 18 floors, but before he could even knock on the door, he heard footsteps in the stairwell. Is he still following? He shook his head and decided to let the Kai family recognize the reality. After a while, Kai Di was the first to arrive, but after he got up the stairs, he didn't speak right away, but instead leaned against the wall and panted heavily. He was exhausted. His face was covered in sweat, and he was breathing so hard that it sounded like a bellows. After a while, it was his girlfriend who arrived second, followed by Kai's parents, and finally Kai Huihui. This girl, who claimed to be slightly overweight, was on the verge of collapse. It took her 5 minutes to climb 18 floors, and her calves were shaking. Fong Ming, leisurely leaning against the wall, said in a calm voice, "What do you want to do?" "You have to marry my sister." Kai Di was the first to make a move. Fong Ming laughed, "Why?" "My sister is willing to marry you, so you should be grateful. What else is there to ask?" Kai Di said. "Hey, I'm talking to you sensibly, and you're playing the rogue with me?" Fong Ming was a little surprised and said, "Don't you know what I did yesterday?" "What did you do?" Kai Di asked, almost as if he were asking a question out of habit. "I wiped out the Lin Zhanghua family, and you still dare to play the rogue with me?" Fong Ming was stunned. "Are you all housebound? You didn't know about such a big event?" Kai Di waved his hand. "Don't talk to me about this and that. I'm just asking you one thing. Will you marry my sister?" Fong Ming was speechless. It seemed that he could only use violence. "Fine, you haven't harmed me, but you've annoyed me, and I won't be polite." The sound of a lock being opened came from the door to 2402. This made the 5 Kai family members look surprised, because as far as they knew, there should only be one person in the Fong family, Fong Ming. But he was clearly outside the house, so why did the door open by itself? They immediately knew the answer. A beautiful woman walked out and leaned over Fong Ming, smiling. "Who is going to marry my husband? How could there be such a beautiful woman?" The 2 men from the Kai family were both stunned. It is one thing that they think Kai Hui Hui is beautiful, but it does not mean that they are blind and think that other beauties are dirt. On the contrary, their aesthetic sense is normal, but it just happens that it does not work on Kai Hui Hui. This woman is the best. Her figure and looks are absolutely top-notch. "You are the demon from Building 18. Kai's mother suddenly pointed at Lu Yushi and said, "I've seen you before and heard others say that you are really a slut who is good at seducing people. I'm telling you, Fong Ming is the one that our Hui Hui likes. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost." "The demon from Building 18? Fong Ming glanced at Lu Yuchi. Indeed, this woman is charming in every way. To call her a demon is not a derogatory term, but a compliment. As long as he is a man, no one can resist her. But you're talking about my woman." "Humph." Fong Ming's face darkened, and he walked over to Kai Ma. With a wave of his hand, he slapped her. "I don't have to put up with your nonsense, but that doesn't mean you can sling mud at my woman. If you dare say it again, I'll throw you off the building." Kai Ma was so intimidated by his authority that she sat down on the ground and started to cry, "Murder! Murder! Fong Ming, you son of a bitch, you played with my daughter and you don't even admit it. You damned animal!" She cried out shamelessly. Fong Ming was stunned. "I haven't even touched your daughter's finger, so how can you say I've toyed with your daughter? Besides, wasn't it your daughter who set the conditions for the blind date too high for me to meet? How could your noble and proud daughter be willing to give me money? Fong Ming, you dare to hit my mother." Kai Di stood up and was about to grab Fong Ming by the collar. Bang! Fong Ming casually pushed him, and Kai Di crashed into the wall and then bounced back. The violent impact caused him to open his mouth and spit blood. Bastard Kai's father also wanted to rush up, but when he saw Fong Ming's incredible strength, he couldn't help but stop. He was so excited that he slowly lay on the ground, his face red, and his limbs twitching. "Dad!" Kai Hui Hui rushed over and yelled at Fong Ming, "My dad has a heart condition, you're making him have a heart attack." "What the hell do I care?" Fong Ming looked at him coldly. If this was before the disaster, even if he was in the right, he would have to suffer a lot in this situation, otherwise it would be impossible for him to get away. But this is after the disaster. He threw all 5 of the Kai family members into the sea to fend for themselves. Will anyone come to arrest him and punish him? So, don't you dare to die on your own. My patience is running out. At this time, neighbors also came one after another, but because Fong Ming was a fierce man, they all just watched and didn't dare to speak. Although after Li Wan's explanation, everyone knew what kind of people the Lin family were, and they deserved to die, they were all ordinary people. They had witnessed Fong Ming's massacre of the 3 Lin family members, and the shock and fear they felt could not be easily erased. But Mrs. Kai, unaware of what everyone was thinking, immediately started to cry and scream, "Everyone, come judge this. This son of a bitch played with my daughter, and then hooked up with another woman, and even made my husband have a heart attack. I don't want to live either. Chapter 29, A Farce. Gee, what a victim. Fang Ming really wanted to give them a thumbs up. They were really good at acting and changing their faces. The entertainment industry owes you an Oscar. Hearing Kaima say this, the onlookers all had different expressions. They looked at Kai Hui Hui and then at Lu Yuqi, who was standing next to Fang Ming. How could they not look strange? As long as you're not blind, who would you choose? It's Lu the demon from Building 18. It turns out that she is the mistress of someone, and it turns out that it is Fang Ming. No, the Fang family doesn't have any money, so why would she be Fang Ming's mistress? This. Everyone was whispering, afraid that Fang Ming would hear them. Fang Ming shook his head. I only met your daughter once, on the day of the blind date. However, your daughter has very high standards for her future husband. Ha, let me read them out for everyone. She wants an annual salary of 1 million yuan, and her salary must be handed over to her husband. She also wants 2 houses, one for the wedding, which must be at least 140 square meters, because her parents will be living there. The other house is for her younger brother, so that he can get married as soon as he graduates. The first child must take the woman's surname, but the second child doesn't necessarily have to. And never mind, I can't remember. Although Fang Ming only mentioned a few conditions, everyone was shocked and their 3 views were about to explode. Kai Hui Hui must be wearing gold, no, definitely diamonds. The first child will take the wife's surname. Aren't you just looking for a son-in-law? But you dare to make such a condition for a son-in-law? Look at what you look like, how dare you make such a request? It's more like Lu Yushi on the side. Many people couldn't help but snicker. They weren't laughing at Fang Ming, of course they dared. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Can't you take a look in the mirror? With a face like that, it's lucky if someone marries you, and you still dare to make such an outrageous request. Does she think that all the women in the world have died out, leaving her as the only one? Hearing the ridicule, Kai Hui Hui could not help but be furious. She was really angry, as if she thought these people were blind. She jumped up, ignoring her father, and confronted her neighbors. Are you blind? I'm so beautiful, how dare you say I'm ugly? Humph, I used to have a foreign boyfriend who always said I was beautiful and had fair skin. Wow. At this point, everyone's expression changed completely. You have a foreign boyfriend? How can you still want a woman like that? Even if she is beautiful, who would want to take her after she has been taken by a foreigner? Fang Ming was also shocked. This woman has a foreign boyfriend? You've been hiding it pretty well, huh? Foreigners are ignorant. They treat even this kind of woman like a treasure. How can they do it? Listen to her tone of voice. When she talked about her foreign boyfriend, her face glowed, as if she was incredibly proud. Fang Ming said leisurely, so how did you break up? His visa expired and he went back to his country. Kai Hui Hui said in a somewhat unnatural tone. Fang Ming couldn't help but think of what happened more than a year ago, and couldn't help but say, your foreign boyfriend wouldn't be a student from Ludi University, would he? He was sent back to his home country for violating school rules, right? Kai Hui Hui suddenly turned pale and did not respond to this. Her expression was enough to explain it. Fang Ming was shocked. Brother Black, you can do that, holy shit, no wonder you are praised as white. In Brother Black's eyes, you are indeed white and truly precious. I believe it. Heavy taste. Not only Fang Ming, but everyone else also looked as if their worldview had been shattered. It's not that you can't find a foreigner to marry, but Brother Black? You can't even admire foreigners to this extent. You're giving away the farm. Hey, did you mention so many conditions to Blackie when you were talking to him? Fang Ming was curious again, but immediately asked himself and answered, of course not. If you're already giving up everything, how dare you mention conditions? I don't understand. What is it about us Chinese men that is so bad? We are diligent, we work hard, and we are willing to work hard and take on any task. In contrast, Blackie is notoriously lazy. If we look at Europe and America, there are countless examples of domestic violence, and many people live below the poverty line. Which is better than our Chinese men? We are heavily attacked and harshly punished, but foreigners are willing to pay for it? Gee. Fang Ming shook his head, his contempt for foreigners was already evident in his words. I hate Western-loving dogs the most. Kai Hui's face turned red and then pale. This time she had been hit right in the sore spot. Suddenly, she took out a report card, held it high above her head, and said, "Fong Ming, you're not a human being. I had 2 abortions for you, and you actually fell in love with another woman. I'm not finished with you." What? This is some shocking news. The public was also skeptical because they didn't think any girl would joke about such a thing. Fong Ming glanced at her and couldn't help but laugh. "You went to university in Ludong, right?" "That's right." Kai Hui was a little proud. "The hospital where you had the abortion is the Third People's Hospital of Ludong, so you had the abortion when you were in college." "I was also in college at the time, but I was in Suzhou." Fong Ming said slowly, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you back then. Even if I did, I wouldn't have been able to do it to you, so please don't insult my judgment." "So, you were pregnant with that black guy's child?" "Hey! The number after A is 3. You had an abortion 3 times." Fong Ming was shocked. 1 time could be an accident, but 3 times? It means that the 2 of them never used any protection. Pa! Kai's father had just woken up and heard this, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His limbs twitched violently, as if he had a seizure. Kai Hui was so embarrassed that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She had only taken out the report to make it look real and convince everyone of her words, but she never expected Fong Ming to be so observant that he could read the tiny print from several meters away. "It's over." Everyone looked at her, their eyes completely looking at a girl who doesn't care about herself. "Shame on you. She's a foreigner-loving, black-skinned girl who's a complete fool." "Old man! Old man!" Kai's mother rushed to Kai's father. The old man's convulsions became more and more violent. After a sudden violent tremor, he calmed down and there was no more movement. Kai's mother burst into tears, pointed at Fong Ming, and said viciously, "You killed my husband. I curse you to die without a whole body." "Dad!" Kai Di also rushed over and found that his father had no heartbeat. He didn't care about the pain in his back, stood up, pointed at Fong Ming, and said, "You have to compensate me. Give up your family, it's ours now." Now that his father was dead, he had a good excuse to take over Fong Ming's family. Fong Ming shook his head, and this farce should be over. Chapter 30, Another Family Destroyed. Fong Ming doesn't consider himself a monster. But why does someone always want to force him? He walked up to Kai Di and asked, "You want my house?" "Yes." Kai Di said, with his head held high, as if he didn't know what he was getting himself into. "Do you want my woman to stay too?" Fong Ming asked again. Kai Di couldn't help but look at Lu Yushi, swallowed his saliva, and he really wanted to say yes, but his girlfriend was still there, and would Lu Yushi agree? "No. After I take over this house, won't all the food in it belong to me? At that time, Lu Yushi will have to beg me if she wants to survive." He. His heart immediately became active. "If you ask me, I can manipulate you. Isn't it logical that this big demon would sleep with me? Girlfriend? Compared to Lu Yushi, she is ugly." He changed his mind and quickly nodded, "Yes, she should stay too." This sentence made his girlfriend pale and tremble, and she turned around and left. "How can she stay? It's too embarrassing." Fong Ming shook his head, picked Kai Di up, and then threw him. Bang! He smashed the glass in the stairwell and flew straight out. No, the piercing cry pierced the night sky, sending shivers down people's spines. "Son!" Kai's mother cried out, and fainted, falling on Kai's father. Kai Hui screamed and rushed over, "You killed my father and my brother. I'm going to fight you. How can you say such a thing? I rejected you twice, but if you had any self-awareness or self-respect, you wouldn't have come back to me. But not only did you send your whole family to force me to give in and take my house, you also put the blame for my 2 abortions on me? You're asking for it." Fong Ming had not killed her before because he only thought that this woman was too arrogant to make such an outrageous offer, and it was not worth killing her. But now it seems that killing her is not unjustified. Now that he has made his move, he will cut off the roots. Fong Ming didn't want anyone hiding in the dark to shoot arrows at him. With a whoosh, he picked up Kai Hui, her mother, and her father, and threw them all out of the broken window. Now it's quiet. Kai Di's girlfriend? When Kai Di said he was going to keep Lu Yuchi, this woman must have wanted to bite him to death. Fang Ming glanced at the audience. The show is over, why don't you go home? Do you want to try bungee jumping? Who wants to? Suddenly, everyone ran away. Fang Ming's reputation as a villain was once again confirmed. Would anyone dare to provoke him again? Fang Ming and Lu Yushi returned to the house. Lu Yushi had already prepared dinner, and Fang Ming didn't order takeout again today because he had given her a large piece of beef last night. Today, Lu Yushi made beef brisket stewed with radish, which was delicious. Fang Ming couldn't help but praise it. Lu Yushi was a little proud. That's right, they say that to capture a man's heart, you first have to capture his stomach. I took a cooking class specifically to learn how to do that. This is a woman who wants to marry into a wealthy family. However, she is going about it the wrong way. If she really marries into a wealthy family, will she still need to cook? You've watched too many Korean dramas. After eating, Fang Ming went to work out, and after Lu Yushi finished washing the dishes, she also started practicing yoga. Under her yoga clothes, her beautiful, sexy curves were on full display, very eye-catching. So, after the workout, Fang Ming and Lu Ichi went to the shower together. Splash splash. The night passed, and the end of the world entered its 7th day. The entire neighborhood was overcast with worry. There was not much food left in the houses, and there was not much furniture left either. If they could not get out of this predicament, they would really starve to death. From the morning, screams could be heard everywhere, and from time to time, people could be seen being pushed down the stairs and into the water. Some people were lucky enough to swim back from other people's balconies or stairwell windows, but some people were not so lucky, and were immediately swept away by a wave and soon disappeared. In desperation, the desire for life made everyone's eyes red, killing, looting supplies, and seizing houses. You have to know that the lower 8 floors are now uninhabitable, even if the first floor is an open-air floor, which means that the residents of the 7 upper floors need to move up. The key is that the water level is rising, so are the 9th and 10th floors safe? So, everyone wants to grab the top floor or the second floor, but there are only a limited number of top floors and second top floors in each building. Everyone wants to live there, so what do? They fight until they are bloody. Everyone becomes incredibly selfish when it comes to their own lives. Fang Ming frowned a little. Under the pressure of despair, it was possible that someone would take a desperate risk and break into his house. Do you know how to use a gun? He asked Lu Yushi. Lu Yushi was stunned. Fang Ming went into the bedroom and came out with a pistol in his hand. I'll teach you how to use it. Soon, the sound of gunshots rang out. Fang Ming taught Lu Yushi how to shoot and reload the gun, and he didn't need to be accurate. As long as he could shoot, he could intimidate others. Moreover, he deliberately taught Lu Yushi to shoot on the balcony to warn others not to try to break in while he was away. It is only the 7th day of the apocalypse, and guns are a great threat to supernaturals. Fang Ming took a dose of evolution fluid and left. He has already absorbed 3 doses of evolution fluid, which means that his superpowers are twice as strong as those of other superheroes. Without using the evolution liquid, my strength will be about 1,000 kilograms in 3 days, and now it should be 2,000 kilograms. What does that mean? 2 tons. One punch would be like a mini electric car crashing into you. Who wouldn't have their bones shattered and their insides mashed up if they took a punch like that? There is a rough estimate for strength, but speed cannot be measured. Fang Ming tried it. If he builds up his strength, he can jump 5 meters in one go. If he jumps with a running start, he can jump about 20 meters. The power of the fireball and ice cone is also increasing, and it is completely possible to kill a normal person with one hit. The range has also reached 10 meters. After this distance, the fireball will self-destruct, and the ice cone will also turn into water and no longer be destructive. Fang Ming searched for the evolution fluid all the way, and in order of proximity, he began to visit the places he had been to the day before, to see if these people had listened and collected the evolution fluid. First stop, the W Hotel. The water level has risen again today, so he can't get in through the hole from yesterday. It's okay, he can just break another window. Bang! With a crisp sound, he entered the hotel. But after a moment, he saw a lot of people gathering around. But judging from their fierce looks, they didn't seem to be here to exchange food, but Fang Ming shook his head in disappointment as he looked at the kitchen knives and fire axes in their hands. You are afraid of death and don't want to take risks, so it's fine if you don't want to find the evolution fluid, but why do you want to rob me? Heh, I'm much more terrifying than the flood. He stood with his arms folded, waiting for these people to surround him. Chapter 31, Building Meeting. We don't want to kill anyone, so you move aside and let us move the food. A man with a fire axe said. Why are you talking to him? Just kill him. Yes, we'll use this boat to get food ourselves. If he can get food, so can we. Yes, kill him. The others shouted in unison. Fong Ming has a gun, so what? He's just one man with a gun. How many people can he kill? If they all attack him at once, Fong Ming can only fire one shot. At this point, they were all willing to take a chance. Fong Ming shook his head. Since you all want to die, I don't mind killing you all. He didn't take out his gun. When they saw this, their eyes lit up. You're so cocky? Fine, I'll kill you. A group of people immediately rushed up. Fong Ming smiled coldly and raised his fist. The first person had already rushed up. Boom! Fong Ming swung his fist, and a force of 2 tons exploded, causing the man's chest to collapse. Crackling, the ribs were broken in an unknown number of places, and each of them was broken into an unknown number of pieces. The man died instantly, and his body was thrown out. The force of 2 tons bursting out of such a small fist is far more terrifying than being hit by a car. But now everyone is rushing up. Who cares about a person who has been knocked into the air? The kitchen knives were flying everywhere. Fong Ming grunted and punched repeatedly. Boom, 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 one punch after another, knocking everyone who came at him flying. Being knocked into the air means being dead. After he knocked 10 people flying, the people behind him didn't dare to attack anymore, and they all trembled and backed away. This guy is not human. No wonder he didn't take out his gun. With such terrifying power, why would he need a gun? You don't appreciate the opportunity I've given you. Fong Ming shook his head and looked at everyone. You're all going to die here. He was too lazy to kill anyone else. These people would die of starvation or thirst in a few days anyway, so there was no point in wasting his time. Let's go to the next place. He left on the boat, and the people in the hotel broke their silence and began to blame each other. If they had known earlier, they would have gone out to find what Fong Ming wanted, and they might have been able to exchange it for some food. Now that Fong Ming would not be coming back, they would really have to wait for death. As they complained, a civil war broke out. They hacked and slashed each other, and soon there was a river of blood. Fong Ming arrived at the next place, which was a small community. Several people risked their lives and found the evolution fluid outside. Fong Ming was very happy, and he accepted 5 packs of instant noodles in exchange for 1 drop of evolution fluid. Why did he raise the price of the purchase? Because 1 pack of instant noodles can barely keep someone alive. At least 3 packs are needed to fill up and have the strength to go out and collect the evolution fluid again tomorrow, so he naturally didn't hold back. He harvested 4 portions of evolution fluid. Next stop. In some places, people are like the W Hotel, completely unwilling to take risks to find evolution fluid, but instead want to rob it. Fong Ming naturally won't be polite, and after killing a wave of people, the others will naturally be obedient, but there are still about half of them who are willing to go looking for evolution fluid and risk their lives. On the way, Fong Ming also saw a large number of people boarding simple boats and heading west or north. There are cities with high elevations in the west and north that are completely unaffected by the floods. Good luck to you all. Fong Ming could only wish these people well. Brave people certainly deserve respect. After a busy day, Fong Ming harvested 31 evolution fluids today, which is still quite a lot. Fong Ming returned to the residential area. No one stopped him today. He returned to his home, knocked on the door, and then opened the space door. Although he believed that Lu Yushi was not stupid enough to want to kill him, it was still better to be cautious. The door opened, and Lu Ichi was unarmed. Fong Ming closed the space door and asked, "Did anyone come over today?" Lu Yuchi shook her head. "I think they were scared by the noise of us practicing with guns. No one came over all day." That's good. Today, Fong Ming brought takeout again, and Lu Yushi was no longer surprised. She was even smart enough not to ask any questions. She only needed to know that Fong Ming was very capable. According to you, this flood was caused by the melting of the polar ice caps. I remember reading a report about it before, saying that if all the polar ice caps melted, the global sea level would rise by 70 meters. Lu Yuqi said, although we are on the 24th floor, we could still be flooded. Do you plan to live here forever? She was still very worried about this. Fong Ming smiled and said, of course I won't live here forever. Don't worry, if it really becomes uninhabitable here, I'll take you away to the inland area. Lu Yuqi was relieved, but she was afraid that Fong Ming had some kind of attachment to his home and would rather stay in the water than leave. Knock, knock, someone is knocking at the door. Fong Ming was taken aback. Who could be knocking at this hour? He walked over, opened the door to the space first, and then looked through the peephole. Outside was a man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking very refined. But can you judge a person by their appearance? There are plenty of civilized beasts. However, the other party didn't seem to be carrying any weapons. Fong Ming closed the space door and opened it. Even if the other person was carrying a gun, Fong Ming was confident that he could kill the person when the other person pulled out the gun. Fong Ming, I have notified everyone in the building. Each family will send a representative to meet at my house at 8 o'clock to discuss how to deal with the flood. The middle-aged man said, you are so capable, we all hope you can participate. Fong Ming looked at him blankly, are you? He really didn't recognize this person. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then said, my name is Huang Xian. I'm the building manager of this building. Oh. Fong Ming thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll be there at 8 o'clock. What floor is your apartment on? 1601, Huang Xian said, somewhat helplessly. I see. Fong Ming went back to the house, continued to eat, had a cup of tea after dinner, and then ate some fruit. He looked at the time, 2 minutes to 8, and told Lu Yuqi to lock the door before going to the 16th floor. There are 2 units in Building 16, with 4 households in each unit, sharing 2 elevators, connected by an aerial corridor. After the flood, Unit 1 can be accessed by stairs and the aerial corridor, but Unit 2 cannot. Fortunately, the distance is not very far. Even so, only 5 people from Unit 2 had come over to act as representatives of all the owners in Unit 2. Fong Ming was the last to arrive, but he still got there before 8 o'clock. He is very punctual. The 112 square meter room was packed with people. Huang Xian coughed and said, dear neighbors, the water level is rising, and our food and clean water are constantly being depleted. If this continues, we will only be waiting to die. Therefore, I suggest that we must save ourselves. Chapter 32, The Shipbuilding Plan. How can we save ourselves? Everyone looked to Huang Xian. Self-help is not just about chanting slogans. You need a plan that everyone can accept. Huang Xian obviously had a plan in mind. He said, I suggest we build a boat together, it doesn't have to be very sturdy, because we don't need to go far. As long as we can reach the mountains above, such as Shanshan and Cheesy Mountain, we can find a place to settle down. There, we can look for supplies, and even if we don't find any, we can cut down trees to make a raft. I guess the flood was caused by the melting of the polar ice caps, which could raise the sea level by more than 60 meters. Therefore, coastal areas such as Suzhou and Shanghai are definitely finished, but inland areas with high elevations will be safe as long as we reach there. Neighbors, all electronic devices are now out of order. I guess this is also the reason why the country has not sent a ship to rescue us. Therefore, we must get there ourselves. Many people nodded, this is a reasonable guess. And, as Huang Xian said, they can't afford to wait any longer. No water, no food. Fong Ming. Huang Xian looked at Fong Ming and said seriously, you are the most capable, so I hope you can be the team leader and lead and direct everyone to escape. No. Fong Ming knew very well that being the leader was not that easy. If you become the leader, you will have to take care of the food and drink, as well as the excrement of this large group of people. Can he eat alone and let everyone watch him? This is giving him a false name and then making him work like a horse. That's a nice thought. Fong Ming waved his hand, I'm not interested in this plan at all. You can do whatever you want, but don't count me in. After saying that, he turned and left. I thought Huang Xian had something good planned, but this? But on second thought, this is really the best solution Huang Xian could come up with. What else could he do? Everyone could only watch him leave. Dare to stop him? You want to die? Huang Xian was naturally very disappointed. He really wanted Fong Ming to take charge of everyone's food, drink, and toilet needs, but Fong Ming was very smart for a young man and saw through it at a glance. He boosted his confidence and said, "Don't be disappointed. Without Fong Ming, we can still build a ship. Now, everyone go home and bring out wooden boxes and other things. We'll build the ship on the roof tomorrow morning." Everyone agreed, and they couldn't just sit around and wait for death. They had to find a way to survive. Fong Ming didn't care about them. He went home and slept with the sweet-smelling beauty. The night passed. The end of the world, day 8. When Fong Ming left the house today, he found that someone in the community had already built a simple boat and set it out into the wind and waves. In this light, Huang Xian's proposal was actually a bit too late. The other people have already built their boats and gone. Did Huang Xian's plan to build a boat succeed? He doesn't know, because in his previous life, on the 6th day, he was pushed down the stairs by the old folks, including Mr. Lin and Mrs. Zhang. So he doesn't know about Huang Xian's boat building plan, or whether they succeeded or not. Well, it's time to settle the score with the old folks. Don't let them get away with it. Tonight, Fong Ming, like yesterday, was looking for evolution fluid on his own while looking for someone to trade with. Yesterday, someone really got food, which greatly motivated other people. Today, more people went out to look for evolution fluid, and Fong Ming's harvest reached 39. Except for the little Joe girl, who was extremely lucky and obtained about 100 evolution fluids, today was the biggest harvest for Fong Ming. Satisfied. When Fong Ming returned home, Lu Yuqi told him that the people in the building were very active today, and they were busy on the roof. The more the merrier, and they even managed to gather all the tools needed to build a ship. Nails, ropes, saws, etc. At this rate, the first simple boat will be ready tomorrow. But there are still about 150 people on the 16th floor. How many people can a boat take? 5? At most 6 people can squeeze in, and if there are more, the boat will surely capsize. So they have to build about 30 boats. Even if they get used to it, they can only build 2 or 3 boats a day, but it will take many days to build all of them. Can each household's food supply last that long? Will the remaining furniture be enough to make the number of pieces of wood needed to build the ship? Will the families without food demand to leave first? But why would those with food agree? There are so many questions. Everyone is very united now, but when the ship is built tomorrow, conflicts will arise. He suddenly became interested. Tomorrow, instead of rushing to collect the evolution fluid, he would watch a good show. Moreover, he still needed to settle old accounts with a few old things. Anyway, many people were already looking for the evolution fluid for him. Would it make a difference if he went a little later or a little earlier? After dinner, Fong Ming and Lu Yuqi each went their separate ways. However, today Lu Yuqi's relatives came, so they had to stop one activity. The end of the world, day 9. After Fong Ming had breakfast, he didn't go out. Lu Yuqi was surprised at first, but then she gladly read a book with him. Now that there are no entertainment activities and electronic devices are completely useless, can you still play with your phone, play games, and watch TV? In fact, it is possible. Fong Ming can use the mobile phones and computers in the other space as long as he takes them out. But now is not the time to enjoy them, and it is not the time to let Lu Yuqi know that he has the ability to travel through space. Lu Yuqi was very happy, because usually after Fong Ming left, she could only sit by the window and daydream, and she could only pass the time by cooking and cleaning. She suddenly said, "Go find another woman." Pop. Fong Ming spewed out directly. Although he was a person who had returned from the end of the world, he had seen all kinds of hellish scenes. But he was still taken aback by this remark and coughed non-stop. Lu Yuqi smiled. "First, I'm really bored here alone, and I lack a sense of security. I'm afraid of every sound outside. Second, when I'm not available, I can have someone else serve you. Are you sure you're a modern person? You seem like an ancient wife who was poisoned by feudal thinking and took the initiative to find a concubine for her husband?" Fong Ming laughed. If he wants to find another woman, he doesn't need Lu Yuqi to say it, and he doesn't need her consent. However, Lu Yuqi actually took the initiative to bring it up, which made him think that this woman is really obedient. She has potential. Fong Ming's heart stirred. He wasn't interested in building any kind of power base, but what if he could train all the women around him to become supernaturals? Natural evolution can make someone a psychic, but you can also cultivate it by absorbing corpse pearls. The difference between the two is sooner or later. Those who evolved naturally appeared within the first month after the disaster, and there would be no more naturally evolved supernaturals after that. They could only evolve through the corpse pearls and possess supernormal abilities. Cultivating an army of goddesses? That sounds like fun. Chapter 33, Stealing a Boat and Running Away. Fong Ming and Lu Yuqi were so engrossed in their love that they didn't realize it was already 11 o'clock. Lu Yuqi broke free from his embrace and went to make lunch. Fong Ming looked out of the window and suddenly heard cheers coming from upstairs. "Oh, the boat is ready," he told Lu Yuqi and left. He walked to the top of the 25th floor, where there was a locked security door, but it had been smashed open. He walked through it and found himself on the roof, which was large and flat, perfect for building a boat. At least 30 people were gathered around a newly built boat, each with a gleam in their eyes. This is their hope. However, when they saw Fong Ming coming up, they all turned around at the same time, with a look of ill will and full of vigilance. They were naturally afraid that Fong Ming would steal their boat. Fong Ming waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your ship. I just came up to take a look. You can continue." He climbed up to the top of the elevator shaft and sat cross-legged. Sure enough, he was just looking, not doing anything. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Fong Ming really wanted to take it, they wouldn't be able to protect it. They looked back at the wooden boat. Now, all they had to do was lower the boat from the upper floor and put it in the water, and then a group of people could leave on the boat. What a temptation! An old lady immediately said, "I suggest that people with financial difficulties should leave first. For example, our family has already run out of food and can't hold out any longer, so I'm applying for my family to leave by boat today, just to give everyone a head start." Ha, who would believe that? Your family is in trouble, but my family isn't? My family also wants to leave first. Haha, who isn't biting their teeth to hold on? Why should anyone go first? For a moment, no one wanted to build a second boat, everyone just wanted to grab the first boat and be the first to leave. If they left a day earlier, they would have a better chance of survival. At this time, more and more people came up from downstairs. Everyone said that their families were extremely poor and that if they didn't leave on the boat, they would surely starve to death. The argument became a mess. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The sound of laughter drew everyone's attention. Fong Ming shook his head. This group of people. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he said, "It's nothing. You can go on. I just suddenly felt like laughing. By the way, since everyone is here, I'll go find someone to settle the bill. Don't worry about me." He jumped down from the elevator shaft and said with a smile, "Mrs. Zhang, please come downstairs." What? Mrs. Zhang was stunned, but Fong Ming acted lightning fast and threw her off the roof. Mrs. Zhang let out a cry of terror. Falling into the water from such a high place, the impact alone could have knocked her unconscious. With the waves so big, could she swim to any building and save her life? In your previous life, you pushed me into the water, and now I'm returning the favor. I am a fair person, and I have left you a chance to survive. If you don't die after falling into the water, then all grudges are forgotten, and I won't bother you anymore. Fong Ming said to himself, and set his sights on another person. "Auntie Li, please come downstairs too." He just threw people off the roof one by one without explanation. After throwing more than 10 people off the roof, those on the roof were already pale and trembling. Fong Ming was too ruthless, like the Grim Reaper. However, at this point, Fong Ming stopped, clapped his hands, and smiled. "Everyone, continue. My account is already settled, so I won't disturb you. Continue." He left the building. Everyone looked at each other, but the chill still lingered in their hearts, unable to disperse. After a long time, they looked at the boat and began to quarrel even more fiercely. They wanted to leave even more. There is a murderer in the building who kills almost every day. We can't stay here any longer. And Fong Ming has already killed more than 10 people, which is actually a good thing, because there are now 10 fewer competitors. Fong Ming really didn't pay any attention to these people. After he had lunch, he left the community. He still needed a boat, but Fong Ming believed that in a few days, or maybe more than a few days, or maybe a dozen days, he wouldn't need a boat anymore and could simply leap between the two buildings. The distance between the buildings in the community is about 50 meters, and he can now leap 20 meters, so as long as he keeps evolving, in just a few days, or at most a couple of weeks, he can really leap between the buildings like a martial arts master. He didn't get much evolution fluid today, only 28 servings, but Fong Ming was not ungrateful. He knew that each serving of evolution fluid was extremely precious and out of print, and that it would no longer be available from the 30th day onwards. Back in the community and into the house, but you can still hear the intense quarrel coming from the roof. Fong Ming looked at Lu Yuqi and asked, "Have they been arguing?" Lu Yuqi nodded with a sad face. "It never stopped, and it made my head hurt. It is true that many hands make light work, but if you don't work together, then you'll end up arguing with each other and getting nowhere." However, in the end, the people upstairs reached a consensus. 10 people will be assigned to watch the boat at night, and we will continue building the boat tomorrow. We will build as many boats as possible first, otherwise no one will be able to leave. In the middle of the night, Fong Ming was awakened by the unusual noise coming from upstairs. He was startled at first, but then realized that the noise was coming from the roof. Out of curiosity, he climbed up the balcony. This was a piece of cake for his current strength. Then he saw a fight going on upstairs. The two of them worked together to knock the others out and kill them, then they lowered the boat down together with a rope, and someone was waiting for them at the bottom. Naturally, it was the two men's families. Then the two of them went down from the roof, got into the boat, and the two families rowed the boat away in the night. Fong Ming said, "These two people are really ruthless. They took advantage of their position and took action on the first night. Well, I wish you good luck." Fong Ming went back to bed. But after a while, there were loud shouts and curses coming from the roof, which not only woke up everyone in Building 16, but also people in the neighboring buildings, who opened their windows and yelled at the top of their lungs. Then, the noise got louder and louder, because everyone knew that the boat had been robbed and taken away. The two families were scolded mercilessly. But what good would it do to curse them? Would the two families come back? When they got tired and hungry, they had no choice but to go back to bed. The 10th day of the apocalypse. Fong Ming stretched and felt refreshed. He didn't know if the people in the building had trouble sleeping last night, but he had a good night's sleep. With a beautiful woman in his arms, what's not perfect about it, except that he can't eat for the time being? I wonder if Huang Xin and the others will continue building the ship today? Fong Ming was a little curious, but not very, so he didn't go to the rooftop to watch the show today, but instead gave Lu Yuqi some more books, including novels, history, and comics, enough to keep her busy. Set off to continue looking for the evolution fluid, which is the only task for the next 20 days. Chapter 34, The Big Boss from a Previous Life. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the water had already reached a height of 10 stories. Although there are many residential buildings in Sioux City, many of them are only 5 stories high, and they can no longer be seen. Most commercial buildings are only 6 or 7 stories high, and they have completely disappeared from the surface of the water today. Now, the only buildings that can still be seen above the water are high-rise, small high-rise, and office buildings. The higher the water level, the more convenient it is to navigate, and you can drive recklessly. There are fewer and fewer places to avoid. However, the opposite of the rising water level is the amount of evolution fluid. After a busy day, he only harvested 22 evolution fluids, which was a sharp drop compared to yesterday. No wonder the person who obtained the most evolution fluid in his previous life only got 24. The later it gets, the less evolution fluid there is. Fortunately, he took action on the first day. He used 7 evolution fluids in total, leaving 315 evolution fluids. Fong Ming was very pleased. Although the amount was small, he could still obtain evolution fluid. Even if he didn't, his harvest was terrifying. Ha! Fong Ming noticed 3 large fishing boats approaching from the front. Although there were only 3, they had an imposing presence. These are fishing boats on the sea. Fong Ming was stunned. Fishing boats on the sea had actually come here, giving him a strange feeling. He frowned slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind: don't you dare mess with me. When the two sides met, someone on a fishing boat looked at him from the deck and shouted, "Hey, buddy, what's the current location? You don't know where you are?" It's true that if you're not from here, you won't recognize the 2 landmarks of Sioux City, the Autumn Pants Gate and the Thumb, which can be seen from almost anywhere in Sioux City. So it's really not possible for these people to confirm their location by relying on the 2 landmarks when they come from the sea. "Sojo," Fong Ming said. Suddenly, many people on the boat cheered, and faintly, one could hear someone saying, "I told you this is Sioux City, and you didn't believe me." Fang Ming was about to leave, but the man stopped him. "Brother, thank you. Here, I'll give you a fish. We caught it before the sea rose and froze it. It's definitely not the stinky fish here." The man threw a fish at Fang Ming. It was a big one. What a generous offer. Fang Ming took it subconsciously and smiled. "Thank you, by the way, have you seen this liquid? Can I exchange it for vegetables or ham?" He showed the other person the evolution fluid. The man on the boat glanced at it and shook his head, saying, "We've seen it before, but we didn't pay any attention to it. Why, is this stuff precious?" Fang Ming smiled and said, "You can trade it for food with me." He pointed to the flag on the ship. The man nodded. "Okay, if we see it again, we'll take it. But we're going to the mainland, so it's unlikely we'll see you again." Fang Ming nodded. "Well, see you again if we're destined to." "Okay, little brother, my name is Situ Yuan." The man nodded. "Little brother, what's your name?" "Shit, Sito Yuan? The powerful god of the previous life." Fang Ming was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to meet this big guy so soon in this life. However, in his previous life, he could only look up to him, but in this life, the tables have turned. Now he only needs one punch to kill this future god of strength. Even if the opponent is also a superhuman. He hasn't used the evolution fluid, so he only has the first 3 days of enhancement. What about Fang Ming? He had been strengthening for 9 days, and was about to start the 10th day. The gap is not ordinary. Seeing Fang Ming's stunned expression, Situ Yuan couldn't help but say, "Do you recognize me?" Fang Ming smiled and said, "My name is Fang Ming. I feel like I've heard your name somewhere. Maybe it was in a novel." After all, the surname Sifu is usually only seen in novels. Only then did Situ Yuan feel relieved and smiled, saying, "Brother Fang, take care. Have a safe journey." Fang Ming also said. Among the bigwigs of the previous life, Situ Yuan's reputation was quite good. The settlement he founded had the best order and the least exploitation, but the world in the future was the law of the jungle, and he could not go against the general trend. Therefore, in his settlement, naturally the supernaturals were also on high, but it was really much better than other settlements. Fang Ming dreamed of escaping from the Xinmin base, and the place he wanted to go to was the first choice for the settlement of Situ Yuan. This person is loyal and has a strong sense of friendship, which is indeed rare in the end times. The 3 fishing boats continued to ride the wind and waves, heading northwest. Fang Ming sighed, looked away, and continued with his work. The bigwigs from the previous life have begun to make their appearance, and in a few days, the first bigwig will discover the usefulness of the evolution fluid. In fact, this bigwig has only discovered a little bit, and it is even possible that someone discovered it even earlier. After all, not every superpower will talk about their own experiences. In short, these few days are the last golden period for collecting evolution fluid. More superpowered people will join in, and when they want to buy evolution fluid at that time, the price will naturally skyrocket. Fang Ming walked down the streets and hotels one by one, and once again harvested 21 evolution fluids. That's one less than yesterday. Fang Ming returned to the residential area. Lu Yuqi said that Huang Xian and the others had already split up today. Now they are divided into 4 groups, each group of people are making boats on their own, but their hearts are not in unison, and the tools are also scattered, so they have to borrow from each other, which has led to the inefficiency of the 4 groups. Originally, they could make 1 boat in 2 days, but now it is estimated that they will not be able to make 4 boats in half a month. But can they still last for another 2 weeks? Fang Ming expressed doubt, but it was none of his business anyway. Lu Yuqi was very emotional. Because she and Fang Ming always have leftovers, and because it is already very hot and the refrigerator is not working, they will definitely spoil by the next day and have to be thrown away. Compared to the other people who are pale and skinny, she is really too happy. And all of this is because of Fang Ming. Fang Ming, thank you. She hugged Fang Ming and said. Emotionally. Fang Ming sighed, what's the point of saying thank you? You can't express it with action right now. Lu Yuqi understood immediately and pinched him on the flesh, nasty. The atmosphere of being touched was gone in an instant. Fang Ming laughed heartily and hugged her waist. After your relatives leave, let's unlock a few new tricks. She practiced yoga, and her flexibility was surprisingly good, able to perform poses that ordinary people could never do. Lu Yiqi gave him a look, but still nodded. Fang Ming was suddenly very pleased and quite looking forward to it. Chapter 35, The Mysterious Woman. It's really dry and dead, and it's flooded and dead. Today, someone jumped into the sea to commit suicide, and some others went into the sea with wooden cabinets, trying to take a chance. Why? They were forced to do it because they were short of food and water. But Fang Ming and Lu Yiqi can even choose which breakfast to eat. The gap is too big. Fang Ming can indeed help some people, but once he opens the floodgates, more and more people will come to him for food and drink. Even if his otherworldly space is full of supplies, can it withstand the mouths of so many people in a few neighborhoods or even the entire city of Suzhou? Either he helps everyone, or he helps no one. Fang Ming is not a saint, nor does he have the ability to be a savior, so he had to choose not to help anyone. After breakfast, Fang Ming took a dose of evolution fluid and set off again. Lu Yiqi was already used to this. Fang Ming went out every day, but he didn't bring back takeout or ingredients every day, and Fang Ming never seemed nervous or worried about it. Moreover, she wasn't stupid. With the water level so high, where else could Fang Ming find food? Therefore, what Fang Ming was looking for was definitely not food. As a smart woman, she naturally wouldn't pester Fang Ming with questions. She knew that although this man liked his own body, he would never spoil himself without principles. Therefore, she just suppressed her curiosity in her heart. At the end of the day, Fang Ming had harvested 20 evolution fluids, one less than yesterday, and he had also seen more fishing boats sailing in Suzhou that day. Why did it take so many days to appear? It should be that the electronic instruments have been scrapped, causing the fishing boats to lose their way. Moreover, there are no large ships at all because they can't even start up without their electronic equipment, and they can only go with the wind and waves. On the contrary, these small fishing boats can identify their direction through the sun as long as the ignition switch is activated. Go home. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. The people in the neighborhood have basically finished. In various ways, some with swimming rings, some holding onto cabinets, some with the kind of inflatable yellow duckies you find in swimming pools, they all tried to get to Fang Ming's door, and when they couldn't, they would curse and shout, as if they weren't afraid of him. Fang Ming always chased them away first. Some of them left after cursing, but some of them were so naughty that they wanted to throw excrement at the front door of Fang Ming's house. Fang Ming caught them red-handed and threw them down the stairs. Fang Ming, should we move? Lu Yiqi asked. Now the entire neighborhood is empty, and in the past you could still hear people cursing the heavens for being blind, but these past 2 days have been completely silent, even in broad daylight, and all you can see are crows flying in the sky, making quacking sounds, which is really creepy. This natural disaster is a disaster for land-dwelling creatures, but it is a feast for birds. All they have to do is catch some dead fish in the water and eat them every day. Birds have a different digestive system from humans, so they don't get diarrhea from eating dead fish. However, if they eat too much, the virus will accumulate, and eventually they will all become dead birds. It's terrifying, falling from the sky, and impossible to defend against. Fang Ming would rather face a level 1 zombie than an ordinary corpse bird. After listening to Lu Yiqi's suggestion, Fang Ming pondered for a moment. In the past 4 days, he had harvested a total of 60 evolution fluids, an average of 15 per day, and his efficiency had further decreased. In the future, this efficiency will be further reduced. Fang Ming thought for a moment and said, 5 more days. Lu Yiqi was naturally overjoyed at his promise, and quickly nodded, leaning in close to his ear and breathing in his ear like a fragrant orchid. My relatives just left, so it can be done at night, Dad. Fang Ming couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart, and almost gave up the idea of going out. But he still held back. Evolutionary fluid, I've been good enough to you, I've resisted the temptation of such a big demon. He went out. It wasn't long before he arrived at the first collection point. However, these people only found 1 evolutionary fluid. There were so few because most people had already left, and there were not many people left anyway. In addition, the amount of evolution fluid had also been greatly reduced, naturally leading to the fact that Fang Ming could buy less evolution fluid. Oh, yes, yesterday evening, someone was asking about this liquid. One person suddenly said. Fang Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What kind of person? A woman. She was very beautiful. She also had a great body. Several people were talking at once, their eyes shining. You have to know that they are all hungry, but they can still mention women and show excitement. It can be seen that this woman is really very beautiful, and her body is also the best, so that they can't forget her so much and get excited when they mention her. Yesterday, on the 15th day of the end of the world, someone already knew the use of the evolution fluid? If you think about it, it's not surprising that someone would know about it, but a female superhuman? In the previous life, the first person to reveal the effects of the evolution fluid was a man. Could it be that this female superhuman belongs to the more low-key type? So he had never heard of her in his previous life? What do you think? Fong Ming asked. She didn't give us any food, so of course we said we didn't know. Several people laughed. It's different if you give us some. Fong Ming nodded. Although he only got one bottle of evolution fluid, he still gave each of the several people 2 packs of instant noodles as a reward for their information. These people were all very pleased. By the way, we plan to leave Sioux City soon. There is really no hope here. One of them said, "You don't have to come here tomorrow." Fong Ming nodded. Good, I wish you a safe journey and a safe arrival at your destination. Thank you for your good wishes. Fong Ming went to the next place, but these people betrayed Fong Ming. Because a woman also came to them asking about the evolution fluid, and one of them was so infatuated with her that he blurted out the whole thing. Fong Ming had started trading food for evolution fluid 10 days ago. However, this cannot be considered a traitor, because Fong Ming did not tell them not to say anything. Fong Ming gritted his teeth. He really didn't make such an arrangement because he didn't expect that someone would start looking for evolution fluid so quickly. And using the same method as him. It's just that, he can provide unlimited food, but this woman obviously can't, so she didn't mention anything about a deal. Fong Ming asked the woman about her appearance in detail. A beautiful woman. She's over 170 centimeters tall. She was wearing leather clothes, and her figure was just wow. She was so beautiful, her breasts were about to burst out of her clothes, and she was so seductive. And that butt, so perky. I give up 3 years of my life just to touch it. Unfortunately, she is too good at fighting. You and I gradually pieced together the image of this mysterious woman. Chapter 36, The Rat Pack. The woman who competed with Fong Ming was a superhuman. Because someone had designs on her, she was kicked by her from the spot to the opposite wall and died instantly. Knowing that Fong Ming was still collecting evolution fluid, the mysterious woman also asked about his situation. Fortunately, Fong Ming had not even left his name behind, so the woman was only able to guess what Fong Ming looked like. Fong Ming pondered. There is competition from a fellow practitioner, and she knows about him. I hope this woman doesn't have any ideas about him, otherwise, whether you are a beauty or not, I'll kill you with one punch. Fong Ming returned home. Lu Yuqi warmly and passionately welcomed him, and the two of them enjoyed another candlelight dinner. Lu Yuqi naturally knew why. The relatives have left today. But she still asked with a smile, why is dinner so sumptuous today? Fong Ming replied, because tomorrow is Children's Day. The disaster began on May 15th, and today is the 16th day, so tomorrow is indeed Children's Day on June 1st. Lu Yuqi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. I'm not a child. Isn't that right? Fong Ming was surprised. Who promised to call Dad tonight? Lu Yuqi suddenly turned red and rolled her eyes at him. Ha ha ha. Fong Ming laughed. June 1st, the 17th day of the end of the world. After breakfast, and using an evolution potion, Fong Ming left the house. There are not many places to go today, because yesterday many people said that they could not sit around and wait to die, and they would set off at the earliest possible time tomorrow morning, even if it meant dying. Therefore, today Fong Ming only needs to go to 5 places. They are 3 hotels and 2 residential areas. He first went to one of the hotels, Wuta, which was the closest. It was the 17th day of the end of the world, and the water had already reached 17 floors high. Even though the water was extremely clear, it was impossible to see the bottom with one glance. Fong Ming sailed at a very fast speed, but as he sailed, he suddenly saw a huge black sphere. The black ball was moving with the waves and was also rolling, further increasing its speed. What the hell is that? Fong Ming looked at it curiously. After more than 16 days of continuous evolution, his eyesight had far exceeded that of ordinary people, but because the distance was too far, he still couldn't see clearly. It's weird. How could there be a black ball in the sea? What could a sphere with a diameter of about 10 meters be? What kind of building could be that size? The key is that this thing can still float on the surface of the sea. Fang Ming was curious and moved closer. Closer and closer and closer. Finally, Fang Ming saw clearly, and then his mouth involuntarily twitched. This is not a black ball, but a ball of mice. Countless mice were biting each other's tails and holding onto each other to form a huge ball. No wonder it was rolling around. In this way, the mice at the bottom could get some air, and in this way, each mouse would not drown. Damn, where did all these rats come from? A garbage dump? A food factory? It doesn't matter, the point is that they're out, and they can float on the sea without any tools. This is a skill that even humans have to admire. At this point, Fang Ming is about 1 kilometer away from the rat ball. Fang Ming's expression was somewhat solemn. As a survivor who has been fighting for half a year in the end times, he knows the horrors of all kinds of mutant creatures. You can't underestimate them because of their small size. On the contrary, once mice become a plague, they can cause terrible damage with their sheer numbers. In the previous life, the entire city of Philadelphia became a rat's world. They were all evolved rats. Of course, most of the mice don't even meet the first level standard, and at most they are only comparable to the killing power of a wolf dog, but just imagine, if a city is full of such vicious mice, and if you can't use missiles or other heat weapons, how can you take down the city? Moreover, there are no high-level evolution rats. There is a rat king in every million rats, and the evolution level of the rat king can definitely keep up with the level of most superhumans. So, in just half a year, there have been more than a dozen cities attacked by the rat plague, and every time the rat plague passes, at least tens of thousands of humans die. This is the end of the world, and there are tens of thousands of people. The loss is unimaginable. Fang Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The rat tide is terrifying, but most of the rats have not yet evolved, probably just a few of them. If they can be killed, they will have a certain impact on the future rat kingdom. Fang Ming decided to continue forward. This ball of rats keeps rolling forward, eating any living things it encounters. So if they enter a certain residential area, then that residential area will surely become a complete dead zone. Although there are not many living people in the city of Sioux. 800 meters to go. 500 meters. 200 meters. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The rat colony has obviously found him, and is adjusting itself, rolling in his direction. The red eyes seem to glow, staring at him. The distance is good. Fang Ming no longer hid his skills, and waved his hands. Boom! 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 Huge fireballs flew towards the rat pack. The mice formed a ball, which could float on the sea and use each other's strength, but this had a disadvantage, which was that it was too inconvenient for their movements. They can only take the attack head-on, and there is no way to dodge it. Boom! The first fireball hit, and under the scorching heat of several hundred degrees, more than a dozen mice were instantly burned to death, and the mouse group was also set on fire. The flames spread, but because the mice had been soaked in the seawater and their fur was wet, more smoke came out. However, the intelligence of the rat pack should not be underestimated. They rolled over in a panic, allowing the part that was on fire to soak in the seawater, and immediately extinguishing the flames. However, the fireballs were one after another, each only the size of a basketball. For example, when the early Ming dynasty gained the ability to control fire, it was not much larger, but the temperature soared by about 200 degrees, and the firing speed doubled. So, as soon as the mice extinguished the flames in one area, the flames in another area would start to burn again, and it was impossible to put out the fire completely. What about Fang Ming? He maneuvered the motorboat to keep a distance from the rat pack, but also to maximize the power of his fireballs. In just 5 minutes, the size of the mouse ball had decreased by 30%. Just when Fang Ming thought he could exhaust the rat pack, the entire rat ball suddenly fell apart. Then, a black mass spread out, turning into a carpet-like mass that rolled towards him. Mice swim very fast. But how can they be faster than a motorboat? Fang Ming smiled. There must be a super-powered mouse in this group, one or even several, who is directing the battle and hiding in the group at the same time. Even if the mice were immortal, their intelligence would never surpass that of humans. Chapter 37, The Man Who Followed. Fang Ming retreated while sprinkling gasoline in the seawater. He didn't walk in a straight line, but in a curve, constantly circling around, making the rat pack actually keep spinning in the same place. Almost there. He smiled, took out a lighter, lit it, and then threw it away with style. Boom! The gasoline ignited immediately, and the entire rat colony was immediately engulfed in flames. Squeak! The mice screamed in agony, and 2 mice that were clearly a size larger than the rest suddenly burst out of the fire. The strange thing was that they were overlapping, as if one was carrying the other on its back. The mouse being carried kept spitting out ice arrows into the sea. When the ice arrows hit the sea, a small patch of ice appeared on the surface. The mouse below jumped on the ice and rushed towards Fong Ming, moving at a surprising speed. They were able to catch up with the speed of the motorboat. 2 superpowered mice, one with water attributes and the other with strength, but when combined, they actually produce an effect that is greater than the sum of their parts. And Fong Ming's eyebrows furrowed slightly, because the 2 mice's superpowers were greater than those of ordinary superheroes. They had received the evolution liquid. It is conceivable that they were swimming in the sea, so it is only natural that they encountered evolution fluid. It's a pity that the precious evolution fluid was wasted by the mice. You will pay the price. Fong Ming smiled, pointed with his finger, and shot an ice cone at the 2 mice. The mouse on top immediately spat out an ice arrow, and the mouse below jumped in the same direction, just avoiding Fong Ming's ice cone. They really work well together. If you take out either of the 2 mice individually, they will be killed by Fong Ming in an instant, but if they join forces, they can actually combine their abilities to produce an effect that far exceeds the sum of the 2. Interesting. Unfortunately, Fong Ming smiled and took out a submachine gun from the other dimension. You guys hide for a while and try this. Chug chug chug. Fong Ming fired, and the bullets immediately poured down on the 2 rats. Can someone with superpowers at this stage block bullets or dodge bullets? No. Even Fong Ming, if he didn't use the spacetime continuum, would have to dodge the bullet the moment the gunman squeezed the trigger. Otherwise, once the bullet was fired, Fong Ming's speed would be far slower than the speed of sound, and there was no way he could dodge it. If he can't dodge it, how can the 2 mice dodge it? Immediately, the 2 mice were shot and fell into the sea, and a reddish color immediately appeared. If the mice could talk, they would surely curse Fong Ming for being such a coward. Can't afford to play? If you can't afford it, don't play. However, they were very resilient and didn't die. Instead, they struggled to paddle in the seawater, but no longer overlapped. Fong Ming waved his hand, and with a whoosh, and a whoosh, he shot out ice spikes, killing the 2 mice. Unfortunately, only zombies have corpse pearls. However, there is still something good about the evolved creatures, and that is their flesh. Not only is it delicious, but it also has the effect of strengthening the body. The problem is, it's rat meat. Fong Ming could only hate himself for not being from Guangdong and Guangxi, otherwise he would never have missed out on these 2 delicious meals. Looking further away, the gasoline was still burning, and the number of mice that had swum out of the fire was limited. Even if they had not been burned to death, they had lost their absolute number and could no longer form a mouse ball. It was almost impossible. So Fong Ming didn't bother anymore, but instead set off in the motorboat. Although the extermination of a rat colony was only a tiny part of the entire Chinese landmass, it still made Fong Ming feel happy. Half an hour later, he arrived at the first hotel. The water had risen again today, so Fong Ming had to start over. He looked over not far away, and there was already a broken piece of glass. The people inside broke the glass to welcome themselves? No way. Fong Ming rode over to the hotel and jumped in. He glanced around and saw that everyone in the hotel was looking at him, but their expressions were a bit strange. "Sir, we finally meet." A pleasant voice rang out, hearty but not lacking in charm. When Fong Ming followed the voice to see the person speaking, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. What a beautiful woman! Her beauty was even 1 or 2 points higher than Lu Yushi's, and her figure was no less impressive. Under the leather outfit, her curves were all revealed, stunning and moving. This woman's figure is already tall enough, but she's wearing high heels, so her height is completely on par with Fong Ming. This is the woman who also wants to find the evolution liquid? She is really smart, waiting for him directly here. This leather-clad beauty looked at Fong Ming and suddenly looked strange, looking up and down at him. It's you. Me? What about me? I don't know you at all. Fong Ming would never forget a beautiful woman like this if he had seen her before. Do you know me? Fong Ming asked. The leather-clad beauty smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Jining. I work in the security department and specialize in handling difficult cases. A dozen days ago, I received a request from the local authorities in Suzhou to come and assist in the investigation of a bizarre theft case. Oh, a super large shopping mall, everything was emptied overnight. Then, one after another, a supermarket in Xicheng, Ningchun, and Hucheng was emptied. I looked at all the relevant surveillance footage and found that one person appeared in all of these supermarkets. This is definitely not a coincidence. Although that person changed his clothes and wore different hats, my eyes are very special. I can remember the way anyone walks after I have seen them. The interesting thing is that everyone's walking posture is actually different, and even if you try to imitate it, the details of the bones will not change. When I saw you just now, it was a coincidence that you were exactly the same as the person I had selected from the surveillance footage. Your eyes must be made of Krypton gold. And that was before the disaster. Everyone should have lost their superpowers. How did you get yours back? Fang Ming thought to himself, but he wasn't worried or scared. Not to mention that he already had great power, but even after the disaster, who would insist on justice and arrest a person who was suspected of being involved? Note that it is only suspected to be related. Of course, there is no doubt. Even before the disaster, if Fang Ming was discovered and found by this special policewoman, the other party could only ask him to assist in the investigation. Just because he was at the scene of the crime every time, does that mean he is the criminal? How could that be? Because no matter how small, there is still a slight possibility that Fang Ming just happened to go to these places. Meng Jining suddenly smiled. However, under the current circumstances, I certainly won't pursue those things anymore. What is your name, sir? Chapter 38, A Bet. Fang Ming thought for a moment and said, Fang Ming. Oh, so you are Mr. Fang. Meng Jining smiled as beautifully as a flower, but it was a poppy flower, so beautiful that it was addictive, and you couldn't get rid of it, and in the end you would give everything you had. She stared at Fang Ming, and her eyes were actually slightly purple. Coupled with her very three-dimensional facial features, it was estimated that she was a mixed-race person, and the mixed bloodline was also very rare. I heard that you are collecting a colorful liquid, and you have already harvested a lot of it. I wonder if you could share some with me? Here it comes. Fang Ming laughed. Why? You want me to sleep? Even if you let me sleep, I wouldn't share the evolution fluid with you. I'd be happy to give you some food. You're overestimating yourself. Fang Ming likes beautiful women, but compared to his own life, they have to be put aside. Why did he have to be a prisoner in his previous life, a walking warehouse for storing supplies? Wasn't it because he was not strong enough to control his own destiny? Meng Jining bit her red lips, looking as if she were deep in thought. But some women are born to be charming. She looked so seductive that Fang Ming was almost ready to agree to anything she asked, regardless of the consequences. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this woman had awakened a special ability in the area of seduction? But she clearly kicked people to death with one kick, so she should be a power-type superhuman. Could it be a dual attribute ability? No, I've never heard of anyone with dual abilities in a past life. This is a special case. I came back with the ability from my previous life, and the second awakening gave me the ability to plunder. It's like I've been given a cheat code, and I can have any ability I want. Therefore, if this woman is a power-type superhuman, then she is a naturally charming fairy. If her superhuman ability is of the charming type, then she is a natural. Hercules? Fang Ming was not afraid at all. His evolution had never stopped after the disaster, and now he had 4 different abilities. If he could lose, he might as well hang himself. Meng Jining smiled lightly, but it was like 1,000 flowers blooming, bright and beautiful, and extremely moving. She said, let's make a bet. We'll have a fight. If I win, you'll give me half of that liquid. If I lose, please, Mr. Fang, make your request. You still want half of the evolution fluid? What a big appetite. Fang Ming immediately said, if you lose, you will be my slave. Meng Jining's face flashed with a look of shame and annoyance, but it was immediately covered by a raging battle spirit. She revealed a look of pride. Okay, it's a deal. She obviously had great confidence in her own strength. Fang Ming raised his fists and crouched slightly, saying, are we starting now? Now. Meng Jining snapped, and then, like a gust of wind, she rushed at Fong Ming, moving at great speed. Power type superhuman. Only this type of superpower user comprehensively strengthens the body, and their strength, speed, and nerve response will evolve to a level beyond human. As long as they reach level 2, this type of superhuman can use a knife, sword, etc. to deflect bullets. Of course, they can only deflect up to 5 bullets at a time, and more than that and they will miss. However, level 2 power-type superhumans have skin like cowhide and muscles that are as tight as steel plates. Even if they are really shot by a bullet, it may not be possible to tear apart their flesh. Level 3 is even more terrifying. Standing still and letting a machine gun spray bullets at you is no big deal. The only thing you need to do is close your eyes and mouth, so that these relatively weak parts are not shot. Level 4? I don't know about level 4, because at the time, the only power user who had reached level 4 was Situ Yuan, and Fong Ming had never met this big guy, so I don't know how far the physical fitness of a level 4 can be perverted. Of course, even if they are not power types, other supernormal abilities will also improve their physical fitness when they evolve, but after all, it is only incidental, and it is completely incomparable to the power type. After all, power type supernormal abilities cannot use fire, ice, and other supernormal abilities. Meng Jining's speed is extremely fast, which is definitely not something that ordinary people can achieve through training, but such speed is still not enough in front of Fong Ming. She should have received the evolution fluid and undergone a second evolution, but at most 3 times, so she tasted the sweetness and wanted to obtain such a good thing again, but it was impossible to evolve without interruption like Fong Ming. Fong Ming assessed her speed, which was almost the same as his own 9 days ago, so she had used 3 less evolution fluids than he had. With this alone, Fong Ming already had an advantage, not to mention that he also had the ability to manipulate space. Now, the destructive power of spatial ability is absolutely terrifying for level 1 ability users, especially those who are far from reaching level 1 perfection, because current ability users are unable to detect the existence of spatial doors. Meng Jining was already close, and she punched him. Her strength and power were completely out of line with her charming demeanor. Fong Ming raised his fist in return. Meng Jining did not dodge, so the two of them slammed their fists together. Boom! A muffled sound, and a visible ripple rose from the point where the two fists collided, showing how terrifying their punching power was. Then Meng Jining retreated repeatedly, her face turning red and white, and she kept shaking her fist, looking in pain. If it were 10 days before the disaster, Fong Ming would have been 3 times stronger than Meng Jining, and his strength and other attributes would have crushed her 3 times over. One punch would have shattered her arm bones. Fortunately, this was the 17th day after the disaster, and Meng Jining had used 3 evolution fluids, so Fong Ming's physical fitness was almost twice as good as hers, and she was only 1 step ahead. Therefore, this punch only made her joints vibrate and her muscles tremble, but it was not enough to break her bones or tear her muscles. Even so, Meng Jining was in pain and almost cried. "You haven't been using this liquid since day 1, have you?" Meng Jining said this while massaging her arm, but her technique was very peculiar. She used pressing and kneading in various positions, and soon she moved her right arm around as if she had already recovered. Fong Ming was surprised. It seemed that Meng Jining was not lying. She really came from a security department, and this department had something, at least this massage technique was very effective. He smiled slightly. "So what?" "Pervert," Meng Jining said with a sneer and launched another attack. But this time she didn't come straight at him, but moved in a serpentine pattern, obviously not wanting to face Fong Ming head on. Just a moment ago, Fong Ming was calm and composed. "Your speed, strength, and reflexes are not as good as mine, and you still want to sneak up on me? How is that possible?" Chapter 39, Conquest Plan. Meng Jining punched at Fong Ming, but his fist struck Fong Ming's temple from the side. Fong Ming reached out with lightning speed. Meng Jining could not help but show a look of horror. Fong Ming's speed completely overwhelmed her. She had taken the initiative, but that also meant that she could no longer change her strategy. Pop! Fong Ming grabbed her wrist. But Meng Jining was extremely experienced in fighting. At the moment her wrist was grabbed, she also grabbed Fong Ming's wrist, then she used her leg strength to jump up, and she also made Fong Ming fly up. There are no nails under a person's feet, so being lifted from the air by someone, no strongman can resist it. Whether you can stop it depends not on how strong you are, but on your weight. Fong Ming weighs over 100 kilograms, so it would not be too easy for Meng Jining to throw him away with her strength. However, the two of them were locked in a wrist lock, and Fong Ming was thrown out, so naturally she would be thrown out as well. Fong Ming smiled and punched Meng Jining with the other fist. However, at this time, Meng Jining brought her skills to the extreme. She was like a monkey, wrapping her arms around Fong Ming's back. No matter how strong you are, can you hit your own back? Fong Ming struck Fong Ming from the side of the ribs, and she used the twisting of her waist to avoid injury. At the same time, she wrapped her other hand around Fong Ming's neck and locked her throat. In theory, once she locked his throat, she would win. Because of the position, she was pressed tightly against Fong Ming, and her hot body was almost in contact with Fong Ming, allowing Fong Ming to clearly experience how charming and sexy her body was. Boom! The two fell to the ground, and Meng Jining wrapped herself around Fong Ming like a snake, even locking her long legs around him to restrict all of his movement. With long legs, straight and slender, they could be played with for years. Fong Ming smiled, grabbed Meng Jining's arm that was locked around his throat, and pulled. Meng Jining was pulled off Fong Ming's body. It's like a child trying to lock an adult's throat, and the adult only needs to pull and tug to solve it. This is the crushing power of strength. Meng Jining was very fierce and immediately kicked Fong Ming. Fong Ming casually threw him, and Meng Jining was thrown against the wall. However, before she hit the wall, she adjusted her body, and her feet touched the wall first. She immediately shook off her long legs and ran, as if gravity did not exist. She ran more than 10 meters on the wall, dissolving the force of Fong Ming's throw. Then, the two stood face to face, more than 10 meters apart, and neither made a move for a while. Fong Ming said with a sigh, "No wonder you don't wear a skirt. She likes to kick so much, and wearing a skirt would have exposed her charms many times over." Meng Jining twisted her head, moved her legs and feet, and smiled. "That's strange. You probably didn't go to military school or police academy, so how did you become so proficient at killing?" If it weren't for her superb combat skills, Fong Ming would have subdued her just now. Fong Ming smiled lightly. "If you had lived in the end of the world for half a year, you would have mastered the art of killing." "Again?" he asked. "Again." Meng Jining's fighting spirit flared up, and she shouted. At this moment, she was no longer charming, but rather heroic. She pounced like a female leopard, but once again adjusted her tactics, circling Fong Ming, looking for any possible flaws he might have. Fong Ming smiled and suddenly his body moved. He ran towards the safety passage. Meng Jining hurriedly chased after him. Both of them were incredibly fast, and soon they reached the second floor, then the third and fourth floors, and the onlookers simply couldn't keep up. Fong Ming saw that it was almost time, and with a flick of his mind, he set up a spatial portal behind him, then stopped abruptly. The spatial door can only be placed at a distance of 3 meters from him. If he steps out of this distance, the spatial door will automatically disappear. Meng Jining had already caught up. She jumped up and leapt on the ceiling and walls of the corridor, continuing to confuse Fong Ming as she came at him. Suddenly, a warning flashed through her mind, but before she could react, she disappeared from her original position. Fong Ming smiled. Using the spatial door to deal with supernormal abilities was really effective at this stage. He opened a guest room door and walked in, then closed it behind him. Then, with a thought, he opened the space door again and stepped through. Not far away, Meng Jining maintained her posture of pouncing, but even her hair remained flying at high speed without a hint of distortion. She couldn't move or speak, but you could still see the horror and fear in her eyes. Of course, who wouldn't be shocked to enter such a space? Meng Jining couldn't move, but Fong Ming was different. In the different space, he was a god. He appeared in front of Meng Jining in a flash, looking down on the woman condescendingly. It has to be said that this woman is really the best. Her figure is not inferior to Liu Yushi, and her appearance is even slightly stronger. The key is that she has not yet had the slightest bit of resistance, and she can do whatever Fong Ming wants. Fong Ming was not disdainful of taking advantage of such an opportunity to take possession of this woman. He wanted to plant the impression in this woman's heart that he was a god. This woman has already figured out that he is related to the thefts at the previous major supermarkets. Since many people have developed superpowers after the disaster, is it possible to speculate that he has the ability to manipulate space? Although the theft occurred before the disaster, first, maybe Fong Ming was special and could have had superpowers before the disaster? Second, why did Fong Ming suddenly steal from these supermarkets? Did he predict that a disaster would occur and so stockpile goods in advance? Although there is only a slight possibility of making a guess by connecting these things together, Fang Ming still does not want any accidents to happen. Therefore, he only had two choices. First, kill Meng Jining to silence her, or second, subdue her. He believed that she would keep her promise and become his slave if she lost? Who would believe that? In this day and age, when even the law doesn't exist, who would believe in a promise? Fang Ming wanted to try to subdue her first. If that didn't work, for his own sake, he would have to silence her. Who among those who are wallowing in the end times is not made of iron? Fang Ming just looked at her, calculating the time. In the different space, the body cannot move, only the mind is still active. This feeling is too uncomfortable. In his previous life, Fang Ming had captured a foe and thrown him back and forth into the different space 4 times, and the man had gone crazy. Fang Ming didn't want to take in a madman, so he observed Meng Jining's size change. It's been almost 10 minutes. Fang Ming grabbed Meng Jining and, with a thought, the two of them appeared in the guest room. Oh! Meng Jining was like a drowning person, clutching Fang Ming's arm tightly and breathing heavily. Continue. Fang Ming smiled. No. Chapter 40, Part 7. Fang Ming took Meng Jining into another dimension. This stunning beauty immediately froze, and there was no movement at all, only a look of utter fear in her eyes. It was another 10 minutes. Fang Ming took Meng Jining out of the different space. Please, don't let me go back there again. Meng Jining broke down and cried. Fang Ming did not believe it easily. This is a member of a certain security department, but would she easily give in? In the previous life, that enemy had gone into the different space 4 times before going crazy. How could she not be able to hold out for 5 or 6 times? Continue. He took Meng Jining into the alternate space for the 3rd time. Living things cannot be directly collected, but they can be forcibly stuffed in. Meng Jining was quiet again. Fang Ming looked carefully at her eyes, and saw only fear, but no hatred or anger. If she could still hide her emotions under such circumstances. Fang Ming was truly impressed. However, Fang Ming decided to wait a little longer. Gradually, Meng Jining's eyes no longer had any light. Damn, is she going to be scared into idiocy? Fang Ming felt a stirring in his heart and quickly took Meng Jining out of the room. Meng Jining no longer screamed or cried, but sat on the ground like a fool. No way. Fang Ming gritted his teeth. This woman is obviously from the security department, but why is she so weak? He picked Meng Jining up and sat her down on the bed. Then, he pinched Meng Jining's face. Meng Jining's eyes flickered slightly, as if she had come back to her senses, and then the light in her eyes reappeared. Fang Ming. She seemed to have been stepped on by a cat, suddenly leaping 3 meters high, pointing at Fang Ming's nose and saying, "Never. Don't ever send me back to that ghost place again." As if that wasn't enough, she opened her mouth and bit Fang Ming. Fang Ming laughed, pushing her away, and said, "Are you a dog?" "I'm a tiger." The woman said viciously, then revealed a weak look. "Good brother, I beg you, I have claustrophobia, I'm most afraid of being locked up, I'll go crazy." Fang Ming's heart fluttered at the sound of good brother, and he quickly sobered up. He must not be corrupted by the sugar-coated bullets. However, it seems that the woman was telling the truth when she said she had claustrophobia. Because it is true that some people can even act with their eyes, but the kind of despondency just now had nothing to do with that. It was truly fear at its extreme, and the brain was preparing to shut down to avoid going crazy. This kind of reaction at the lowest level cannot be faked. "So you admit defeat?" Fang Ming asked. "I admit it. I admit it. As long as you don't throw me in there, I'll call you Dad." Meng Jining begged repeatedly. "You are definitely trying to seduce me. This woman can't beat herself, but she wants to get back at me on another level. For example, she wants to charm me so much that I will listen to her. My little minion, show me a sexy dance." Fang Ming laughed. Meng Jining gave him a flirtatious look and said, "Of course I can dance for you, but how about giving me some colorful liquid as a reward?" She looked at Fang Ming with longing eyes. "It's called evolution liquid." Fang Ming said, "What, do you want to become stronger and suppress me?" "I wouldn't dare." Meng Jining said sweetly, "But if I get stronger, won't you, the master, have more power?" Fang Ming snorted, "Speak properly." Meng Jining sat back down, sitting like a well-behaved student. However, she had a hot body like a Westerner, with a protruding front and a curvy back, and her waist and hip curves were exaggerated to an astonishing degree. Her breasts were big and firm, so she didn't look like a student at all. "Come on, tell me about where you work." Fong Ming was very interested. "Oh, I'm a special employee in the 7th Division of the Security Department," Meng Jining said casually, as if she didn't care. Hey, don't just gloss over such important details," Fong Ming said disapprovingly. Meng Jining just laughed. "Is it like when you're watching a video and you just see the male and female protagonists about to have sex, but then the screen cuts out? Alas, am I the one who's short on data? You dirty girl." Fong Ming thought that Lu Yushi's driving skills were already very good, but compared to her, they seemed to be on a different level. "Drive less and answer questions properly." He frowned. This woman really never changes. She was crying a minute ago, and now she's all cocky again? Oh. Meng Jining nodded. "Our branch is specialized in handling some unbelievable cases, even those that seem to be the work of gods and demons to ordinary people, but in fact, everything can be explained by science. Except for you." Meng Jining changed the subject. "Where was the place I was just locked up? I felt like I had been there for half a year or even longer, but when I got out, it was only a few minutes, right? Am I asking you, or are you asking me?" Fong Ming patted the mattress. Meng Jining understood immediately and lay down. "Master, I welcome your favor." "Damn." Fong Ming kept his face expressionless. "Does the master like it from behind?" Meng Jining rolled over. Fong Ming was speechless. "Forget it. You can go back to solitary confinement." Meng Jining was scared and quickly held Fong Ming tightly, begging for mercy. "I'm used to talking like this, I really didn't mean it. I really have to obey you, I really want to show you my heart." She pulled the zipper down her neck, but only a little, and the zipper automatically opened because her breasts were already bound. Fong Ming sighed and grabbed her and entered a different space. 9 minutes later, the two reappeared in the room. Meng Jining was in a daze, clutching Fong Ming's arm and shivering. "She should be good now." "Who am I to you?" Fong Ming asked. "God," Meng Jining said subconsciously, and then her eyes became lively, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Fong Ming still carried a hint of fear, and even a hint of worship. To subdue a person, you need to use both kindness and authority. Now that he had used his authority, Meng Jining also had a strong sense of awe for him, but that was not enough. He took out a portion of the evolution liquid, and Meng Jining was about to jump at him, but he was sent into the space, and Meng Jining threw herself into his arms. But this woman didn't retreat either, but instead snuggled up to him like a kitten. "I'll sleep with you, and you'll give me the evolution liquid. Don't think I'm a random woman, I'm still intact." "You? A virgin?" Fong Ming couldn't believe it. "You drive so well, you're so good at seducing people, and you're still a virgin?" He shook his head. "You are my slave, your whole body belongs to me, and it is only natural that I sleep with you, so why should I give you evolution fluid?" "Then it's a reward." Meng Jining is very smart and doesn't argue with Fong Ming. Fong Ming smiled. "If you do a good job for me, I can consider giving you evolution fluid as a reward. It's just a promise, who can't make one?"